Tempura. Sounds interesting. Yeah, Hideo, I'm gonna call him electrician on Thursday, I think. This has gotten out of control. In fact, let me see if I can find that Wi-Fi program that actually, I'm not gonna do this right now. No, yes I am. I just want to see how many people are on the same channel. Does this even matter? So what was that program even called? Ah, there it is. Okay, hang on. Let me turn off my monitor for just a sec while I open this up. There we go. Okay, so let's see. Who is on channel 1? We have 6 Wi-Fi networks. Yeah, so I don't think it's the number of Wi-Fi networks on the same channel. We have a bunch on channel 11, and then someone's using channel 8, and they really shouldn't be. And someone's using channel 3, and they shouldn't be. But whatever, okay, fine. Man. And hey, Alex. And Mr. Internet. Oh yeah. I should probably move this over here if someone's gonna actually buy access to the light. I'm gonna knock this entire thing over. There we go. Alright. Clown Fiesta. Okay, anyway, what would you want to control as a player? I guess like exploration of the world, collection of Pokemon, i.e. you know you need water Pokemon, so you go there. Inventory management probably. So how many Pokeballs, potions, etc. do you have? Oh no, I know, Weedly, but the light strips aren't distinct enough when they're hanging over there. Plus, this makes it look like I have a colorful keyboard. You see that? Ooh. It makes me feel at home. Yeah, and so I think part of what I need to pursue here is... Oh, let's take this. Anyway, okay, so yeah. Part of what I'm trying to answer is, would these games be fun with automation as a prominent element? And I don't know about the word prominent here. Like in Botland, we're trying to sort of relegate this to the background now. Because if we don't expect players to change scripts, then automation is not the focus of the game. It's just a thing that's in the game. Can you use these to run data through your house? That'd be amazing. Then when people change my lights, you see my screen just distort because you're changing my internet. Honey glow sticks? Was that like normal glow sticks that you just mix with honey? Are they toxic? They're probably not toxic. They're expected to be used by kids. Okay, anyway, Civilization, turn-based games, and this is why I said Pokemon here too. So in Civilization, I don't think you would add automation in. This makes me think that automation just wouldn't work in Civilization because you only have the strategy elements. Did you choose these games because of the rock, paper, scissors gameplay style? No. I just chose these games because they're not automated games. And I wanted to see if you did automate them, would they be fun? What would you actually do to provide automation for them? I don't know if Civilization is a rock, paper, scissors game. And Pokemon, I guess, sort of is. Oh my god. Fine. Where did I write this? Here. They're happy. There's your accent. What each city builds, workers have automation mode for tile upgrades? Well, okay, I think that's a very minor element of automation. It's sort of like saying in StarCraft, when you click a unit and then right click minerals, it will move to the minerals, harvest, go back to the base, drop it off. Move to the minerals, harvest, back to the base, drop it off. And that's that's kind of automation too, but it's not like a prominent element or anything. Thanks, Wheatley. Yeah, Mr. Internet. I agree, or I think it mostly is. Like it's move types that beat the other ones, and yes, there's clearly that rock paper scissors element. But I think that's when you're competitive about it. If you're not competitive about it, it's like collecting Pokemon is a goal you have in the game, and that's not rock paper scissors. That's like go to that location and just collect the Pokemon. You forgot Pokeballs. Oh my god. All right. Thanks, Weedley. All right. And I don't know. Are there any other games worth looking at here? But the reason I chose these two were because they're turn based. Are there any other strategy games that aren't real time strategy games? I guess if they're not real time, they're turn based. So, no. Oh, did the stream cut out again? Is that what we're saying rip to? Oh, Adam can't catch a break. Yeah, and it's like 12 minutes into my stream. No, that's fine. That's normal stream stuff for you. Hey, Jay. Risk. I don't remember a lot of the gameplay of Risk. And again, I feel like Risk fits into the same category as Civilization in that it's turn-based. Turn-based, not sure what you'd want automation for. I think maybe it's worth pursuing from this angle. So in a game like Civilization or Risk, let's say there was automation and it wasn't so turn-based anymore, that stuff was happening according to what you told it. I'm not sure how this would work. Okay, so how would you automate other games? Or how would you take a single player automation game and make it multiplayer? And the only single player automation game I've played in the last I don't know how long is Factorio. And to make it multiplayer, I guess I would just have it be a normal resource building game where the automation is all about like building up your base and attacking the others in such a way. There's actually a lot of manual control in Factorio. And that is an interesting topic. Relocation of troops to front lines to counter other player movements. Yeah, that's interesting, but is that something that once you automate, aren't you taking out like a huge decision in the game? Maybe for relocating troops to the front line to defend against other players. And so this is interesting. If you take a game like Factorio, Factorio is all about like collecting resources, powering buildings, producing items and moving them to the right locations. I sent you a mail. I put some of what I was talking about yesterday into a more proposal format and tried to answer how would I change what I decided in the game. You know, the terrible, terrible paint work. So Thelzy, do you mind if I show that on stream? You can play together in Factorio multiplayer. There's what, really? I didn't know that. Factorio's already multiplayer. Is it competitive or cooperative? Games are in the co-op free play scenario. They all work together to launch a rocket with a satellite into space. Other scenarios including PvP maps. Huh. You can choose both with mods. Wow, this is probably really hard to implement because lockstep is not easy. There's still desyncs that you have to work through and it's pretty complex. Wow, it's impressive. You can mod PvP so it's like Age of Empires. Interesting. Wow. Huh. Okay. So let's open up botlane.pdf. Felzy's favorite name for this. So botline proposal CPU. Adding some sort of CPU per each player in the arena. Lore-wise, this is a component which is controlling how your bots are configured and giving them their AI. Layout is depending on what side of the arena your team spawned on. So red would be the CPU, orange would be your bot spawning locations, blue would be the CPU shield module. Cast a pretty massive shield on the CPU every turn, forcing players to destroy it prior to killing the CPU. Shield can be destroyed by EMP bots for 3 turns at the beginning of EMP range. While the CPU is alive, you're able to compete in the game and continue to spawn bots. Scrap Scrap is a team resource. Salvaging bots off of the arena floor passively throughout the match. Salvaging enemy CPUs. These last for a number of turns. They're not game breaking. Rebuilding a destroyed CPU. It takes a lot of scrap and allows for players that were eliminated. Upgrading elements of your CPU. So I should probably be reading this out loud. And thanks EJ. I'll have to look at this at some point too. So upgrading elements of your CPU. Yeah, I think this is interesting. And this is what I was looking for out of that Reddit thread, is like proposals that I could look through. And not out of the Reddit thread. The Reddit thread, it was more like, could I brainstorm with people? So I just ended up taking that to the stream. Yeah, and so there are some minor tweaks I would... Okay, so far, here's the idea as a whole. I'll kind of sum this up. You have the CPU, which is this red thing, and this blue thing is a shield module. The orange parts are where your bots get deployed. So they're in... Well, here, let me load up Botland too, so you guys can see all of this together. And as long as I'm at this... Let me go into here. Yeah, players per game is set to 6. Darn, I gotta cut that out. Stream cuts out. Oh man, it's just so frustrating to try to do something that was working for so long and now it's just not working apparently. And by that I mean the stream cutting out. So okay, let's connect as a couple of different players here. And I believe I have games set to take an infinite amount of time right now. What's going on here? Oh, darn it. I gotta restart this thing. Connection refused. What? To 8082? What's even running on 8082? The account server? Where's the port here? Yeah, 8082. Huh. Oh, must have just taken a long time to start up. There we go. Let's try that. And now we're in a game. And the game should last for an infinite amount of time after this timer hits 0. Yeah. I mean, that's basically infinite, because I'm not going to leave my computer on that long. So yeah, let's deploy some bots. And I should have shrunk the arena, but I didn't. So, anyway, getting back to that PDF. So yeah, scrap is what you see here. These are scrap piles. And right now, they just give you life. So you can see the health bar of that bot went up by about 50. And eventually you'll see the same thing happen over here when these bots die, hopefully. Wow. They're engaged in battle, so they're not going to harvest scrap. But now they will. Yeah, so it just gives you life for right now. So imagine if this gave you an in-game currency. Does anyone remember the name of that game on Steam where you program your hive? Yeah, I think it's S-Creeps. Okay, anyway, so scrap can use to buff your team's bots to rebuild your destroyed CPU. So one of the things I'm immediately thinking here is that your CPU can't drop scrap. It would have to just give it to the other player. And that would allow you to kind of snowball out of control there. Because if it could drop scrap, you would just leave a bot right next to it, teleport onto it, take it for yourself, and then call it a day. And so other little just notes on Delzy's proposal. So the way I'm thinking about this is like you can only harvest so much scrap at a time from a pile. I think that would be necessary. And I think that's a good idea. Upgrading elements of your CPU. Yeah, strength of shield, respawn rate of friendly bots, adding mini turrets. Yeah. Along with the above changes, there would be these victory conditions. Move to a battlefield style of points. Instead of starting at 0, moving to X, you start at X and decreases towards 0. Losing a bot loses your team 1 point. If your team hits 0 points, you lose. So, in a Team A versus Team B, if you only have 2 actors in a system where teams are these actors, then this is exactly the same as counting at 0 and going up to X. So I don't think this is meaningful, but maybe I'm misinterpreting it. And then CPU annihilation. If both CPUs on your team are destroyed or salvaged or in the process of being rebuilt, then you lose a game. Yeah, so how does this change the decision making? I have to go down the route deciding if I'm going to take a defensive or offensive playstyle with the bots I'm deploying. Do I deploy bots to defend my teammate? Is his CPU in danger? Deploy bots to salvage everything on the arena as quickly as possible to help fund some possible upgrades. Yeah, so and I thought Delzy was making that up because I've seen him say that in Emma's stream last night. Okay, so my overall thoughts for this is that this is sort of the commander idea that we were talking about yesterday. The commander is a building, it's stationary. It is providing some means to control your bots. I think your decisions overall, I don't know how much they change. Like I do read this about what should I try to pursue right now. I guess part of this is I wonder what if you could tell your bots where to move? This is that waypoint system that actually Ian was talking about. So anyway, I want to write this down. Scrap. And should you only be able to harvest X scrap from a pile at a time? So yeah, what I'm wondering about is, would there be a way to, let me condense all of these things. Okay, so yeah, would there be a way to command your bots a little bit more and not totally ruin the game? Well, so the issue, okay, yeah, the issue with this is if you're ever able as a player to set a tile, so imagine if we have whatever this thing, and this is what I was talking about yesterday, so you guys have probably already heard this, but let's say you click this tile manually. So the coordinates of this tile are 2, 0. If you're able to tell your bots about basically anything, so in this case a tile position, then you can actually code them to be manually controlled by putting in a bunch of if statements in your code. So something like this. If like tile x equals 0, then fire lasers right. If tile x equals 1, then move up or something like that. And so this is a way to get you manual control out of a game that's supposed to be automated. How is that 2-0? What? Where did I even draw that? 0, 1, 2, 0. What do you? Y is first, not X. I don't do Y first. What? Who does things that way? Yeah, well, whatever. This is how botland coordinates work. And if not, then it doesn't matter. So yeah, I wonder if that would add anything to the game though. Yeah, I wonder if that would add anything to the game, being able to tell your bots where to move, because that undermines the automation. Did I write the waypoint system or commanding? No. Being able to tell your bots where to move, e.g. via waypoint system. This... So yeah, Thelzy, the problem is internally available to bots API, but not actual coordinates, is that you still need a condition in their code. You need something like if is waypoint set, then pursue waypoint. And so you don't know the coordinates. That is correct. You don't know the coordinates. However, here's how I think this would still fall apart, is that most games are going to be like a left side versus a right side. And in that case, think about this. If you're on the red team and all of the enemies are approaching from the left side, then you could code it such that if waypoint set, fire lasers left. So now anytime the blue team tries to use cloaking, like let's say this bot is cloaked and you're on this Atom bot, all you have to do is just click anywhere on the map. So you just click here and now your waypoint is set and your bot will fire at it. And that's cheating. Hey, Spurman. So I don't think this would work, but I also don't think it would really help. So one of the things that I was thinking about, which I think would be pretty interesting, is what if you could just deploy bots anywhere on the map? What if you could choose where to deploy? So what you could do is you could say, okay, here's the enemy's base. I'm just going to deploy a bot right here. And now it's going to fire right at the enemy base. And that might be... Well, I think it would add an entire other layer to how you can deploy. And even the other thing you could do too is like, what if deploy zones were limited to your spawn zones, essentially? How many tiles did I just demark there? I guess that. Yeah. So what if you could spawn your bots anywhere in this range? And same thing, anywhere over here if you're on the blue team. So you want to put them on your front line when you're trying to attack, and if you're trying to defend, you could put them over here. I mean, this would change the automation a little bit, I think. I think adding some kind of long-running scripts would increase the user's longevity a lot. Not sure how it would fit in, like something, the harvest. And hey, Havald, and hey, Texio. I think, EJ, it's interesting, but it would involve just constantly having something running in the background. And also, it would kind of impact players. Like, I wanted games to be matches, not for this to be a persistent game. So I'm thinking more like a StarCraft style than a World of Warcraft style. And the way that S-Creeps works is it's a persistent world. So when you turn your computer off for the night, your bots are still executing. Just make the orange pieces movable for scrap, so you can get more offensive spawning pads. Yeah, actually, that's interesting. What if all bots spawned at whatever spawn pad you had? Did I write this down? And hey, Mr. Cheap. I don't think I did write this down. Yeah, so what if you could... Oh, this thing. What if you could place bots anywhere and you had to place bots specifically for researching? Okay, so let's pursue that for a second. So what if you could place bots anywhere on the map? What if a spawn pad controlled the location of where they'll go? Maybe you could only position this spawner within area that you've conquered, or maybe it's just team-based, so you always have the left 40%, left/right 40% of the map to deploy, to spawn to. Who do you think uses Kappa the most here? Probably Spurtman. I'd have to say it's Spurtman. Oh, Wheatley says I know it's EJ. Oh. Alright. I'm glad I took the time to put my thoughts on paper. At least it came across. No, Thelzy, it's all helpful, I think. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at all the Kappa stuff. And I had a weird set of dreams last night. I was like angry in my dream. I don't think I'm usually angry. If it's any emotion, it's like it's fear usually, I guess. I had an angry dream, everybody. It reminds me of that picture from yesterday. Do I still have that? No, the one that EJ linked in about impersonation. Anyway, I like this because this adds another layer, and this is what I was writing down here. Without adding an extra layer to Botland, you can control what to deploy. So, for example, a laser spot, where to deploy. That's what we're talking about with spawn pads, and then when to deploy. That's actually not totally possible right now. But the other thing I should consider is, in a sense, how much to deploy. Angry at who? Imagine if I'm like angry at you, Weedley. I don't know you in real life, but I hate your guts. Nah, it doesn't matter who I was angry at. It was Weedley. And Textio, I'm guessing, what is this? Is it select string and C list box? Makes it sound like, yeah, I was gonna say this is Microsoft technology. I was gonna say Visual Basic. Oh, Windows Presentation Framework. Okay, yeah, but I don't know the answer to that. Was his wife confirmed? No. Hey Jupiter. Yeah, so spawn pad. Maybe you could only position this spawner within an area that you've conquered. All right, so let's draw this out. Let's draw all of this out. So we got this picture, and I'm gonna put this into a new MS Paint, and we're gonna draw. We're just gonna totally steal Delzy's design. You ready for this? We're gonna even take the colors, red and blue. Actually, I think the way I would probably do this, I'm gonna make it colored based on the team. So let's go with a blue tile about here. Let's just do this. That's not blue. Actually, what am I doing? That outline is that a good idea? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there's the blue CPU, and then the red CPU is over here. Okay, cool. And then you have a spawn pad for each player. So maybe mine is right here at this point, and maybe blue has one over here, or maybe they're trying to defend their base, so they put theirs like right here. I stole it from Tetris. These aren't tetrominoes though. That's a pentomino. Okay, so let's label some of these things. This is like CPU. This is spawn. Well, it's not just spawn, it's like player 1 spawn. Then this is, let's say, player 2 spawn. And this is a CPU. Low word, high word, oh man. If I ever see those in an API, like things just got real. Gotta put on my sunglasses and start coding. Top 5 Kappa users? Yeah, no, but that's not fair. Tembroria, here's what you need to do. You need to figure out who put the most single kappas. Like, you can't count. If I type a message that's kappa kappa, this should count as 1. Is it Spurtman in that case? Because that's what I imagine. Because EJ types messages like this. And that's cheating. That gap is unreal. My Kappa count is probably pretty low, given that I talk to you guys and just make a Kappa face every once in a while. Okay, anyway, so you have a spawn point now. So by by doing this, you are able to control where your bots start. And one of the other things I was wondering about, man, look at this mod spam. I just make everybody a mod in the channel. See what happens. Okay, so what if we combine this with bots that only live for a certain length of time? We could call this mechanic power, or we could just tie it into HP and have HP decrease every once in a while. So pros of having power and cons of having power. So the con is that if your bot depowers, it shouldn't just immediately die, or else, well, if your bot depowers, this isn't a con, it's just a part of the system. I need to figure out what happens. When a bot runs out of power, so when a bot runs out of HP, it dies. When a bot runs out of power, maybe it just stops moving. Maybe it only executes its script once every, like, executes its script at a 10% normal rate. So part of the reason for this is these are running on literal CPUs. I mean, we're talking about this in-game CPU, but of course, all of these bots are running their logic on a VM somewhere, and there's a CPU backing that. So I don't want to just have a million bots that are deactivated. They're still running their scripts all the time. I've heard of it. You know what? It's been a long time since I've done this. Let me upload this for you guys. Oop. Okay, there we go. What are we at here? So cut out these players. So Tambroya is at 1,300 hours. Oh, that's a lot. And Tambroya is also at the most points. Although, actually, Orange Ray is pretty far behind. That's like a little over 10%. Wow. What's this sorcery? Spurman, we're changing botland. Did that not work? That's what I meant. Not even in either list. Well, to be fair, you might be if let's do this, top 10 Thalzy. So you have 46 hours and 158 points. I was going to say you might be if you're 3 away from the top, but I don't think that's 3 away from the top. Although I don't really remember because I didn't look at the bottom of the list. No, yeah, that's not 3 away from the top. It's anything points-wise. Nope. Feels bad, man. Okay, so yeah, the pros of having power here is that bots are more expendable. I don't know if that's a pro. I'll just write neutral. Well, like, what does this serve to do? Why would I even write this here? Bots only live for a certain length of time. So I guess pros, it adds another layer of decision making. Perhaps you can choose how much power to provide to a bot. Perhaps you had to get power to them. I'm not sure. What if scrapping game could be crafted into items? So what are the items though? Like, crafting to me usually means you took a disparate set of items and turned it into some product. Typically other items, but it could be anything, I guess. Whereas purchasing means you took one item and turned it into other items. So the one item in that case is the currency. So in that case, I'd say scrap is just used for buying items. And then what are the items? At what point do you know if a pro and con list isn't working for you? When you add a neutral section? Well, I haven't fully fleshed out this idea. So it's not that the pro and con list is failing me. It's that this idea is not fleshed out. +2 beast slaying swords. Oh god. Alright. When the bot runs out of power, maybe it only executes the script at 10% the normal rate. Maybe you can repower them. Maybe the user is choosing which bots to power the entire game. What if there are no weapons when you walk into a game? Everyone dashes to the center to grab scrap and make weapons first. Yeah, so that's something I was talking about over here. And hey, Wopai, thanks for following. But so help me God if you say, hey guys, just here to lurk. Hope that's okay. Actually, then why would you care? Because you're a bot. I'm talking to a bot now. Yeah, so EJ, that's something that I was talking about with this sort of. What if you built up an inventory of pre-made bots? Oh, that's what you're talking about with items. The hardware in the game. Okay, got it. So yeah, what if you built up an inventory of bots and you consume them when you deploy? So essentially, you find lasers and you put it on a bot, and now you don't have lasers anymore. Unless you find it again. Actually start the match with whatever bots you want. Yeah, and this is something that Ian proposed on top of that, is what if you could configure like 3 or 4 bots beforehand, and you always enter the match with those. But then you could find scrap or salvage throughout the game. I don't know, part of me wonders, like, should there be buildings? Should bots just handle all of that? I was talking about completely removing the concept of having an inventory out of game. Oh yeah. That's already very likely going to be the case going forward. So what? Building bots before the match doesn't necessarily take an inventory. You just have access to every item in the game, and you say, okay, I want this, this, and this, and then you're able to enter the match with that. Where was the part about placing bots anywhere? Yeah, what if we combine this with bots only live for a certain length of time? Louis says, I think all the features and ideas are awesome, but I find the game hard to figure out how to play, what buttons to click, etc. I get that it's in dev. Any further thoughts about this? Yeah, there will eventually be a tutorial. So what we're hoping to do is get a beta out next month. I mean, if we're still figuring out game design 172 days into the game, then I don't know what that means for a beta in August. But once there's the tutorial, it would sort of teach you that. Also, there would be more cues in the AI, I think. So for example, when you start a match, what you're supposed to do right now at least is drag a bot onto your queue. So imagine if this bar was highlighted and this thing said drag a bot here, and you're like, wait, what? And then you drag it here and you're like, oh, I see, okay, cool. Then yeah, those sorts of things would be a little bit more straightforward. The other thing too is just it's not all done, which is what you commented on there too. I think if you removed building bots outside the match and replaced it with crafting, it would add a lot of diversity, because maybe you can't find what you want. It'd be harder to get stuff for artillery and easy to snowball rather than being equally matched. Yeah, and that's what I talked about with all of this. So I can put this online. This is the Lego thing that I was talking about. Hey again, Nautical Clever. I have to remember that you were Panad all day. And then eventually you'll just be Nautical Clever in my mind. So, EJ, what you're talking about is roughly this system that I'm mentioning here. So I'll upload that for now, and I can just kind of think about this some more. So yeah, what if you built up an inventory? This is more, what if you built up an inventory of hardware and you consumed them when you deploy? And you consumed hardware when you deployed. There we go. So there are some issues here. What is it? Cons, this might not actually impact your decisions. And then what do you do if you don't have hardware? What do you do if you run out? If you run out of hardware? There needs to be some kind of basic bot to deploy that doesn't cause your enemy to spiral out of control. Maybe it just means that you lost the match. No, I don't know. What do you think about the crafting though? So if you're crafting just with scrap, then it's purchasing, like I said. because there's only one input to many outputs. So purchasing this, I think, is fine. I like the way I kind of picture it. It could work either way. It could work such that you are really getting scrap in game, and then you're using that scrap to press this button right here, open pack. So you're really like buying salvage packs in a game. So you click this button, and you're like, oh my god, I just got Reflected Inferno Zapper. This is awesome. I'm gonna put them both on a bot and like go at it. It's gonna be great. And maybe, well, you wouldn't get bot coin, you wouldn't get cosmetic pieces. So I think having that, then part of the issue here too is that if you're opening salvage packs to give you items, then randomness plays a bigger factor in the game. So the other cons here were like, it might be tedious to have to make 100 different bots over the course of the match. I don't know if this is tedious or not. And I especially think that the UI can mitigate a lot of that. So right now, imagine this is your inventory. If all you had to do is say like new bot and then just say like, okay, that, and then deploy, then you're done. And sure, your APM there had to be like 6, but it's not so bad. I was thinking about different materials being in the arena, so bots run around collecting gold, silver, iron, etc., and you need 2 gold, 1 iron to make a teleporter or something, all in game. Yeah, but with automation, the problem is like, how do you pursue gold over iron? Or how do you even tell your bots to do that? You need to change the script, or you just be grabbing whatever came to you first. And in that point, it's essentially random, and I would rather just replace it with something like open pack. Drop hardware then in that case, or hardware as you start with. No, I would probably, so the whole point of all of this is to give the player more decisions there. So I would probably not give them crafting APIs. Get distance to resource, iron, null if non-existent. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm sure you can come up with an API. Like right now you have this. You have find closest resource. So you could just replace this with find closest iron, find closest gold, find closest whatever else. What I'm getting at is then you need to have this in your script somewhere. Like set closest resource equals find closest iron or whatever. And then set closest resource equals find closest whatever else. So when you want gold over iron, you have to drag the gold section up above the iron section. And that's kind of a sucky change to have to make to your script. So what I'm saying is, why not simplify all of that by having one resource, and then the resource can sort of equate to some randomness afterward. Yeah, keep people more engaged during the match. That's the whole point here. And hot dog, thanks for following. How was the vacation? Vacation was good. It was definitely good. And I still think that the biggest thing I learned there was that I need to be taking more like little vacations, I think. And that doesn't even necessarily mean go somewhere or take a day off. It means just stop and think, meditate. I'm becoming New Age, Adam. I'm in Super Saiyan 2 now. Of enlightenment. Alright. The Z in Dragon Ball Z is for Zen. Yeah. No, so okay, EJ, I think this brainstorm section right here. All proposals should be able to answer the question, how does this meaningfully change what a player might decide during the game? And I said, please keep in mind that scripting should not be the solution here, because you have to imagine that every single player is using a copy-pasted script. Yeah, Spurman, I had a vacation, I think, when you had your vacation, too. I've only ever seen that as a copy pasta where the names are changed. And that doesn't look like a changed name. This is probably actually an avatar, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Does that mean Adam gets blonde hair? You betcha. And I don't need hair gel anymore, too. Super Saiyans always have spiked hair. Yeah, so I think this could be interesting. I don't know if it... I wrote this here. I don't know if it impacts your decisions too much. So when you're in a game, and this is why one of the other things I need to ponder here is what is worth prototyping to figure out if it's fun. And And then I guess how would I prototype it relatively quickly? Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I've got to do that because otherwise I'm going to go just bonkers here. I'm feeling the weight of all of these game design decisions because they're holding up everything else at this point. Like originally what we wanted to do is we have all this artwork that we've been planning, right? And so you've seen these bots before and everything. But one of the other things we were going to have is like there'd be a hatch on all of them and weapons could slide out and shoot something and then slide back into the hatch and disappear and your bot would look totally intact, like one piece again. The issue is that those weapons would have been based on the weapons that you see over here somewhere. I don't know where. Yeah, this. So instead of just having like Zapper, you also had Inferno Zapper, and you'd have like Stun Zapper, and you'd have whatever else. And that would change the appearance of the items that pop out of the bot. Well, if we're not going to have varied items, then we don't need varied artwork. So thankfully, we haven't actually produced the artwork yet. But we're holding up artwork, and I'm holding up development, of course. So I'd like to figure this stuff out, like I said. Weighty decisions. Well, Pro Sam, it's not like we had incredibly clear-cut roles to begin with. We started the company as just partners, and we said, yes, I'll be doing development and some of the business stuff, and you'll be doing mostly game design and some of the business stuff. And that's changed over the course of time. So Ian is primarily now a game designer, but he and I haven't had a lot of time to talk about this. With that said, it's not like I'm not a game designer in this too, and that's why I'm spending some time doing this. I mean, neither one of us is like a professional game designer, and it'd be interesting to get a professional game designer's opinion on all of this. But I don't know how to find one, and even if I could, it probably wouldn't free, and I don't have a whole lot of money to spend on this. Okay, so yeah, going back to this question over here. So you've got a bunch of hardware, and during a game, if you could customize it, how is this changing your decisions? And I guess part of this in the cons that I was saying there was, are you really just choosing the most powerful combinations of items? Or are you picking any bot that will work as opposed to the best bot that will work? And this is what I'm wondering about. Hey, Adne. This is what I'm wondering about here. If you have consumable hardware during a match and like this is your inventory and you make bots out of this, is that enough of a game? Is that fun? So now instead of the bots you see in the arena, instead of these bots, you had to create these. What I worry about here is that all these ideas on their own are interesting enough, and you can evaluate the pros and cons. But I think the best game design here is going to be a combination of them. And how do you even go about doing this? Like, you have 4 decisions, A, B, C, and D, and you want to put 2 of them into the game. So you got to test all the different permutations of this, right? And in that case, we only have 6, but I have more than just 4 ideas. And even if I were to try to analyze all 6 of these things, it'd be really hard. I think that's what's going to need to happen at some point, though. Just keep building proposals and see which combination of ideas leads to the best decision tree for players. Well, the richest decision tree, I guess. Alright, so what do you spend scrap on? It's really just this stuff. That's it. So tech tree, what would it look like? What would it impact? How would you take a single player automation game and make a multiplayer? Factorio already is multiplayer. Scrap that. Factorio already is multiplayer. Yeah, straw poll could be interesting. No, I don't know. People would have to familiarize themselves with everything. But, okay. Titanic floating on. Yeah, so as far as these proposals go, then, let's see what we got. So I like this idea of what if you could place bots anywhere on the map? That way you didn't need to choose for every bot. So what are the plans for the interface and UI for beta? They'd be pretty much as is, and then the tutorial would eventually teach it to you. The thing is, beta was supposed to be relatively soon, so it's not like there would be a lot of development work going toward the UI. It would mostly be toward fixing bugs, making the experience smoother, giving me a lot of insight into what's going on. So, something interesting here. In the last game I wrote, you had this concept of spawners that you could place. So you got an inventory, and hang on a second. How does this work? Yeah, so check it out. You had an inventory you could create. So let's put a bunch of units down here. Done, and let's purchase all these things. Alright, great. Well, I'm going to lose this, but it doesn't matter. So there, game lost. I suck at this. Let's just go back to an easier level. Yeah, so you could place spawn points on the map. So I could put it here, let's say, or over here, and then all of your bots would spawn from there. So I could put them down. I wonder if something like this for Botland would be interesting. I don't know. So pros, there's another decision to make, and the complexity. So yeah, not much more complexity. What in the world is going on? Yeah, that's the last like big personal project game that I made. And that one's actually open source, although the source is pretty bad. But yeah, you can play it there. Screenshots. Oh yeah, this is in case people wanted to know what the game was about without having to play it. What if you had movable spawn pads for scrap in the current game? Well, so I don't even think spawn pads should cost any money. I think that's just a strategic decision. And what are the cons of spawn pads anyway? So there's another decision to make. You get more control over the direction of your automation without having to change the script to tell it where to go. Automation, I don't know. I don't know if there are any cons with this. I feel like this is just upside. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that it devalues the movement, the decisions that your script has to make about movement. But even then, that's not a big con. Yeah, so EJ, I feel like any sort of hacking implementation would turn this into, like, coders are the audience at that point. And I've got to figure out what that game is. It was from the 80s, I think, where it was a game about hacking your opponent. There was some, like, competitive assembly game. What was it called? I don't know. Hang on. Maybe I wrote this down in one of my documents. Let me find it. Because I have a section of similar games here. From the depths, reassembly, wars, screams, code, combat, coding game. No. I don't know what it is. I don't mean with code you can just connect the pipes minigame or something, just something to engage the player. Yeah, I think so. To me, it's like then the game becomes a totally different game where Botland is completely incidental. So if you had like I don't know. You know how in, what is it, the Morrowind or Oblivion games or whatever, like they have the lock picking, Skyrim lock picking. Yeah. So this is fine as a way of opening a lock, but imagine if this is how you battled as well, and it was all like, oh, just break the lock and you'll unlock the fire spell, and now you'll. Oh God, I don't know. Anyway, I think this would be like, well, what's the point of Skyrim then? And you're just playing like Lockpicks USA here. I don't know why it's a patriotic game all of a sudden. I think this is a good idea. I think this needs to be added in the game. There's another decision to make. Where to deploy your bot. Developers took the... What is that? BioShock hacking? Oh, yeah. Yeah. This itself is a standalone game that I'm sure a lot of people have played. It's the waters flowing from one place to another. I'm guessing it's exactly that, right? I don't know what these orange spots are here. But it's not a decision tree you really have to make that affects the strategy of the game. And I think adding elements like that is pretty cool. There was a game called Chocobo World. And something that they did that I think was pretty interesting. Do they show this anywhere? Tic-tac-toe. Come on. No one has a picture of this online? Well, I guess I could just describe it. It's not really that difficult to describe. So in order to level up, all you needed to do is complete a tic-tac-toe on a tic-tac-toe board. The issue is it was randomly placed. So that was a cool way of making a random number generator. If you imagine a tic-tac-toe board, so I'll just draw this out quickly. The worst possible scenario is what? 5. 5 spaces need to be completed for you to get a tic-tac-toe anywhere. So now any of these spaces will work. And, oh, actually, no, it's 6, isn't it? Oh, okay, yeah, 6. 7. Okay, so 7 is the worst possible thing, and the best possible case is 3. So it's a random number generator between 3 and 7, but it's a nice little visual way of representing that. I know how to count. Yeah, what is Chocobo World Third Kiss? Is that something? Like, why did that even pop up? We add tic-tac-toe to Botland. Well, anyway, okay, so what the nice thing about spawn pads... The nice thing about spawn pads is that you can now direct your bots without needing to change their script at all. Not much more complexity, no need to change script, so you don't run into the problems with waypoints where you are giving your bot more information. What was it? Oh, nothing apparently. I guess in Chocobo World there were kisses or something. All I see is additional kisses. I don't know what this is. I'm not gonna look into this. Yeah, so I think spawn pads should be in here. And actually I should write a thing about conclusions. Spawn pads should be a thing. So props to Delzy. He's playing it off like he doesn't know what they are. EJ's playing it off like he's not just increasing his Kappa count right now. Okay, yeah, as far as where you can place them, there's got to be maybe some restrictions here. So maybe you can only position this based on an area you've conquered, or maybe it's team-based. Maybe it costs scrap to relocate it. Maybe the farther from your base, the longer it takes to deploy. Another idea I thought of here was, what if bots deployed... What if bots took time to deploy? E.g., their first 2 turns were wasted, so they were vulnerable at deploy time. Hey, Smelly Bat. They're on to me, Kappa. Kappa, 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 Kappa. Yeah, so this idea, what if bots took time to deploy? This is another thing that I hadn't considered, but this goes hand in hand with placing spawn points wherever you want. Because let's say you really could place spawn points anywhere on the map. So you could put your, let's say this is the red spawn point. You could put this here amongst these three bots. Well, if it takes you 2 turns to deploy, then you're probably going to be at like half life by the time these bots are through, murdering you, half murdering you. I think it would add another element to the game. I think it's a pretty good idea. Okay, so I don't know about this idea of power, but I think it's something else we should pursue. So what if bots required power to continue to run? So this is different from draining HP every turn because the bot doesn't die when it runs out of power. The only real thing this does is adds another resource into the game that you'd have to control somehow. Otherwise, it would penalize long-living bots. Alright, there's something else I wanted to write here. No, Thelzy, it wouldn't, like, the way I'm picturing it is, well, I guess you would want to use optimized scripts so you're not wasting turns, but I don't think bots ever really waste their turns. The only time they might is if you moved randomly, and what we could say is that I don't know, power could be for non-movement terminators or something like that. I don't know, or maybe it's something you just know about, or maybe bots have a way to repower themselves. I don't know if that does anything. And yeah, this is what I thought about. The thing is, in BattleBots, you had everything at your disposal. I mean, if they allow fire and chainsaws and like flipping mechanics and all this other stuff, yeah, you had more than just the tools that we're going to give you in Botland. Hey, Ryza. And hey, Jack. You should disable clipboards so you can't copy and paste. Botland's going okay. We're working on brainstorming a way to make it better. So it serves to increase the breadth of decisions that you have to make. Yeah, there's how much to deploy is another thing that I haven't really explored too much. And really, that could be it. It could be just let's focus on all of these things. So we just did the where part. When is not really something like when could be affected by power, I suppose, or how many items you have. And maybe this is further limited by an external resource, e.g. you can't deploy until you get enough hardware for your bot. Yeah, well, that's something that needs to be done eventually. Like, with the original design of Botland, we had a very coherent monetization scheme, which was you buy salvage packs. Salvage packs contain items. You use those items in the game. Cool. Makes sense. Everyone's relatively happy about it. Like, we're good. With this new stuff, it's like, how would you monetize StarCraft? Well, the way that Blizzard monetized StarCraft was by selling it and then selling expansions. And that's it. You had a one-time fee. The problem is there are recurring costs to support StarCraft and to support Botland. And if you're not getting enough money from the upfront cost, then you've got to use a different model. So I don't know, but that needs to play into this eventually. My philosophy is make a fun game and monetization will follow. And ideally monetization would not hamper gameplay, but sometimes I think it might have to. Like I said, with StarCraft, you've got these ongoing costs. So if you're not Blizzard, who can afford to keep StarCraft running even if StarCraft is making no money, then what do? You either put ads in the game, you limit how much people can play artificially by putting something like stamina or energy, or you hope that people are going to buy cosmetic items a whole lot, like Team Fortress 2. But that'll come later, I think. Hey, Japanese Spidercraft. BRB driving. Yeah, thank goodness you wrote BRB and not just, hey guys, I'm driving right now. LOL. Don't make this pay to win. No, that's been one of our goals from the beginning, is not make this pay to win. I don't think pay to win games are fun. I think, well, maybe they're fun for the people who are paying. But actually, have I played any pay to win games? I don't know if I have. I don't think they're very popular, are they? I guess mobile games are kind of in that category, like Clash of Clans. Just add hats. I mean, we talked about that. Like, what if are cosmetics enough to drive an economy in this game? And also, in Team Fortress 2, they didn't have trading at the beginning, did they? They just had hats? I don't even know if they had hats at the beginning, actually. Take my money. Yeah, so what I'm trying to pursue right now is this, really. So let's see this. So the what to deploy, if we cut this down to you build up an inventory of items over the course of the match, and you use those to determine what you can deploy, and then you have spawn pads that control where. You have, I guess the when is not super important. Had nothing before it was free to play. Oh, you had to pay for TF2 at first. I forgot about that. Where do they write free to play? Yeah. So in 2011 is when it became free to play, and before that, I was out for 4 years. Man, they got pretty lucky. $50 million. So can we play right now? Oh, I can set it up if you want. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, let's do this. So create all. I didn't think there was a point in setting it up because I was afraid that it's just not fun. So like, why would people want to play? But here's what we'll do. We'll say number of players per game is 2. Setting number of players to 2. Well, what do you guys want? 2 or 4? I guess I'll just make a straw poll. I'll put Botland online now, but how many players do you want per match? 1v1. Well, 2. So matches are 1v1s. The queue time would be shorter. And 4, so matches are 2v2s. So yeah, what do people want? Because I can just put it online. Whenever this gets to 7 votes is when I'll cut it off. Or I guess best of 7. So as soon as this hits, okay, well, relatively even. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I'll set it to 4 then. So we'll set this to 4. Yeah. Wait, what? 10, 11 votes? Oh, I was looking at this number and I'm like, but this says 4. Yeah, so people prefer 4. And you guys can stop voting now because I'm going to set it to 4. Okay, so commit and push. And the matches are now 5 minutes. Yeah, that way you're not stuck in a game forever because like there's not much that's going on during a game. Anyway, let's figure out how to deploy all of this. So create all, then modify that client's package JSON to bump the version, commit and push. We don't need to do that. Start Debian 1. So generate an up-to-date prod host. So let's do this. Yeah, no, I know KGC. Are you KG Chandler or KGC handler? Are you handling KGCs? Let's go to Debian 1. Yeah, thanks, Delzy. Oh my god, did this IP address change again? Is this just going to constantly be different? How do you log in? I don't know how to use this screen. There we go. Okay, IP address is 1.11. Did that somehow get updated and that UI just didn't update? Or what's going on here? That's strange. That's the IP address. I can't connect to this machine though. Well, when in doubt, reboot. There. Chandler, got it. Got it. Let's go to the bottom of the name pronunciations. Chandler. Well, hi Chandler, and welcome. He doesn't know how capitalization works. Can't you use static IPs? I mean, I need to set that up, but yeah. Okay, cool. So now I'm in. Now we're gonna go to this. Cool. Now we type AWS. We get the IP addresses. Type in prod host. So these should be correct. Yep, and yep, and yep. Okay, cool. So now we can quit this and run the Ansible scripts. So ANS. And then run everything for setting up the infrastructure quickly. Okay. This is much faster. Where's that section? Here it is. And then we're done, right? Oh, we're pretty much done. Okay, so let's paste this into here. And then we'll do this. This should be able to connect. Good, cool. All right, nice. So now all we need is the IP address of the overseer. Well, technically we need the IP address of everything, but I'm not going to do that. And then I'm going to have to put this in off screen because I've got passwords and stuff over here. Done. And that's that. Now we just wait. So get health summary. This thing isn't even online yet. So it's still going to be about 5 minutes before a game is actually playable. Actually, no, we do need to SSH into this because otherwise I won't know whether a game server is starting up or not. Screen BL deploy logs. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? Okay. What? Risa. Also, hey Merflix. How you doing? All right, check it out. So this is going to start up. Hopefully it provisions a game server. Why do these things all exist here? Yeah, it is crazy. 172 days. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's not provisioning a game server, which is kind of fine. Yeah, it's not, but that's fine. We can do this. Oh, it just sounded like a bunch of non sequiturs, Ryza. That's why I was confused. So we press this button, and now we provision a game server. Hooray! So yeah, you can basically start a timer for like 3 minutes. The account server's online. So yeah, I'll link the game in. Louis, if you want to play, you got to wait for a game server to be online. But you should be able to log in, create an account, do whatever. Oh, it says it's offline. Okay, we need to wait for the load balancer to pick up the account server. Oh, it did. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you can connect. You can customize your bots. You can buy things from the store if you want. You can do whatever. Drag a foot item here. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. So yeah, I'll hit play, and then we should be able to see who else is in the queue. We have one other person. Yeah. Yeah, but even if this had all the people we need in the queue. Oh, hey, cool. Smelly Bat just signed up for an account. So even if it had all the people in the queue, we don't have a game server yet. So that's what we're waiting for right now. Oh, also I should activate everybody's accounts, huh? There we go. Done. All right, so yeah, we need one more person in the queue, and then we need the game to be online. Okay, it should take about 3 minutes from this point, I think. Yeah, Ryza just signed up. I like that the check mark is already there for agreement on the terms. EJ, I just haven't. XXX Dragon Slayer 789 XXX. Is this someone's Twitch name? Please tell me it's not. Okay, good. I don't even remember being able to make account names that long. What did I put, a 20 character limit? How many characters is this? This is 22. What? How long can character names be? Oh, 25 characters. Wow. You could have thrown like a 420 on the end if you wanted to. Alright. So we should have enough people in the queue. Yeah, we have more than enough people. But we don't actually have a game server yet. So that's all we're waiting for. Is for this thing to say, okay, done provisioning. And yeah, like I said, the whole process takes about 3 minutes. In queue, yeah. I do think that there aren't crazy changes that need to be made to Botland to make it good. Like I said, I think it'll take about a month of extra development time. No, I didn't remove the console spam for that. Oh, I'm looking at the overseer. That's why. It's on the account server that spam happens. Right. So, okay, good. Do you think editing would be possible while waiting? What do you mean editing? Oh, like changing your bots around? Oh, I don't know. I don't I don't want to do that because picture a game like Hearthstone. I don't know if you played Hearthstone, but you press play game, and within about 7 or 8 seconds, it finds a game for you. So in that 7 or 8 seconds, could you make any changes to your deck? Like, no, probably not. Okay, so let's just do this and deploy this bot. And actually, no, you know what? Let's go into repeat mode and deploy this and my EMP bot. There. Oh, so Louis in the game with me. What does Louis have on his bot? Just lasers. Okay. But that's fine. They are shooting lasers. Louis, even if you didn't give them a script, the nice thing is that every single bot by default has a script that says just figure it out for me. So if you don't assign a script, it knows how to use all the hardware already. So that's why you could, if you want to now, just edit your bot and put any hardware on, click the update button, and it'll just have it. It'll know how to use it. You going to add sessions? I don't know what you mean by sessions. In that case, that seems okay, but if queue times are low, I was only thinking about the case like when you're deploying. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The quality of the game isn't going to be too high while it's in beta, I think. So this bot deactivates artillery. That worked. 5 minutes till deploy. What Miraflix? It's already online. Refreshing the page, had to log in again. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but when you did log in, you were put back into the game, right? Also, there's an interesting bug here. No, that's not a bug. Never mind. I was going to say your name isn't blue. Oh, no. I know what happened here. Your name isn't blue. It is blue. It's just very hard to see. I didn't even think about this. Okay, this is kind of a bug. Long account names will probably look bad over bots. Account names can be 25 characters, but bot names can only be 12. Will there be any animations? Yeah, there should be eventually. Wow, so then whoever else, there should be someone in the other game, right? Yeah, there is. These players, I don't know who they are, but they're in the other game. Only 2 players playing in the game instead of 4? That's strange. What, Hideo? Only 2 players playing in the game instead of 4? You mean like just 2 players never deployed bots? I'm in the queue with a nice trolley account name. So did Louis change his hardware up at all? God, clicking these bots is like impossible. Wait a second. Oh, you have to click the actual bot sprite. How does this work? How does this work? What did I make it so you had to click here? What is going on? There should be a mouse handler or tap handler. Here it is. Rect intersect sprite position XY sprite width height. Oh, that's bad. Darn it. This should have been the tile. I want to write that down as another bug. You have to click the bot sprite to select it in the arena. You should have to click either its sprite or the tile that it's on. Mirplix says, I have no idea how to play this. So the quickest way is you should have at least one bot over here on the left side. If you click that bot, you'll slide out what it currently has. If you click edit, you'll slide in what you can put onto it. In order to equip bots, you just drag a piece of hardware onto it. So you can pick what tier you want it to be. So you can pick something like tier 3 artillery and tier 3 melee. And then hit update. So in this case, I have an artillery and melee bot. And that's it. That's all you really need to do. At that point, you can just drag it onto your queue and it'll get deployed. So the bot that I just made is, wait for it. It hasn't actually deployed it yet because my other bot needs to die first. Okay, there we go. So now here's the bot I just made, artillery and melee. So it'll automatically, because I didn't give it a special script or anything, it just knows how to use everything. So it's using artillery over here on early spots. And then the game ended. So now you have to join the queue again. Average wait time in the queue is 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Can't figure out how to change hardware. This is what I mean. I'm a geek and not so sure how to do it. Yeah, and like I said, I think it is going to come down to teaching users how to do this stuff. But the way you change hardware is click this, click edit. You can drag anything onto your bot if you have open slots. So maybe I want thrusters on this bot. And then you have to make sure to click update after that. If you just click away from the screen, it doesn't save your changes. Go team. Add some movable spawn points. How long would that take to prototype and then judge how it impacts things? Okay, so movable spawn points I don't think would help on its own. And I don't mind prototyping stuff, but I want to come up with at least a design that's probably going to work. The reason why movable spawn points won't work on their own is because, like, let's say you just click here and now all your bots are going to spawn here. What does that do for you? Like, how does it help you get kills better? There's no other objective than to kill the opponents, so there's no difference in your behavior. I think I managed to quit a game by getting to the screen with open salvage packs. Should that quit me out? So Louis, the game ended. That's why you were put back onto the open salvage pack screen. I know things aren't polished yet. That's why it's not so straightforward. And yeah, Hideo will eventually have non-stream viewers testing. So let's see. Louis back into this game. Louis has a completely unconfigured bot right now. Oh, Louis. Oh, that's interesting. Early's bot's shields look a little bit strange there. Like, I don't know. We probably have to resize the shield graphic here. Although I'm not totally sure. What, the center of this sprite that you see here should be basically the center of the tile. That must mean that this is wrong. I think the shield, I think the sprite's center may be off a bit. When you have, what is this bot? This is when you have Quetzal foot, Quetzal torso, and blacksmith head. The shield is visibly to the left of where it should appear. Excuse me. We need a sound or some sort of notification when the game starts. Yeah, actually, even just flashing the tab is probably a good idea. So, feature, flash the tab when a game starts and the tab is inactive. Only when it's a multiplayer game, though. So wait, did Louis update the bots? No. No, Louis just got. Oh wait, Louis had lasers because he actually did get 3 kills, but then he had 47 deaths. Also, there's another bug here. No, maybe it's not. I don't know. Never mind. Louis, you need bot logic. You just need hardware. What, Thelzy? Oh wait, we're not even doing that well. Oh, because BioAim has like a crazy amount of kills. What's going on here? Melee teleport cloaking. I think it's just melee and cloaking that makes things overpowered. You cheater, BioAim. You big cheater. Alright, the game ended. Should that happen? Is this a... What? I don't totally know what you're showing me here, but this is probably, if you look in your console, you probably have a bug about like set event XY. That's a bug that I know about that I've got to fix at some point. Why aren't my bots spawning? So, hey, look, the average wait time went down. Nice. Who's in the queue? Yeah, we need one more person in the queue, then I can show you. So yeah, Texio, the way that it works is you have to drag your bot from the left side down into the queue at the bottom. No one else is going to join the queue. This is why I wanted to make it a 1v1. That way, games would happen almost immediately. You wouldn't need any extra people. So I'll just log in as another account. Adam2 and play. Oh, okay. Well, cancel out of this then. So yeah, this is Texio. This is how you spawn them. Just put them into your queue and make sure that there's an icon there. We want boat land. This must be Pro Sam. Oh, actually, wait, hey, Ryza, or not Ryza, I should say, please deploy more bots. I want to see how the name looks. Wrong people get to vote too. Hey, who's not Ryza? All I want you to do is deploy a bot. There we go. Okay, so I want to take a picture of this. Yeah, this is totally screwed up, right? Look at the name here. It's super condensed. The chemming is all wrong. That's a font joke. For anyone who missed it. Okay. Get on an alt account. I want to verse you. No. Well, you know what? I want to try melee and cloaking here. You know what? That's actually something I never thought of. What if everybody had the same script in botland, which essentially just means what if you can't code your own bots? It's something worth writing here at least. What if you couldn't modify the script of your own bot and everyone had the figure it out script? I can't create new blueprints in game, right? Yeah, no, you can't. You should be able to, but I never coded it. Okay, so let's see. What's my KDR? 0.98. I bet that's gonna go up. Although maybe teleport is now incredibly useful. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna put teleport on this bot. We're gonna figure this out. I'm gonna steal BioAim's bot entirely. I made the game and I'm copy pasting other people's strategies. So let's edit this so that we try teleporting to an enemy. Well, we need to put melee first, I guess. There. Okay, update and update. Okay, cool. So now my newest bot should... No, none of my bots died yet. That one. This has teleport. Okay, check it out. So now, teleport only happens like once every 10 turns, I think. So he's healing himself. He's got 1,200 life. Now 700. Now he's pretty much dead. Okay, that one's dead. But let's see. I should be teleporting here. Yeah. Nice. Take that, suckers. Add a feature to hide the GUI. Yeah, I think that would be pretty helpful too. There'd be a way to spectate a match. Eventually, I hope so. And yeah, EJ, I know. I know about that bug. Yeah. Feature, add a way to hide the GUI. Yeah, so what's my KDR now? 1.29. Yeah. So melee in cloaking is pretty powerful. And teleport makes it so that I don't even need thrusters. I just teleport into a battle immediately and start murdering things. This queue is long. Yeah, there are 3 players in it. The average wait time, whoa, what? 830 or 83 seconds. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's about a minute and a half. Well, EJ, my game ends in 40 seconds. Okay, you know what? I'll go log on to my other account and I'll verse you, as you say. Am I in the game with EJ? Yeah, there he is. All right, so let's go copy paste my script from over here. Copy and paste, paste, paste. So there's that, and there's that. And now we take this. Done. 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 Oh, nice. And it put us on opposite teams, too. It's like the game knows. My bots never get another chance to teleport. Like, this one might have teleport off cooldown now. So, bioaim, that's another bug that I know about, where scores somehow, all the accumulations get doubled or tripled. And refreshing the page fixes it. All right, EJ rules. What's your score up to? Okay, you guys are actually beating me. So much for my trash talking. Oh, it's because of my cloak ordering. Okay, let's modify the script. We can do this. So, if exists closest enemy and can cloak, then cloak. There. Now my bots are going to be better. Alright, my KDR is 0.6 right now. Let's see if that increases it. Alright, now it's 0.62. Why are Hideo's bots like destroying me? Decreased damage taken by 15%. That's probably why. Developer loses at his own game. Okay, no, my KDR is going up. It's at 0.8 now. It started at 0.6. So I just changed the order of my script a little bit, and now it's a lot better. Oh, I know what's happening. I'm cloaking, but if you move into a cloaked unit, it decloaks them. And Hideo has melee bots. And what, thrusters and stuff. Hmm. Okay, fine. You guys win this match. All I want to do is get to a positive KDR. Oh, take a look at that. No charge cooldown. This thing's gonna slam into EJ rules. Powerful melee. Still not the best. Let's just get rid of teleport. Let's put cloaking level 3 and armor. Can't see the bottom bar on my phone? It's definitely possible. I haven't tested this on phones yet. Yeah, that is a problem. But hey, at least the graphics look nice. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Wait. We're beating him now. No, wait, no, we're not. Why am I in first? Rank 1. That's what made me think we were winning. Why is this happening? That's not correct. This. Huh, weird. Okay, well, possible bug. Hey, Sinan. The leaderboard. I don't need a screenshot for this. The leaderboard looked like this. Rank 1, Adam 2, 53, 55, 0.96. 2, 3, 4. EJ rules. Hideo. Champ. Like, how did this sort players such that this happened? Oh, it's sorted based on kills. No, that's correct. Never mind. I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to be. Set leaderboard columns kills. Wait, what does this do? Oh, sort based on that, right? Yeah, Hideo, that's a bug. It's just your numbers were multiplied by a factor that was like equal to the number of consecutive games that you played or something. I got to figure out what's doing that. Yeah, score property name. What is that though? The property that we sort on. Yeah. So that's not a bug. Okay, never mind. How can I play Botland? Do I have to spend points? No, you can just go to this URL and register an account. And so the average queue time right now is about 1 minute and 15 seconds. So it's not like you can expect to get into a game very quickly. In fact, let me log in as my regular account. Yeah, so number of players in the queue 1, average wait time 1 minute and 16 seconds. Yeah, that's good, Hideo. Although I don't know if I did anything about that or if it just kind of is solved. Yeah, so who's in games right now? There's only one set of games going on. Is Botland your own game? I mean, yeah, there's... In the FAQ, you can see how many people are working on Botland. So, Ian and I started a company, and I'm the only one developing the game, but it's not like I'm the only one working on the game. So when you say, is it my own game, I think the answer is yes, but like I am working on it with other people, so possibly that's a no. See you, Smelly Bat. Thanks for joining in. Yeah, so we're waiting for one more person to join. Oh, there we go. We got it. All right, cool. So I think decreasing damage taken is the best. And we're going to go back with my melee bots. You know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to get Reclaim Armor. I'm going to just try this out and see how that works. And then let's go with Cloaking level 3 or 2. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's Let's prioritize reclaiming. Because reclaiming is going to keep boosting up my armor more and more and more. So let's watch these bots. There's no way to tell how much armor it has on it. But this, for example... Oh, it has no way of recovering life either. Yeah, so that's a problem. Oh, so there, reclaimed. Now it takes less damage. How does reclaim armor work right now? Reclaim armor is 5% armor up until the point where you get 25%. So you reclaim 5 times and you're taking 25% less damage. That's on top of my 15% less damage. So if I actually happen to reclaim 5 times, I'm taking 40% less damage. So like this bot is taking 20% less right now. And once it gets here, it's going to take 25% less. Yeah. So it's a very tanky bot, but then it dies. There's a space between some of the arena tiles? That would mean that I'm not using integer coordinates. Huh. Okay. Oh, thanks, QB. Yeah, I don't know if it's a really nice game, though. That's the thing. It's a good idea. It's just not fleshed out. And that's why today was supposed to be all about brainstorming how to fix some of this stuff. So let's close out of that. Let's write this down. Bug. Hey, who said that? Who said... oh, Hideo. Hideo, do you mind taking a picture of the space between the tiles? 1px space between arena tiles sometimes. This is possibly due to drawing on non-integer coordinates. There's only a border missing on some tiles. So the border is baked right into the image. Okay, well, I'll write this stuff down. I just like, okay, what bugs me is this might be fun, but is this going to be fun for you to play for like 2 hours at a time and, you know, every day for a year? Because there are a lot of games that are like that, and I know some of that is just habit building of, hey, get the player to come back every day. But I feel like during a game, you're not really making meaningful decisions. Oh, good, Ryza. Okay, yeah, if you could send that over. Yeah, and thanks for telling me about that, Hideo, because I don't think I ever noticed something like that. So Hideo, you must be user number 92, in which case you're alone in the queue right now, and there's only like 5 active players. Am I even doing well? No, not really. It's because reclaim armor sucks. What's better is to just put armor level 2 on. That way you start with 10% damage reduction instead of having to build your way up to it. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. These lines here. Oh, you know what that might be? That only shows up on tiles with resources, right? Maybe that's just a bug in the resource graphic. I don't know how it would be, but let's take a look at that graphic anyway, because that's possible. I don't know how I would have never noticed that, though. Wait a second. How big are the resource piles? Are they small, medium, or large? Because I think I opened the wrong thing. I think they're the medium ones. Yes, let's open this up. No, there's nothing on top of this, right? No. And this is the pile that we see showing up in the game? Yeah, they're like 3 pixels there and 2 pixels there. Yeah. So it's this. And if I select... Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on then. Hey again, Marco. Welcome back. So this only happens on tiles with resources. Why would that actually at the top of tiles? At the top of tiles with resources. Is this happening here too? Yeah, it is. What? What's doing that? So as soon as a bot harvests this, oh look, it's gonna happen. We should see those pixels go away. Boop. Okay. Yep, they're gone. Huh. Weird. Yeah, weird. Maybe it has to do with this being... I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it has to do with having pixels all the way on the bottom of... Oh, no, that wouldn't probably be it. On the image. Maybe it's non-powers of 2 image coordinates. I'm not totally sure. Frank. Oh, man. It was not that one that you were looking at? Background repeat none. Hey, Dennis. Yeah, no, that's happening in WebGL. That is kind of weird. Okay, well, whatever. I'll put this picture over here. No, I'm a you only live twice kind of guy, so I take my time with things. You know what I say? Yolt. Unfortunately, it doesn't differentiate me between people who say you only live 3 times. So, expanding the game a little bit, like I said, I think, like, EJ, so, let me just ask this in chat. Do you think the game would still be fun for you in about a week or 2 if nothing changed? So people like the short game length too. We could put this here. What if the length of a game remained at about 5 minutes? I wonder, is there any like average game time of Super Smash Bros. Melee? Because I always played 4 stock, and I think games could be over as fast as 2 minutes, but sometimes they take like 4 or 5. And I think tournaments play with, and there's no way I'm going to find this. Tournaments play with I think 7 minutes of a cap on. Okay, so honestly, probably not. In the current state, I'd play for about a week or 2. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna put this over here too. No, yeah, sorry, Hideo, yeah, you could answer that too. Anyone can answer that. You have to change stuff when strats change, but other than that, not a lot of interaction. Well, yeah. Could there be some kind of ranked matches? Yeah, eventually. And so I'm going to go back to the brainstorming session and I'm going to ignore everything that's going on online in Botland right now. So there are 2 games going on, which is actually pretty good. That means that 8 people are playing, and there's 1 person in the queue. And if you look, the average queue time keeps going down. It's 1 minute and 8 seconds now. Not bad at all. So Frank, I find it funny that your numbers are always roughly the same. I don't mind like novelty accounts, I guess, but like the outright trolling, I think is something I would have to ask you to tone down. I am using WebGL, by the way. I'd almost like a 1v1 instead of a 2v2 in production. Yeah, that was another thing that we were asking about is should the game still be a team game? I don't know if I have that written here. The thing is, changing whether or not you have teams. Whether or not you have teams doesn't change really the decisions you make in a match. What is this change that's so important? I'm late. I would like 3v1. Asymmetrical multiplayer can be interesting, but I think whenever you end up with like a 3v1, this happened in Mario Party a lot, is that sometimes it's more fun to be the one player, which means 25% of the players are having a good amount of fun. And the other 75% are like, my decisions don't matter. All right, Frank, I don't know if you heard me or not. I'm going to have to purge you for, I'll say, 1 minute there. Enjoy your 60-second timeout. That's almost enough time to write your 20-word essay. All right. So, yeah, changing spawn points I think is good. I think, I'm not sure. Are you going to release everything at the start, like disable some weapons? And release items progressively, I think, for example, in HS, new cards are an important thing. Yeah, Hideo, it all depends on how monetization works mostly. Well, I think there could always be new items or something, but imagine in a game like StarCraft, the new units that they've released since the game came out were like, what, a handful. And that's it, and it's been out for years. And yeah, EJ, I was thinking about something like that, but that's the same, the Mario Party-esque format where one player is this, super powerful being, and it's probably more fun to play as that player. And you don't usually get to pick, and then what if you want to be that player and another player doesn't or something? I don't know. There's a whole lot of other things there. But I still feel like you still need decisions you have to make. So yeah, I think placing bots anywhere on the map is a good idea. Spawn pad should be a thing so that you can choose where you're deploying. No, Hideo, the comparison I'm trying to make is that Hearthstone is a deck building game. And in a deck building game, first of all, your deck is size 30 in Hearthstone. So at least you need 30 different cards in the game. Because otherwise the game would be really, well, I guess at least you need 15. But there are 9 classes in the game. Each class has its own cards. Every expansion they should release 30 to 90 cards at least. So there's a ton of cards in Hearthstone. And they're different enough from each other. In Botland, to do that same sort of thing, we'd have to do something like this, which would be kind of sucky. Like lasers level 1, like the 100 damage. Lasers level 2, 200 damage. Lasers level 3, 300 damage. Lasers level 4, 400 damage. And then start to add these like variations of them. So these would be 4 different items. And then you'd have like vampiric lasers. And this would be, something like that. 100 damage, 30% life leech. And now you got another 4 items. And it's like we're artificially inflating the number of items we have in the game just to accommodate being able to drop new content. And yeah, there will be ranks eventually. And EJ, some like King of the Hill or Capture the Flag, the problem is that those push the solutions to automation. There needs to be some decision you make as a player during the match, some impact you can have. And that's why I like this concept of spawn pads. Of like you basically you say, okay, this is where I'm going to be spawning. And now this tile gets illuminated red, and like all my bots are going to come out of these 9 tiles basically, because maybe this one's taken up, so it needs to push them out to somewhere else. So yeah, you basically put your bot here, and then they just flow outward from there. Now you're like, oh no, now we need to attack, so I place my spawn point here. I think that can be really helpful. I don't think item level are mandatory. If you no, yeah, I agree with that. I think the reason I said this about item levels is because in Hearthstone, if you think about it, there are sort of levels of cards. So if you think about like what's a vanilla 2/3? I don't think they exist. But like River Crocolisk is something that's not quite vanilla. It's got the beast tag, but it's a 2 mana 2/3. Now if you think about the 3 mana slot, you've got what's it called? Spider Tank. It's a 3 mana 3/4. And then you think about Yeti is a 4 mana 4/5. And what's that thing called? The 5 mana 5/6. I forgot the name of it. But anyway, this is basically the same thing as this, right? They have different card art, and they have very minor differences. This is a mech. This is a beast. These two don't have tags at all. But it's basically like saying, here's the level 1, here's the level 2, here's the level 3, and here's the level 4. So that's why I'm saying Botland would need those same sorts of things. Hey, Tekliko. Placing it on one or the other though in King of the Hill, I can make decisions around spawn location, buff choices, scrap choices, which wouldn't make my script worthless. But what it instead, yes, I agree with that. But those buff choices, spawn location, and scrap choices need to be set for just any match in order for you to have different matches afterward. I think that Hexagon, a King of the Hill, is a cool concept because you decide where you want your bots to move toward. The arena would have to be expanded though. Yeah, this Hexagon thing is what he's talking about, by the way. Another idea I had yesterday is, have you thought about playing with terrain? Like, for example, bouncing weapons like Pong or teleporting weapons like Portal? Yeah, I have to some extent. And I feel like that's one of those things that adds a little bit to the game. But I think this all kind of boils down to something like this. Like, for example, if you propose being able to deploy 4 bots instead of 3, you don't really change the kinds of decisions you make. So same thing with a kind of portal gun. Your script is what's covering the portal gun, and then your bots go into a teleport and they come out the other end, and like, I don't know. Okay. So what's the next thing I want to try? What I really want to, I still want to spend some time on this idea here. The whole you get consumable hardware. I want to put some more time into that. He's just too nice to say anything about it. I mean, I will when it gets to be like a big problem usually, like how people used to do things here. So let's put this here too. I still wonder what was that guy thinking after I banned him. There's been one person I banned who actually came back for many hours afterward and made me think, should I unban them? But I thought, no, I had a reason for banning them in the first place. They'd have to like ask me to unban them and then prove that they could be better, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I come back, I wanna pursue more about this idea that what if you had consumable hardware? And right now, so that you guys are aware, there's clearly not consumable hardware. When I say that I want artillery on a bot, I've got it on this bot, and I could deploy this 100 times, and then I could say, well, now I want artillery 2, and now I want artillery 1. In all of these cases, I'm not consuming artillery. So what if you did consume this? How would that change the game? And maybe I should come up with a proposal for that too. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss in chat? Without non-consumable hardware, but instead having bots with predetermined layouts which are unlocked for each player. Fitting into a bit of a card game style. So I think if you have predetermined bots, that are locked, then this whole aspect of being able to build up the bots is sort of gone. It could be, there could be a like, what if instead of buff choices, you were presented with 3 hardware loadouts and you had to pick one, then that bot was available in your army. And thanks, Adeo. Hearthstone clone. So you may get something like this. You may get something like lasers level 3, cloaking level 3, and regen level 1. You might get something like artillery level 3, whoops, missiles level 3, and armor level 1. And you might get something like, I don't know, melee level 3, teleport level 2, and thrusters level 2. Is this an interesting choice to make? Like, I'm going to pick probably whatever bot is just most powerful out of these. And not necessarily consider what's the utility I might want. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe there's another one here, like repair level 3, shield level 3. And is there any other support thing? Yeah, reflect level 3? No, you can't do that. Well, now you can, but eventually you might not be able to. Well, let's just say you can. Also, someone asked a long time ago about a bug that they were encountering in their code, and I opened up the link and I never actually looked through it to try to help them. Who was it who posted that? Who posted this link about game launcher and main window.xaml? Because I don't mind helping, I just forgot that I'd opened the tab. And then, let's see. Oh, I was like, what? Land? Is the last word bot? Did they somehow know that this has to do with botland? Okay, so let's say this. So a long time ago, this is Red as a Tortoise, by the way. Red as a Tortoise. So a long time ago, I played this browser-based StarCraft, the first one like game, where I build structures and I use Overlord powers, which are like the active part of the game. I also play League of Legends, and there are rune slots, which are basically tokens you put on a token-holding map. They give minor buffs. And there are mastery trees that give certain effects. And you can have one Keystone, which is the highest mastery passive you can get. Okay, so in short, token maps for tokens. They give minor buffs to bots. You can get multiple of these. Mastery maps for mastery points to fill certain patterns. These are defensive stat. Both the above are unlocked as the user's account level progresses. So, right, I see what you're getting at. I feel like these things, token maps, mastery pages, etc., affect out of game. Like that's your out of game progression. You're not. It doesn't impact your decisions during a game, and that's interesting. I think this idea could eventually be in Botland, sure, but I think that the original problem we're trying to solve is something more like what this is addressing, which is activatable and consumables that the player can use during the game. The question is like, what do these look like exactly? And so in that brainstorm page, that's what I'm saying here is that make sure that all questions, all proposals answer how does this meaningfully change what a player might decide during the game. At the moment we know a buff is something we get, it's a bonus with this idea. I feel like I'm asked to choose my bot configuration, it'll replace the one I chose. Oh no. So I'm not saying anything about presentation necessarily. I'm just wondering what if like, okay, ignore this. What if you were presented with hardware loadouts and you had to pick one, then that bot was available in your army for use later? So you make it something like this. So like pros, I don't know. I actually think there are a lot of cons to something like this. Like cons, this cuts out building up a bot yourself. And the decision tree is role based. Do I need, which isn't that interesting, I feel. Do I need a healer? Do I need offense? And that's kind of it. Excuse me. So, what if, I don't know, what if on that same, what if similar to the above, you were instead presented with choices for individual hardware that went into your inventory? This is sort of like a tech tree. Yeah, what if, okay, yeah, so what about that then? What if tech trees were for hardware level as well as properties? So for example, you start the game with a random selection of hardware maybe. So let's say lasers level 1 and I don't know what, like teleport level 2. All of your bots have that hardware at first. Okay, this is actually pretty interesting. So then the tech tree looks something like this. Lasers can go to either lasers level 2 or plus 10% damage or plus 10% life steal or plus 10% haste or something like that. I don't know, there's some properties. Or maybe you have to go through it this way, like this is what your tree is. And then after here, you're down to this, lasers level 2, and then there's another set here. So I'm gonna tab this back and tab these back, and align these with the tab stops here. So this is supposed to represent a tree, but I'm just doing it in Sublime, and I don't want to spend a ton of time formatting this. And then so this one would be like lasers level 3. So over the course of the match, hey, Sintani. Yeah, the plan today is for game design. So this could be interesting, but this is just for lasers. I don't know how you unlock anything else. Maybe you choose what you unlock at first? No, you don't start with random selection. You start the game with a few tech points. I don't know what to call these. So that you can unlock a few pieces of hardware. So yeah, what if you had something like this, and then you had the same sort of thing for, I don't know, missiles, and you had something like that for everything? Or maybe that's how you eventually unlock artillery, is through getting missiles. So missiles level 2, or you can go artillery in this tree, level 1, and then you can get, I don't know, artillery level 2 through this as well, and artillery level 3. So yeah, what if there are some tech trees like this? So you got to the point where how would this work? So your bot would start with very little, depending on what you've chosen the tech tree. Maybe you go with like, you're like, okay, I'm gonna go with lasers and cloaking because this is the best possible end game strategy. So I'm gonna go with these two things. And you start out and your bot is like super weak because it's got level 1 of everything. All right, cool. So that's working for you. Now you're like, I really want to invest in new lasers. So you get lasers level 2. And then you say, I don't know, maybe you get like inferno lasers at some point and they light the bots on fire. Also, what happened here? Why did this just freeze? Oh, man. I don't know what caused that to happen. Yeah, so is this... I think this is interesting. I mean, sure. Like that. So, yeah, I think this really needs to be fleshed out for it to work. I don't know, it's bought me this new laptop. I think it's really hot. Oh yeah, I've seen that copy pasta before. Thanks to Crips Chat and Forzen, just full of copy pasta. Excuse me. What if there were, okay, this whole Lego idea that I was talking about. What if there were mines on the map, like printers on the map that generated hardware for you to pick up, or if you owned them, that way you always had a stream of hardware coming your way. All right, see you, Frank. Where did I write the thing about tech trees? Imagine if it was like a progression of ranks that increase in cost but also increase the overall power or something. Yeah, that's something like this. The map should really not be just a blank desert, but some walls and interaction and other stuff. But red is a tortoise, so that doesn't really do anything though. And that's why I put this here. Is like, please keep in mind that scripting should not be the solution here, because you have to imagine that every single player is using a copy-pasted script. So if you add in walls, then people will copy-paste scripts that know how to exploit walls. And if you add in like lava pits or something, okay, so imagine that there are random lava pits in the map. When you're writing your script, so you've got some crazy script that's custom that you wrote out, the very first line of your script is going to say something like, if I'm on fire, move out of the fire. And it's not an interesting decision to make. And it's not even a decision the players have to make, because like I said, they could just cut that out. Yeah, it looks like a song the way he wrote that out, right, EJ? But I think he was just responding to what you said. And no, red is a tortoise. No, don't be sorry for that. I'm saying that, like, there were a lot of suggestions yesterday, and I wanted to steer the conversation today in a direction that I think will provide the best ideas. So the reason why I try to cut this stuff out is because, well, I don't know if you ended up reading this, but I think the example is pretty good here. That let's say there was some issue in Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering or Pokemon trading cards or Yu-Gi-Oh or something, and someone said, as a game designer, like, okay, let's just make them build the deck with a new restriction. You can only have one card of each type, or you can only have cards that have the letter E in them. And you're like, oh wow, this adds a whole new element to things. Well, it does for a couple of players, and then they'll build the decks that don't ever have the letter E in them, and now every other player just uses those decks. And Mr. Internet, the point of having scripts at that is for controlling slightly higher level strategy. So imagine if there's like the best script out there. This might be the best script that priorities are in this order: 1 offense, 2 defense, 3 reclaiming, and 4 movement, something like that. And then there's some other one who claims to have the best script, and he just puts defense above offense. So in my mind, this is why scripts are useful at that point. And maybe that's how we surface it to players. We say, okay, what are your priorities? Is it defense, offense, reclaiming, movement? And you just literally put like a bulleted list of, yeah, I'd like to teleport if I could first. And if I can't do that, I want to do these other things. And that might be it. That might be how we surface this in the game. So when you're building your script right now, you have pretty granular control over it. So you could put variables and everything else. For the players who don't care about that, maybe they just say, okay, prioritize melee over lasers, over missiles, over something else. And some other people might just say, I just want offense first, and I want support second. So that's why I think that scripts are helpful at that point. Okay, so EJ, I think this is like a knock knock joke where the only thing you're allowed to say to knock knock is who's there. So I think he said, EJ, can I send you something quickly? And I think you were just supposed to say, yes, what is it? And then I think he would have said the punchline to the joke, but maybe I'm misinterpreting all of this. Okay, so tech trees though. Hardware level as well as properties. You start the game with a few tech points. You can unlock a few pieces of hardware to use right away. So in this case, your very first decision is, what hardware am I going to use? And this is kind of based on the opponent. Like, maybe you want to wait for your opponents to choose at first so that you can see where they're going with it. There you go. Oh, lol indeed. Yeah, so something that could be interesting here is like there could be just overall of like plus 250 HP plus 250 more HP, I guess. And yeah, all these could have a cost to them. So one tech point, these could all be like 2 tech points. Then this could be 2 tech points, and so on and so forth. These are, I don't know how this works exactly. I'm just kind of coming up with stuff randomly here. But everything has a cost to it. And so you could also choose to upgrade all of your bots across the board. So you can say something like for 5 tech points, you can get more HP. Thalzy, you whispered me another proposal. Could someone ban Thalzy, please? So overall, or like plus 5% haste. I don't know. I like these. I like it if the overall category weren't just outright buyable with tech points. That they were randomly given in some way. Rahul Vyas. It says ... What a helpful message. Okay, so tech points. How do you get tech points? How do you get tech points? Maybe it's just scrap. There's no point adding something extra here. Maybe kill streaks also give you tech points. Or maybe kills just directly give you scrap. What are you doing now? Pseudocode? So what I'm doing now, I've been working on the game for 171 days. And a lot of that's been development time. So you can actually see the game being played. You could play it right now if you want to. It's online multiplayer. This is a fake game. So if you wanted to play the online multiplayer, you would not be in this world particularly. But the way that the game is designed right now is that there's not too many decisions that a player has to make. So I can customize my bot with a bunch of different things. Regen, armor, lasers. I have different kinds of lasers. I have cloaking. I have reflect. I have all this different stuff. The problem is these decisions are not really that tough to make. So the skill cap of the game is very low. So that's what I'm trying to address as of today. And you always have access to the today command if you want that. Hey, Endorn. Endorn, yesterday you said, hey, there's a Wi-Fi app for Windows Phone. I'm looking into it out of curiosity, and I already figured out the solution to my problem. Well, I figured out how to get the Wi-Fi analyzer. But did that app work well or no? And Spark, thanks for following. And yeah, Rahul, the arena tiles aren't final. The other graphics actually are final. So if you don't like those, then you're not gonna like the art style of the game. But these are customizable with colors, and you can pick different parts here. So if you want like, crazy, whoops, okay, that was a mistake. I picked the detailed body. This actually looks hilarious. I've never done that before. Wait, does that work with pretty much everything? Wow. We could do DK mode. Big heads for all the characters. Anyway, this is how that was supposed to look. So, yeah. So, K-Core, I don't mind if chat helps you with like C++ stuff, but if it's your homework, I'd say definitely try to understand what people say to you there. Because my policy on helping people with homework is like teach a man to fish. So I wouldn't just like tell an answer. What did the Wi-Fi analyzer show? Was there channel pollution? Not really. There were a bunch of people on channels 1, 6, and what is it, 10 or 11, whatever, which is what I'd expect. And then one person on 3 and one person on 8, which I heard is bad for everybody else on the rest of the spectrum. But I can't do anything about that. So I switched from channel auto to channel 1, and my stream cut out earlier today. But it didn't cut out all of yesterday, I think. Scroll up and read my block of text. Your block of text did not make it in. So Twitch automatically just cuts out large blocks of text, so I don't see anything you typed here. You'd have to paste it or paste pin it or something. And sure, EJ. Yeah, I'm going to call the electrician on Thursday, see if I can get Cat 5 wired through my place. I'm fine with someone leading me how to do it. I've been working on it for an hour and just want to... Yeah, K-Core. So here's what I suggest you do. Go to a site like bpaste.net. Type in whatever code you have. So like int x equals 5, x plus equal 1. Why isn't this working? Something like that. And then tell us what the problem is and what you expect. And yeah, I'm sure someone can help you understand it. And Zetrans, thanks for the follow. Do you play Pokemon? I don't play Pokemon Go. I've played Pokemon, and as recently as actually probably a month or two ago, I was playing it on stream actually, in a Nuzlocke run, but that didn't go very well. Yeah, so Syntonic, just to clarify, this is almost certainly too long for Twitch because I didn't see this in chat, so I'll just read this here. So Robobot is limited to a specific type, defender, attacker, healer, etc. And the script for each type can only do defender type things if it's a defender, for example. Limit the length of your scripts. You can deploy a bot, but it's up to the player to send down instructions to rewire the bot. And K-Core, thank you too for following. So you send new instructions to a bot to transform it from a defender to an attacker. As you play the game more, you unlock better abilities, but it allows you to build longer scripts. So there are a few things this makes me think. One, I always thought that limiting the length of a script would turn this into a fight against a text editor. So, and that's length of a script, not types of scripts that you can have. So let's say you were writing some script and you had this, and the length of the script was capped at this, let's say, this many functions. And you're like, okay, well now I want it to do something different. So what I'm going to have to do here is like copy paste into Notepad something else that I want. I feel like it's an artificial limitation that doesn't accomplish much. However, the limitation of having specific types, I think that should come from the hardware. So another way to do this, defender, attacker, healer, etc., is just say bots have 3 slots. And now you can make a global script if you want, but your hardware's all going to suck. Or you could, so this would give you like shield level 3. So now you are defender bot. And if you had heal level 3, you are healer bot. But there are no script limitations for that. And Mitch Plays, thanks for following. I think you were here yesterday too, right? Does IT degree work fine? Oh. Yeah, I think so. It all depends on what you know, Rahul. It doesn't really matter what degree you have. If you had no degree, you could still get a game development job. So, and then the part about as you play the game more, you unlock better abilities. So what I'm doing right now is like an in-match tech tree, and I think this is an interesting idea, and I think it gives you some good choices. And this was essentially like, hey, you're collecting scrap, but what do you get with it? Well, upgrades for your bots is what most people have been saying, but like, how does that look? And people say, well, a tech tree. Well, what does a tech tree look like? How does it work? So that's what I'm going to plan now. And I don't know exactly how it would look. I don't know if scrap would purchase anything else because we're going to have that issue of why why are you deploying bots? So how do you get tech points? I think okay, like next proposal. So let's say scrap for money. Oh yeah, I don't know who's changing the lights back there, but oh there we go. So it's Zetrans. Yeah. Scrap for money. Some some death penalty. I don't know what. Let's try like tech trees, spawn pads, commanders. I don't know what. So how do you get tech points? Maybe it's just scrap. There's no point adding something extra here. Maybe kill streaks also give you death. Oh yeah. So how do you get scrap? Get scrap from kills or by reclaiming. So if you could put a spawn pad anywhere, and there was just scrap in the middle of the arena, like right there, for example, you could say, okay, spawn right on top of that and harvest immediately. And that's why I think um, time to deploy where you can be attacked, i.e. 2 dead turns. That's what I'm glad you liked it. You can see, you can read about the lights there. Are you using anything special for your Git graphical interface or just the default Git GUI? I'm using Tortoise Git. I don't know if that's actually in the FAQ, by the way. Um, plot.land/FAQ. Tortoise. No, I didn't write that here. What program are you using for blank? Yeah, I should add that. What program are you using for blank? Add Tortoise Git. The overall category weren't outright buyable. So in this case, what you'd be doing, if you had tech trees for unlocking hardware, you'd be building up your inventory over the course of the match. So I think having matches last longer than 5 minutes is probably important in that case. So now you have to imagine that, well, let's do this outside of the match. So let me just go make a brand new account. And no problem, Pewdis. So I'm going to make a new account called Tech Tree. So what we're going to imagine here is that this is in-game. So we're not in a game right now. We're in the account screen. But imagine that we're in a game. And we're going to sell all of the hardware that we own. Okay, so we have access to nothing. Now, we just started a game, right? So we have 0 of everything. And we're going to say, okay, we've got some amount of money, so 5,900. I'm going to buy lasers. So now I'm down to, well, let's say I'm down to like 100 left or something like that. I don't know. And I'm going to buy cloaking. And let's say I only got level 1 of these things. So I put them on my bot, cloaking level 1, lasers level 1. And like that's it. I have a bunch of unused slots because I just don't own anything else. And that's my bot at first. And maybe it starts with like 500 life because lasers level 1 is not going to do a lot of damage. And now you start to kill stuff and these scrap piles will drop. Or maybe you just automatically get them. And so now your money is going back up and all of a sudden I've got a lot. So I say, okay, it's time to upgrade my lasers. Let's buy lasers level 2. So now by doing that, I can swap that out on my bot and I've got lasers level 2 there, but I'm also taking up more slots. So eventually I'm going to fill up all 7 of these And because I invested in lasers, I invested in cloaking, and I got them up to level 3, changing tactics mid-match is going to be harder because of that investment. So I am going to have to be more strategic about this. I like this a lot better, man. So pros, you have to think about your investments. If you get to the point where you have a lasers 3 bot, lasers 3, cloaking 3 bot, and your opponent counters that, then you may need to invest in melee all of a sudden. I guess the cons of that are you need a way to react to others' investments. If you see the enemy team, well, I don't know, we'll have to see. By the way, K-Core, did you ever paste in the problem you were having? Because, like I said, I don't mind you doing that. Oh, are you even in chat anymore? No. Okay, well, that's too bad. So you need a way to react to others' investments. If you see them going full artillery plus missiles, then you should be able to do something about it. Keyboard help with your wrist? Yeah, I think so. I've never really had wrist problems. So for all I know, this is now the reason why I don't have them. And a few years ago, it was just because I didn't happen to have them. But I can't give you a more conclusive answer than that. You know what's interesting? Okay, so in the original game, in the original prototype for this, which you guys have never seen other than a couple of pictures that I've shown you, in the original prototype, there was something called the voting system. And, okay, so the game was a free-for-all. So I'll just say, like, Botland prototype. You guys haven't seen this. This, by the way, in case you're curious about a timeline, this was from, well, this was like 7 months before the stream started. 7 months of development. So there was a voting system. The game was a free-for-all. So no teams. There was a voting system where you spent scrap. We had the concept of scrap back then. When we took it out for Botland for some reason. You spent scrap to unlock hardware for everybody in the game. So lasers cost, let's say, 1,000, and missiles cost 1,000. Adam spends 200 toward lasers. EJ spends 600 toward lasers, and then like Endorn spends 200 toward lasers. Everyone, including like Porphyria, some other player who didn't spend money, now has access to lasers. Now, this would suck in a game, I think, where you're playing against another team to unlock it for everybody in the game. But what if it was just everyone on your team? So the way that would work is you have these tech trees where there's some cost for each of these things, but by you unlocking lasers level 1, your whole team gets that. So you're now investing as a team. I actually really like that idea. The problem with that is, so what if investing in this tech tree was something that you did as an entire team? There's an issue with having to coordinate with your teammates at that point. But what this does is it makes your entire team more counterable. However, I wonder if that cripples decision making by spreading it out over multiple players. Your decisions may all start to look the same. See, because the problem with this is you still have the chaos rock, paper, scissors thing going on, where each team is encouraged to diversify as much as possible. We unlock a cosmetic for the whole team. That's for cosmetics, though. And for cosmetics, you can have totally different rules since they don't have any impact on gameplay. Unless it was like camo in a first-person shooter. I guess then a cosmetic does have an impact on gameplay, but that's kind of different. Oh, hey again, K-Core. I was saying you could paste in your C++ problem if you want, that you wanted to ask about. You said, I don't believe that's a con. No, so, okay, the con here is there would still be a meta, don't you think? I agree, but I'll point out the particular part. You don't have to click that link. I'll link to the specific part of this. It's this. This is the link if you want to click something. So as mentioned earlier, Botland hardware sort of follows a rock, paper, scissors model. Lasers beats melee, but it loses to reflect. Okay, makes sense. That works well as long as your opponent's strategy can be clearly classified as rock, paper, or scissors. What happens if they're deploying all of rock, paper, and scissors? Like, how do you respond to that? And so I think that it's okay as long as they had to heavily invest to get to that point. So in a game like StarCraft, if you think about it, if you're Terran, you go down the bio tech tree, essentially, the mech tech tree, or air. You have like those three general categories. For you to switch from bio to mech means that you need to spend an extra like 600 minerals just to make that switch. You don't you don't really gain anything out of that, but it's just building the buildings, getting the upgrades you needed, and then you finally get units. So at the end game of StarCraft, you might end up with a very fully diversified army because that's the goal for probably any army. But you had to invest to get to that point. But now imagine you're playing a 2v2 in StarCraft, or 3v3, excuse me, and one person goes mech, one person goes air, and one person goes ground. So I'm just making things up at this point. Like, how do you counter that as an enemy? Well, you counter it with positioning and abilities that you can use and everything else because there's manual interaction in StarCraft. Let's take a look. So whenever something like this happens, I would just, I know this is kind of silly, but like opening a file in C++. And I would find something like this. And this would teach me how to use it. So what is your, trying to get the program to ask for a file name and then open it. So the very first thing I would do, K-Core, is whenever you have something like this, so goal, ask for a file name and then open it. Break this down into two steps. Goal number one, ask for a file name. So sub goal, take in input. Sub goal A, take in input. Sub goal B, print out the input to make sure it's what you expect. So this is, I think, a really good strategy for approaching any sorts of problems you get into with files. Or sorry, not with files, with classes. Just if you're taking a class, you get homework, don't look at the overall goal. Break it down into the smallest possible thing. So take in input. This is like, okay, now I can Google for how to accept input in C++. And I'm going to get an answer, and I think you already probably have that working. Just cin, right, file name. But now how do you know that it's the correct thing? So we want to print it out. Well, how do you print things out? Well, you already know about cout, so you could just say cout file name. And now you can know, maybe you messed up the first part and the file name is something that's broken. Then your next goal, so on and so forth, is like, okay, now open the file, make sure the contents are correct, etc., etc. So I suggest trying something like that. And thanks, Zetrans. And Zach Guy says you Bing. Yeah, have a Y Bing command. Okay, so this isn't so bad as long as the team needed to invest heavily to get to this point. But if, well, and the other thing too is if you can place spawn locations, this is actually another thing I thought about with spawn pads. Another huge pro of this is it allows you to break up the chaos rock, paper, scissors problem. If your opponent deployed rock, paper, well, I should lowercase those, rock, paper, and scissors, you could still be viable with a strategy of rock slash paper by putting both rocks next to the scissors and putting the paper next to the rock. Oh man, why I've been like trying to type this done. I don't know why that took me so long. This is actually why spawn pads would need to be possibly per bot. This is only possible, though, if you have control over spawns per bot. Okay, so that's not so bad. So yeah, pros, you have to think about your investments. If you get to the point where you have a lasers 3, cloaking 3 bot and your opponent counters that, then you may need to invest in melee all of a sudden. Okay, so cons, you need a way to react to others' investments. If you see them going full artillery and missiles, then you need to be able to do something about it. I'd say your tech tree is how you do something about that, just like in any other strategy game. You still have the chaos rock paper scissors. This might not be so bad. Isn't so bad as long as you need to heavily invest at this point. Or if you could choose where to deploy your own rock / paper / scissors spots. This is like a 3v3 in StarCraft, where you have 3 Terrans versus 3 Protoss, and they're all choosing different strategies. Okay, the other con here is that you still have an issue where you're building up your hardware collection over the course of a game. So you have to tweak your bots relatively frequently. E.g., when you unlock lasers level 3, you need to change all of your lasers level 2 bots to use the new hardware. And that could happen automatically. Maybe this could just happen automatically if you have the space. That would actually be really good. Yeah. Maybe this isn't such a big deal. Because, okay, now imagine, so I had lasers level 1 on my bot, and I unlock lasers level 2, and it just immediately upgrades lasers level 1 to lasers level 2, because I had a free space. If I was in a case like this, where I've got, I don't own artillery. Okay, if I was in a case like this, where I upgrade from lasers level 1 to level 2, it doesn't know how it can push out one of the other slots. I think this adds an entire layer here, which could be really good. And I think using scrap to get it is a good idea. Yeah, I need to still flesh out the tech tree, and I need to figure out what all of these systems looks like in general. Yeah, okay. It may make the game better as a 1v1 game. The problem with making the game 1v1 is, like I said, there's some overhead for starting up a game server and a memory overhead. So yeah, you'd have the same CPU usage in general, but your memory would go up by a factor of like 1.5 or 2, which is a lot because I'm paying for machines. Okay, so let's flesh this out a little bit more. Let's try to figure this out. So let's change tech points to just scrap cost. So I'm going to change all of these to something like this. There. So now it's just money, right? And same thing down here too, I guess. There. Now these I don't really like. I think, okay, so one of the other things, you have way more decisions to make during the game. Well, not really way more, but you have more decisions to make during the game. This though, I like. Also, bots would have to have variable max life if you're starting with very weak hardware. Generic channel, yeah, that happens every once in a while in here. And it's relatively normal. I think a lot of people watch me in the background. So they themselves are coding and they just want a voice in addition to maybe their music or whatever they're listening to. But you, with your message of this is a really inactive chat, have helped to make it more active. Thank you very much. We're all deep in thought. Hey Echo, how's it going? I'll run some giveaways. That'll kickstart things here. It's not gonna kickstart anything. I don't even know if Jamp or Louie are here. Alright, so also bots would have to have variable max life if you're going to start with weak hardware. The tech tree can be the source of this variability. Well, expandable max life? I don't know. The source of the expandability. Oh, nice, Echo. Congrats. I still don't know if you were serious when you said how many kids you have. Because you also said that you were going to name the kid after me, and that was a joke. And so I don't know where the joke stopped. $14. Maybe that's why his name is Echo Hotel. That was a convoluted joke. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so starting, okay, so imagine something like this. You start a game and what do lasers level 1, how much damage do they do? Level 1 does 200 damage. And how many, so, okay, wait, let's look at it this way. It takes, what, 5 shots to kill a bot right now with level 3 lasers? So if it always took about 5 shots to kill something, we probably want to aim for 5 shots of lasers killing the average bot. So we would probably start each bot with 1,000 life, and you could work your way up to 2,500. Hey, Thelzy, I wanted to ask someone this. I don't know if this is a stupid question, but does mental have any negative connotation at all? Like, could it ever be used? How do I even say this? I don't know how to. Yeah, never mind. All right. I think to get into this, I'd one, deviate from what I'm doing right now, and two, probably violate my family friendliness that I want to uphold here. No, I know mental can mean good stuff. Yeah. But I guess what I was wondering is it insulting to it? Yeah, here's a good way to phrase it. Could a group of people be insulted by the use of that word? Yeah, you pretty much covered it, I guess. Okay, got it. Thanks. Oh, yeah, they're mental. Okay, so how do you get these buffs? These could still be the. I don't know. Maybe given like how buffs are given now. Also, bots would have to have expandable max life. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this would work. Because one of the things, the overall category is orthogonal to hardware. Maybe having hardware that gives you more max life Now, I don't think that'd be interesting, though. It'd have to give you a ton of max life. And that it's giving you stats for essentially... giving you stats without costing hardware slots. So what if we put the overall hardware stuff into armor, essentially? So you could... Hey, King Dan. Maybe it is slotted into... or maybe it's subsumed by armor, the armor category. Maybe some part of the armor tech tree just does give your bots benefit. No, I think that had to be it. Is this good? Is what I'm doing even on the right track? Yeah, I think fleshing this out is the issue. So still need to flesh this out. Some questions. Should hardware like artillery be locked behind other hardware like missiles and lasers? Because that's interesting. If you do things this way, then you're forcing the player to have some options in their arsenal just to get to artillery. That's kind of nice. So the decisions this would give you in a match, which what I think is nice is that in the early game of most strategy games, there's like hardly anything you have to think about. In StarCraft, it's get to building your first building, scout the enemy, like maybe try to harass a little bit. But there's like 2 or 3 minutes where not much is going on. So in Botland, the way I was saying this stuff is if you started your tech tree where you're like, okay, I'm going to spend, I don't know, maybe you start with 500 scrap. So you're like, I'm going to spend 100 on lasers level 1. I'm going to spend 200 on lasers level 2. I'm going to get missiles level 1, and I'm going to get something else, right? So in that scenario, I had lasers level 2, and let's just look at the owned hardware that I have here. So I had lasers level 2, I had, let's just say melee was one of them, and something else. So like, here's a bot that I have. There's not a lot of decisions I can make with this bot as far as customizing it, because I don't have a whole lot. But that's fine, because it's the early game. As you go down these tech trees, you eventually get to the point where you have 7 slots worth of stuff. So you've gotten to the point where you've fully upgraded your lasers, you've fully upgraded your melee, and you've maybe still got level 1 cloaking. As soon as you upgrade cloaking to level 2, now you have a decision to make. You think, what do I cut in order to use cloaking level 2? And so maybe you think, I want melee to shine on this bot. So you go with this strategy of melee 3, lasers 2, cloaking 2. And as you get to, the 2-minute mark, the 3-minute mark of the game, then your decisions start to expand rapidly where now you've got a huge inventory and you can put any of these things on. Like, cloaking and artillery on this bot, and then melee and I don't know what. Maybe at that point you buy armor or reflect. So melee and reflect on this bot. And you invested in those things. So switching to something else at that point would be investing in those other things. I think having a tech tree for that is reasonable. Randomly get a quest which tells the team to, for example, kill enemy aid. Yeah, and Doran, I thought about things like that, the sort of arbitrary objectives. And we thought about, like, what if it was, collect 10 scrap piles or something, or get certain kills. But I think what it serves to do is give you a benefit for taking out a certain thing. Like, it lets us give arbitrary objectives, really. And that in itself, I guess, is to change your decision tree a little bit. But with the automation aspect, I don't know how you'd change your decisions. Okay, so still need to flesh this out. Should hardware like artillery be locked behind other hardware like lasers and missiles? Balancing this is a nightmare. That's another con here. Balancing all of this is a nightmare. I have not really been considering balance as cons in any of the other systems though, so I probably shouldn't consider it here either. Is the goal simply to provide a tech tree, or is the purpose to reward good performance? So the goal is mentioned in this game design doc here. The biggest thing I'm trying to address in this question is, what is your decision tree during a match? What separates a pro player from a new player in botland? So right now, when you're playing botland and you're in a game, you're like, okay, this bot isn't doing that well. Let's go change it. Maybe regen was bad, so I'll put vampiric lasers on or something like that. And it's like, these decisions are really the only decisions you have to make. You can also pick buffs in the game, but then once you've chosen your buffs, that's it. There's like, you got a couple of decisions, and there's not much. So like, the game's kind of fun for an hour or two, and then you're like, all right, well, I've seen everything there is to see in botland. I'm never gonna play again, or I'll come back in a year and see if the developers have done anything. And that's what people would probably say. So everything I'm trying to work on here should be able to answer the question, how does this meaningfully change what a player might decide during the game? And that necessarily involves manual interaction, and I talk about why beneath this. I actually like that analogy too of the, imagine if, where is it? I wrote this down here. Where was this? Yeah. A good analogy is if game designers said, in this game mode, you have to make a deck that doesn't contain the letter like G on any of the cards in it. That's fun only for the first players. Imagine a simple tech tree, even if it just buffs the weapons of harbor currently available. This would promote reclaiming scrap. Add movable spawns on top of that, and you have a great game imagining where to spawn bots to best control scrap piles. Well, and Doran, that I think falls more into, like, if it's something your automation can detect, then it's something you'll have decided ahead of the game. So you'll have a script that says something like pursue resource. And instead of saying find closest resource, you may just change your script so that there's 2 blocks of this. And the top block says find team resource, and the bottom block says find your resource. And so that's something your automation does, essentially. And that's why I don't know if that's something that would work here. The idea of having different scrap piles and stuff and having time to harvest them, I think that can be interesting. Only able to reclaim X amount at once. Actually, you know what's interesting? If this is the case, then if the center of the map becomes a scrap haven, that then if the center of the map becomes the kill zone, then it will automatically become the scrap haven as well. That's interesting. That's actually really interesting. So right now, you can see that most battles are going to take place in the middle of the map, and this is a very large map, so you have to imagine a smaller one. But most battles are going to take place in the middle. If you can only harvest so much of this scrap pile at a time, let's say this is really 600 resources and you can only harvest 100 at a time, you're going to harvest once, twice, 3 times, and then get killed. And then another 100 will drop into that pile or something. Are those lights around my neck? Yes, they are. I have an FAQ where I talk about why this is the case. Yeah, why are you wearing lights around your neck? Yeah, so I just put that there yesterday. And if you want, you can always control my lights. Wait a second, that didn't get whispered to me. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so check this out. So you can just either spend points or follow the stream and then change the color of the lights. Ooh. So I'm gonna go with red. Let's match my shirt. I'll just click this a million times. Well, hey, Killer Wild. What about the quicker you collect, the more you get? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Endorn. Okay, so what other questions need to be answered with this? I guess what does the whole tree look like? I very much like that hardware is locked by this tree. By locking hardware in the tech tree, you... Oh, hey, Killer Bot. Wait a second. Killer Bot 100. Oh, 19 minutes. Okay. Yeah, and your account's relative. Okay, good. Where do you change the light? You'll get a whisper from an account called BotLad in the next 45 seconds, probably. The scrap loses value each tick. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's another thing I could write down here. What if scrap evaporated as it stagnated? That way it doesn't cover the arena too much. E.g., a pile of 500 drops, and if left untouched, will slowly go to 490, 480, 470, etc. Okay. Yeah, I think that's something to consider. And I think those are the kinds of variables that you tweak when there's another problem in the game. So let's say the problem in the game was like every match is turning into this, where like there's just scrap everywhere and you have like it's just not fun anymore. Then yes, you would say, okay, well then scrap just disappears after a little while. And that's pretty standard in games. There's usually power-ups in games that last for about 10, 15 seconds and they start to blink out of existence and then they just disappear. And I think that's totally fine. But I think that you need to have the original problem of there are too many power-ups for you to make them start to disappear. Where did I leave off in this thing? Oh yeah, so by locking the hardware in the tech tree, you limit the decisions in the early game and exponentially expand them in the late game. I don't know if I was gonna say the whole exponential part of this. In a game like StarCraft, your tech tree. Actually, we could just look this up. StarCraft tech tree for Terran. Is this StarCraft 2? It is. Well, that's fine because it doesn't really matter. But I was gonna say there's a total of what, like 10 buildings in StarCraft 2 for Terran, or 12 or something. Let's see, 3. I'm not gonna count the variations here. So 2 actually, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So yeah, there's like 13 buildings. And the number of units you have are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So yeah, somewhere on the order of 10 to 20 for every race is probably how many buildings you get, and 10 to 20 for every race of how many units you get. And that's not bad. The tech tree is a little bit simpler then and everything. And so I think having that for Botland as well could be fine. I think the issue is that there aren't that many offensive weapons, or offensive hardware, I should say. Every weapon is offensive. And so having variations on that of like your artillery, well, actually we kind of run into an issue there too. Variations on hardware that are more than just pure stats would probably have to be completely separate hardware in the same category. No, what am I talking about? Variations on hardware that are more than just pure stats would run into the choosing a specialization problem from before, and that you're picking it long before the time that you're using it. Artillery could be changed to shooting 60% slower with fire 2 shots at once, or another tree takes it down sniper route. Yeah, those are the kinds of variations that I feel like how do you even choose those? Like when do you choose them? Firing two shots at once or firing like a shot that doesn't do any splash damage but does a whole lot to one area or one unit. When are you choosing those things? Actually, there's another idea I just thought of. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. There is an interesting idea I just thought of. There's the whole thing about phases before. Where's where did I write the thing about phasing here? Could have sworn I wrote it. Oh, here. Red as a tortoise linked this in. I'm gonna check this out in a sec. Red as a tortoise. But for now, I wanted to write down, what if all hardware had modes that the player could switch between at will? So what this is, like, you have lasers, but it's really lasers, bounce lasers, and vampiric lasers all at once. When targeting a single enemy, you want it to be lasers. When low on life, you want it to be vampiric lasers. When targeting multiple enemies, you want it to be bounce lasers. What if you change the mode of all of your bots at once to switch between this functionality? I don't know. Yeah, and Thelzy, if you can find that game, I'd be interested in seeing it. So Red as a Tortoise says, so this will be a longer pace because I've just realized that this skill ceiling problem is a real deal and I want to give out all my ideas. Well, thank you. I give my own theory regarding the background of Botland. You're a robotique colony sent far in space to gather information and resources, and you encountered another robotic colony as a native colony, which isn't completely represented by robots. So 1v1 with the third, 1v1v1, where the third v1 is the environment, the native colony. Okay, so basically there are creeps in the game, or some kind of creatures. Oh, you found it. Does this load for me? Are those? Yeah, those are enemies. Where's... Where's the currency that I use to buy these things? Oh, X3 just means I have 3 things to assign. So what if I say reload? Reload. Oh, that took 2 the second time. Okay, I'll check this out later. Okay, anyway, so the player of Botland is just a glorified bot that has the objective of manipulating the lesser bots together and fight. Imagine that maps were like in Heroes of the Storm, different maps with different environmental interactions. One map where you had to get gold coins so the NPC pirates would shoot at the enemy defenses. So you have a way of manipulating the creatures that are in the map. There could be a map with a maze-like structure in the middle that has certain bots patrolling around and some grounded cannons. Must be red sand, some weird version of resources. What the player do on that map? Player has at his disposal the ability to download data into a bot, which is basically changing its script, using energy to boost and affect bots and environment, such as making a cannonball wall to prevent damage from the grounded cannons, using crystals to assign tasks to certain bots related to the environment. Okay, what separates a good player from a new player? Pro player will have scripts ready, will know exactly what to use and when, will know how to manage his resources, will know to read his enemy, and therefore will adapt much faster and dominate. There should be an option that will allow you to view all of your scripts as bits and allow you to assemble them, but just like this, put script A above or below script B. Allow one to have multiple movement scripts, so for many different tasks. They put it. So I'll comment on this in a second. Let me finish reading this. I think you shouldn't be able to directly read blueprints and stuff from the enemy, but you should have the main log. Yeah, okay. Your focus mode should be a detailed log. So I think overall, the pro player will have scripts ready. I think every player will have scripts ready because of the copy paste thing. Like if I'm new to the game and I say, okay, this is the game I'm going to become the best at, and I'm brand new to the game, I'll just go online to like botlandstrats.com and I'll just copy paste all the scripts that pro players use. And so knowing exactly what to use and when, while that is true that that would be something that a new player couldn't necessarily do without reading, guides and everything else, and then by doing that they're becoming a pro player. There needs to be a reason, like situations to use this stuff for, and I think they need to be advanced enough. Like basically, what I think I'm coming to the conclusion of more and more here is that by having an exponentially expanding decision tree, you will get a good strategy game. And ideally, you want it to expand from very few systems in the game. So, like I said, I always use chess as the example here. In chess, you've got like 10 different kinds of pieces, and you've got practically infinite decisions to make out of a very simple amount of rules. You can learn all of the rules to chess in about, 10 minutes, 20 minutes? And you can spend your entire life trying to beat a grandmaster and never do it. Then, like, that's an interesting, well fleshed out system, I think. The version of each weapon they have equipped would be defined by that role. But then what decisions are you making? Like, I've got lasers, and when I switch to medic, it turns into, like, healing lasers or something. But there's got to be a game system that makes you want to switch. I guess, like, keeping your bots alive could be one of them. As far as, like, healing missiles and everything else, the way I can't show you guys this list because it has, like, all the hardware we designed, but the way that repair would work is it's basically a healing missile. And then there would be like an area of effect heal and all of those sorts of things, and they would just be different hardware. Collect health, heal cell, and buffer, then dole out any extra health to friendly bots. But like I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's an automation thing where it's like you set this all up ahead of time, or maybe you go down the tech tree every single game toward this special kind of laser. I hate type theory. Have each player make a set of scripts at the beginning of the game. All scripts are put in front of both players. Each player randomly chooses 5 scripts. Then you can choose to write good scripts and hope you choose to write good scripts. Yeah, I know, EJ. It makes me feel bad to do this all day on stream, but this is just crucial and it's blocking everything else right now. So I need to do this. What was I going to say, though, out of this stuff? There's something else I wanted to write here. I don't remember what it was, though. Oh, yeah, tech trees. It's another con, which is that when there's a tech tree in the game... Well, it's not necessarily a con. I'll kind of just write this as neutral. Your decisions are known to you ahead of time with the tech tree. So it's possible that you enter every game with the same early game, and that gets boring. I don't know. Make it so it's rather easy to screw up and lose the game because of it. Like accidentally healing the entire enemy team. No, but like accidentally healing the entire enemy team means that your script did a bad thing. So you'll just copy paste a different script from a different pro player who's not trying to troll you, and then you'd never run into that problem again. It was like, okay, if your scripts give you the granularity to not program the enemy team, then someone will write a script that will not heal the enemy team. Then someone will write a script to do that. All right. So what does the whole tree look like? And also, what's the entire system? So let's take a look. Let's take a look at a holistic new proposal for this. So yes, I think you can collect scrap for money. Let's say scrap drops in piles of like 25 times number of slots used. By dying bot. EJ. What's this? That's the upgrade tree for the game I linked? Oh, you start at the bottom. I was like, these look pretty advanced to start at the top. Yeah, it's... I think it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Okay, so when scrap drops on an existing pile, it gets added to the current pile. Reclaiming a scrap pile takes, let's just for laughs say, what, 100? Takes up to 100 resources from the pile. Maybe hardware can affect that, or there's some other thing. There could be like a reclaiming tech tree. Reclaiming gives 50 more scrap. Oh, can take 50 more scrap from each pile. Reclaiming can take 50 more scrap again from each pile. So there's like things like that. Okay, so what else do we have here? So you can collect scrap as in-match currency. You start with 500 scrap. Scrap drops in piles of 25 times the number of slots used by. Just some formula to make it so that as the game goes on, this means that as the game goes on, scrap will drop in larger amounts. So this is a nicer way of progressing to mid-game and end-game and giving you more money for the things that you're doing. And if you wanted to, you'd actually have a reason to down-level your bots. So if you have right now in botland, there's no reason to have empty slots. There's no reason. Like if you have a bot configured with artillery and you're like, well, that's all I want to do, then you might as well put a passive thing on it like regen, which is pure upside for you. And you might as well put something like armor on it. In the future, maybe you get to the point where like your artillery is so powerful that is all you need, and you want to make it so that the enemy gets less scrap. So you do something like this. But I don't know. I think scrap might... I don't know if scrap should be owned. Should scrap have ownership so that only the red team can harvest blue scrap? Thanks for following, Kick. This is an interesting idea because this way, you can't just collect your allies' dead bodies. I don't know, that's a little grim. But this means that as the game goes on, scrap will drop in larger amounts. So it gets added to the current pile. There is no maximum to this. And actually, this is not a good idea. I think, no, maybe it is. I don't know, whatever. We'll figure it out. You can collect scrap as in-match currency. You start with a bunch of scrap. Scrap drops in piles. So I've said everything about how you get scrap. I haven't said what you spend it on yet. Okay, so some death penalty. I don't know what that's going to be yet. Tech trees. So scrap is used to purchase advancements in your tech tree. So we're back down to this, I guess. And you start with a certain amount so that you can outfit your bot. Okay. So your tech tree is how you unlock hardware. And maybe everybody starts with something like lasers level 1. Or maybe they start with everything level 1. I don't know. Maybe you start with stuff. Let's figure it out. Do you start with some options unlocked? Is it random? Does everyone get the same options? I like, if it's random, then you can't pick the same choices every time. If it's random, then you can't necessarily have a cookie cutter starting strategy. It would actually be kind of interesting if we just randomly like lit up certain parts of this tree. So right now you have this, and we basically just take, where's the highlighter one? God, this is the worst. Okay, we just say like, okay, this isn't a highlighter. Super weird. Okay, whatever. Anyway, you've got like these, and you've got this and this. This is obnoxious, first of all, this highlighting. But now as a player, you'll be like, wow, I started with pretty good lasers, so I'm probably going to want to invest in this tree and keep going farther down this. But also, it's like, well, I didn't get to choose, so I don't know. What are those lights? These are just hue lights. This outline technique. C'est magnifique. Okay, so your tech tree is how you unlock hardware. There's some time at the beginning of each match to choose your first unlocks and customize your bots. This is about 30 seconds, maybe? Or maybe it's not even 30 seconds. Maybe it's like a mad scramble at the beginning to pick what things you want to... No, that would be silly. Okay, anyway. Spawn pads. All of your bots spawn out of a spawn pad. I'll just call it spawners. These can be placed, what, anywhere on the map? Would that be too much? What I like is the idea that I think anywhere on the map is probably too much, especially if there's this concept of a commander or something like that. So in this case, where is it? This. So if there's this like CPU here, and you could just say, oh, the blue team's been killed, let's just deploy all of our bots right here and start pelting this thing with missiles. Then the blue team is going to say, okay, well, let's spawn right here in the square around them and start trying to beat the red team. So no, I think you can't deploy just anywhere. These can be placed anywhere on your, like, half of the map. You can move them at most 2 tiles at once. But I think the ability to move them close to where you want, like, if you see that there are a ton of resources over here, this is the active spot on the map you want to pursue. So if your spawner was somehow over here, and you can only move it 1 tile or 2 tiles closer, and you moved it to here, then that's I don't know, it's a little different from just being able to say like, oh man, put this right here, like, let's get all of that. What if you had a shell open that you can give commands to your bots instantly? Well, I think your shell would be a visual thing in that case. That way players who don't know how to code could still interact with this. Good kick, I'm glad. Yeah, the lights back there, you seem to have set to very bright. But this is a nice green color right now. Yeah, I like the ability of being able to set them anywhere. And I think what also could be interesting is being able to push your spawn point farther over. So what if there was just some line in the middle, just straight up a vertical line, and it represented the team's zones. So I'm going to draw this in yellow for now. You had that. And what this represented was that the blue team is always going to be to the left of this, and the red team is always to the right of this. So this is representing that, like, the red team is winning right now, or something. I don't know what. They push their zone farther over, so now they can move their spawn anywhere into here. So they can put them all the way on the left side. Blue team can't do that. Hey, Capillara. Long time no see. And life is going pretty well. I've been working on game design at Botland for, like, the last 2 days. How's your project going? Alright, that's actually a decent idea. Okay, and then maybe you can position in the area that you've conquered. Yeah, that's what I wrote here, actually, the area that you've conquered. I like the idea of a vertical bar that separates red from blue. The red team can, well, let's say blue from red. the blue team can always can move their spawners anywhere to the left of the bar, and the red team gets the right side. Do you think the observation of enemy blueprints, etc., should be straightforward or another challenge of the game? I think that when you click an enemy, seeing its hardware should be made known to you. But knowing what properties they have maybe is not known to you. So like missiles, level 3. Okay. But how much damage does it do? How much lifesteal does it have? Those sorts of things should be unknown to you. The reason why I think you should at least be able to know that they have missiles, that's sort of like in StarCraft, where if you have a unit, you can see its upgrades, but that's if you happen to click it and look at that information. And then by their upgrades, you can figure out, okay, that's probably what they're going to be investing in then. Oh, I see, Capilara. Well, I hope you're happy. That's all that matters, regardless of what it is you're working on. Okay, so I like the idea that there's a vertical bar that separates blue from red. The blue team can move their spawners anywhere to the left of the bar. The red team gets to the right side. There needs to be some way to push this bar farther toward the enemy team. How would you do this, though? So again, we have this situation where it's like, you've got to kill this thing in the end. And the blue players can put their spawners wherever they want. The red team can put their spawners on the right side of this bar wherever they want. But how would you end up pushing this bar further? I really like mind games, so I'm completely against that. Well, red as a tortoise, part of the reason why is because if we don't give you access to that, like, you'll know, someone could write a client-side hack that, well, not really even a hack, just a data miner, that says, hey, this bot just shot a missile, so it must have missiles. And you as a player don't even need to look at that. So we might as well just make it available to everybody. What if it's literally a ratio of kills for both teams? That's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, that's actually, I wonder how that would work. What if this was the ratio of kills for each team? So getting kills lets you expand into their side of the map if you want. I do like that idea. I gotta say, Thalzy, that's a pretty good one. What is the limit between 2 and max -2? Oh yeah, definitely. There has to be a limit, because if you get to the point where you get enough kills, well, ratios actually prevent that from happening. Because I was gonna say, if you as long as you have at least 1 kill, you can never get to the point where the bar is like over here, and that the blue team can only deploy over there. This has to have limits, of course, so that your first kill doesn't put the KDR at 1-0 and prevent the other team from deploying. You're planning to add cast animations for each ability in the game? There will probably be animations at some point, yes, but the game design is the most important part right now. Oh, and I don't even think it'd be like safe columns necessarily. I don't think there'd be any dead zone needed here. Like, maybe what you could say is that, oh, wait a second. Maybe what you were talking about is like, there are actually 3 bars. One is this yellow bar here, the other is this blue bar here, and the other is this red bar. Whoops. Darn it, I hate paint. Okay, there's that, and then there's this bar. So maybe this is what you were talking about, that this yellow bar is still controlled by just KDR. So this is the KDR bar. But the red team, like, the red bar is always 2 tiles to the side of it, so the red team can deploy anywhere over here, and the blue team can deploy anywhere over here, and no one can deploy in this middle area. Is that what you were talking about? Because that could work. Okay. Well, players would never be able to spawn on top of each other, I guess, but I see what you're getting at. Maybe you're not... Maybe there's a tile or 2 of buffer from this bar so that the teams can't deploy right on top of each other. "28 days until Minecraft Day 2. Imagine that's all of my celebrations from now on. Like, guys, it's another Minecraft Day. We got to build everything we built the last time, but this time we got to do it 2 hours faster." People would be like resident sleepering before the stream even starts. I've got like one person joining me, and it's Spirit Man, and he's drunk. I like this idea. So all of your bots spawn out of a spawner. These can be placed at will anywhere within your like territory. Your team's territory. Your team's territory is determined by by the kill ratio. Or well, not ratio probably. Yeah, ratio would probably be bad. Actually, using a ratio would probably be bad. Maybe just every 5 kills you have on your enemy. Every 5 kills you have above the enemy's score, you push the boundary out by a tile. Sky Factory? What is that? What? It's this? This didn't even have Minecraft in the thing. Nodecraft. Can someone just describe to me what Sky Factory is? The Magical Uprising. I am still completely in the dark on this. Uh-huh. Okay. Mod pack for MC. Oh, it's just a collection of mods. Oh, I see. Yeah, the whole lots to do thing, it usually boils down to like, wait a second, there are, spaceships in this game. Like, how do I get one? And then, oh, it involves, wire or something. Well, how do I get wire? And how do, I don't know. Anyway, it's something I should consider at least. Okay, so yeah, I like this idea. So your team's territory is determined by how many more kills you have than they do. Every 5 extra kills pushes the boundary by 1 tile toward the enemy team. So then we also need this concept of the commanders, which for Thelzy's sake I'll call it a CPU. So each team has a CPU anchored at their side. And I feel like being near the CPU should do something for your bots. Right? I think that's... Man, I gotta close out of some of these things. Also, probably gotta close out of this. Or at least say... I think we can have this. Oh, see you, coal miner. Have a good night. I won't. Well, at least you made me laugh. You probably didn't make yourself laugh with that. That was probably a feels bad man situation. Lots of parallel stuff at the beginning, like 1 person on power, 1 on mob spawners, garden. You could use scrap to provide boosts to early bots or nearby bots. Yeah, I think spending your scrap on an immediate thing would be pretty good there, so that you have some offset to the tech tree. Having something, I'm starting to like this a lot more. I think this proposal is turning into a more concrete idea. I'm crying inside. Bye. Having something to offset the tech tree so that you're not purely spending on these permanent buffs would be good. E.g. buffs for your CPU. Or something, or maybe hardware for your CPU. I mean, it'd be kind of interesting if your CPU always had the figure it out script, because it's owned by your team. So you don't want a teammate writing like, move up, like that waste your turn. So if it always had the figured out script, and you could assign it things like lasers, but its vision range was the entire map, so it could shoot a laser across the map, and like this, if you upgraded it far enough. Oh man, that's actually what Endorn was saying. Massive laser across the board. Yeah, it could be really interesting to do something like this. Or maybe you have actually that could be interesting. Maybe you have a team tech tree for your CPU. This could have things like lasers, laser range +1, 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 and laser damage +10. Wait, what, Thelzy? Battlefield games added a commander mode? So you have people playing the game with bots and one person controls the CPU? I don't I don't know what you're saying. So Battlefield games, you're talking about like a game that already exists has this mode where people play the game with bots. How do they control the bots? And isn't Battlefield a first person shooter? So isn't every bot aim for the enemy's head and shoot? Oh. So it's not people. Okay, I get it. They're playing the game normally, you're saying, and there just happens to be a commander who's doing some stuff. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. This is the first way I'm like, wait a second though. Bots in an FPS are the most straightforward you could possibly think of. At least when it comes down to the actual battling. Aim plus shoot. Emit buffs in radius. Okay, so each team has a CPU anchored at their side. If a team loses their CPU, they lose the match. So there needs to be some way for a match to not just stalemate. So the commander thing. The overall problem is that the same general strategy in each match. Either go to the center of the map to get scrap or go to the enemy side to kill their base. There's nothing incentivizing you to stay on your own side and go do something. Researching and research points. Instead of forcing players to bring scrap back to their commander unit. So this should go up to here. Need to be able to prevent stalemates where neither team is making much progress and the commanders are at full life. Alright, so the idea of something orthogonal to tech trees which was this, having something to offset the tech tree so that you're not purely spending scrap on these permanent buffs could be good, e.g. buffs for your CPU. Buffs, I don't know how to say this. Well, I don't know how to design it. I guess I know how to say it. There needs to be something. So we're going back to this, I guess. So you've got a pretty good hold on the middle of the map. Hang on. There's another problem with this whole boundary thing of being able to deploy bots sooner or further out, which is that if you deploy them on here and then they go pursue to the left, I guess you'd always want to hang out in the middle, but then you'll never win. No, so resources need to occasionally spawn in the middle. How do you deploy scripts? Just once at the beginning of the game or throughout the game? Right now, the way the game works is you can change your script anytime you want of new bots. So these ones that already exist, when I go into here and I say, okay, no, I want I want this script, and all I want to do is add an EMP to the script. So right at the very top, we'll put if can EMP, then EMP cloaking, because I'm sick of the enemy using cloaking. Like, you can hit update, and when you update that, any new bots that go into the arena will have that. So as soon as this one dies, for example, a new one will get deployed and they have the updated script. Hey, Snout. Are you drawing scripts from a stack like a card game? No. Yeah, so you just get to make them when you want. You deploy bots to the scripts, anytime it's hardware, yeah. Got some sleep after breakfast, slept for like 8 hours. Usually I sleep before breakfast. So each team is anchored at their side. If it has a CPU, yeah. So they lose a CPU, they lose the match. I think I was gonna write here. How often will the game update according to an updated script? How often will the game update? So bots run their scripts once every second. So you can see this is moving once, twice, 3 times, and that generally corresponds. Wait a second, what? They're moving faster than once every second? No, I don't think so. Anyway, bots update once every second. I think that answers. No, so type theory, this is not intended to be a coding game. And actually, a lot of what I'm talking about right now in designing this is how to come up with meaningful decisions that have nothing to do with the script. And hey, Digia. Long time no see. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks, I think. So having something to offset the tech tree. Let's look at this again. So having something to offset not just the tech tree, I guess, but also this whole, like, there's scrap in the middle. Because chances are this thing is going to have a ton of life, the CPU of the enemy. Might have, like, if bots have 1,000 life to begin with, this might have like 10,000 life or something. Oh, nice, new office. Actually, you know what could be interesting? So research was a way. I mean, you may not want it to come down to how fast you can edit the script, but I mean, as of now, is it basically how fast you can edit the script to counter? No. So you can write sort of global scripts, and actually, there's one given to you by default. It just says "figure it out for me." So you could write this script, and then what you can do is edit your hardware however you want. So right now, I have, if you take a look, I've got some bots that have lasers on them. If I were to change this out for something else, like I put artillery and landmines, and I just hit update right now, and I'm gonna kill off my bots. So they're new ones. They already know how to use landmines and artillery. So all I had to do is drag some very easy to understand things onto my bot, and they know how to use the new stuff. The problem is artillery has a max range of 5. So these aren't the smartest bots, but like they work. In fact, if I just gave these guys missiles, then it'd be much better. So let's just do that. There. So there. Now the new ones have missiles, so that when they get in close range, they can still shoot. And that's it. That's why it shouldn't boil down to how quickly can you code. It shouldn't even boil down to how quickly can you click. It should boil down to how far in advance can you think. And that's what I'm trying to get the game to now. And that's what we're working on. Yeah, what if your bots had to build these things? Is that even interesting? You had like CPU modules and you could install these. But there should... I still think there should be something to stop you doing this. So scripts are strictly for spawning rules. Will that remain the case? No, scripts aren't for spawning rules at all. You determine how things spawn. Scripts are for what bots do once they're in the arena. So check this out. Let's say I make a script that just says move right. And that's it. That's my script. And I hit update, and I hit update, and I wait for one of my bots to die. This one, actually. So check it out. It's just moving right. And that's it. So I made a useless script, and my bot is going to die because of it. But that's too bad. Like, I'd go in here, and I just wouldn't have done that. I would have just made a script that says, like, well, figure it out. I don't really care. And then I'm done. And my bots will continue to do good stuff instead of bad stuff. Will that remain the case? Yeah. And so the spawning rules are you dragging bots into this queue that you have. So it's going to deploy this bot first, then this dragon looking bot, then the wasp bot. And you have more control over that too if you want. You could also do things like this. You could say, okay, I want these two to just repeat back and forth. And like, oh, now I only want the wasp bot. And now I only want the other bot that I have here or something. So you have control over what you can do here. So as soon as that dies, you can see it deployed this dragon bot into the arena. The script does not become active until a bot that spawns uses it. Yeah, I see. Got it. Which means the scripts essentially determine the types of bots that will spawn. So no, not quite. Your hardware determines what type of bot spawns. So this is an artillery landmines bot. This is an artillery lasers cloaking bot. So you get to pick how these bots work. Also, out of curiosity, did anyone... There are 2 people waiting in the queue. Yeah, and no match is being played. So the game is online right now. It's just nobody's playing it. Maybe, now that we have CPUs, researching becomes building something in the CPU. Or maybe, oh, you know what could be interesting? Maybe you're spending, maybe something that you do with the CPU gives you a better CPU, e.g. one that can defend itself. No, so type theory, you, like, I know what you're getting at, but I don't think that's the case in reality here, because when you edit your script, you're not actually changing much in the way of how it works, because you'll have come up with the best script ahead of time. Like, this might be a crazy script you found online that you just download and use. And let's just double it. Let's just say that we had something like this there. So like blam. Now we have this super long script. I don't necessarily need to make edits to it during the match. It might just do everything I need it to do. And if it doesn't do what I need it to do because there's a bug, then yes, I could edit it. But if it, like, I shouldn't need to change this too significantly during a match. That's all. In fact, we could even prevent you from doing that at some point. And I think the game would still be fine. It's research becomes building something in the CPU. Or maybe something that you have to do with the CPU that gives you a better CPU. That. So what I'm thinking of now is this is sort of the proposed design right now, is that, like, let's say this was just player 1 versus player 2. So ignore that there are teams, because there are teams here, but just ignore that. So it's player 1 versus player 2. When you lose the CPU, you die. You lose the game. When you beat the opponent's CPU, you obviously win the game. This bar here, anywhere to the right of the red bar, player 2 can put their spawner. Anywhere to the left of the blue bar, player 1 can put their spawner. So those are kind of the rules right now. This location in the middle is determined by who has more kills. So by getting more kills, you're actually making it so that you can push your spawner farther and farther out toward the enemy team, which will make it easier for you to start killing their CPU because you'll be able to deploy like right next to them. So the issue is that you collect scrap to get better, you get kills to put your spawner farther out, but there's nothing that takes place to the other side of your spawner. So basically all this space over here, there's no incentive for being over here. Like, there's no incentive for being in this side, for example. And I need to add one somehow, I think. Oh yeah, so type theory, that's the problem, is that there is no good way for that to happen. So if you look at the today thing, I wrote like a huge document with a bunch of issues with the current design. And I said at the core of good strategy games is a meaningful decision tree, and I feel that Botland's decision tree is lacking. So I'm basically saying the game sucks right now. And what I'm trying to do today is just address this one question: what is your decision tree during a match? Like what separates a pro player from a new player, which is exactly what you just touched on there. So I'm trying to be able to say, how does a new system meaningfully change what a player might decide during the game? CPU can build other CPUs. Well, Delzy, I think there needs to be, like, imagine this. So the enemy team is hanging out by their CPU doing something, I don't know what. Then scrap should spawn in the middle for you to be able to go collect it as the other team so that you can kind of punish them for hanging out there. But there needs to be a reason to hang back. And there is no reason yet. And I don't know what that would be. Scrap occasionally drops in the middle. Of the arena. Or should it? I was going to say one potential way of doing this is there could just be scrap near your CPU that spawns randomly. Like your CPU essentially becomes like a gold mine that's spitting out gold. The problem with that is that then you have no reason to go get kills against the other player because it's just who can hang around this gold mine longer. So I feel like there also needs to be, maybe there's like a neutral CPU in the middle. No, that wouldn't make any sense. I'm not sure. What's the end goal? Well, the end goal of the proposed design is destroy the enemy's CPU. Yeah, so you're right, type theory. And then when you do that, the game would end and you'd see like Team Red wins and here's the breakdown of kills and whatever else, and who cares at that point. Yeah, so the only systems that kind of help you here. What about the term high risk, high reward? Yeah, so there's no, like, I guess the risk here would be you going into the enemy team's zone before you're ready to kill them. And I guess there also needs to be a death penalty with this stuff. So issues so far, you're still only ever trying to get scrap and kill the CPU, both of which happen on the enemy, or both of which happen in the middle or on the enemy's side. So that's one issue. The other issue is the way to close out a match is via raw power, because there's no death penalty other than changing the spawn location. Bots have classes? No, bots don't have classes. So the bot's classes are determined by whatever you put in its slot, essentially. So every bot is just 7 empty slots. And if you happen to put in like lasers and melee, then I guess you're an offensive bot, but there's no game implication to that other than you can use lasers, you can use melee. But because you don't have reflect, you can't use reflect. Death penalty, you give the enemy team more scrap to salvage. Yeah, but I guess that's what other than changing the spawn locations and via raw power from scrap, because there's otherwise no death penalty other than changing the spawn locations. So what I was getting at here is that you're in this scenario where your team is like, we're ready, we're at high level of everything, and now's when we should make a push and we should go kill the enemy team. And the enemy team is like, we're just going to hang out here and be a huge nuisance for you. And maybe that's fine. I guess that's why your CPU should have some way of defending itself. Well, no, there's a different problem here. I think there needs to be a spawn time too. Did I write that down here? So get scraps from kill. Don't care about that. Only have a claim. time to deploy where you can be attacked. Yeah, that. I forgot to write that down. Spawning in takes 2 turns. Spawning into the arena takes 2 turns where your bot can't do anything. Who cares if you can get implemented at this point? I think what's nice is when you talk about things in a generic way of like, okay, well, there's something that brings enemies to the center of the map, and there's something that brings them away, and like there should be buffs that do whatever. It's really hard to see, will the game work? Will it be fun? And type theory, I don't know. That's the stuff that I'm kind of deciding right now. So the way that it's working right now is that you don't need scrap to build bots. You need scrap to upgrade bots. So that's this section right here. Like you have a tech tree and you can make as many lasers 1 bots as you have space for in the arena. So you have 3 bots you can deploy. So you can always have 3 lasers level 1 bots out, always, the way that it's designed right now. However, unless you have more scrap, the enemy is eventually going to get like lasers level 3 bots and just beat you all the time. You have to assume that the player wants to win, otherwise any game could have nothing happen. Well, yeah. And I mean that's true of every game. I guess that's what you're saying, not just any game of Botland, but any, yeah. I don't know what you're responding to there, but I agree with you. Usually there's an attacker and defender in games, though. Well, I think the best analogy here is either like a MOBA or a real-time strategy game. So I can get rid of this. That way we're looking at just the important part of this thing. There. So yeah, what would be a reason for you to hang back for a bit? Like, why would you ever want to place your spawner here, for example? And I think, okay, so let me just write out some possible answers to this. So the question to answer is, why do I not want to be, or well, why do I want to be away from the front line? To protect CPU when attacking team comes close. So yeah, that is one. So protect the CPU. Is there a code block like closest ally in range? Well, closest ally. Wait, you want to get the X of the closest ally? Because if you want to do that, there's a block for that. You can say find closest allied bot. So set some variable to that, and then you can say there's a helper function called get X of entity. So you could say something like set ally X, and this would be set ally to get X of entity. There. Whoops. Except for this should have been ally X. Darn it, how do I do this? Oh, it's new variable. I was pressing rename the whole time. That's why. All right, there we go. Yeah, so that's what you can do if you want. Set ally to find closest allied bot. Set ally X to get X of entity ally. Maybe charge up a bit of power, which increases your damage the longer you stay in the first 2 grid columns. I think that's interesting. Like, you have to sit around in this buff area in order to do something after that. And that would involve slightly different scripts. What I wonder about is that the best strategy all the time then? Of like, sit here in front of the CPU and you just call this like charge ability or something, which charges up your bot. I mean, CPU is not a power source, but imagine that it was, something like that. I have mostly long range but weak armor class robots. I might put spawn back more. Right, so that makes sense too. I guess what I'm getting at is, let's say there's a huge battle happening in the center of the map, and or maybe like the enemy is going after all of the resources here, and like there's no way for me to take them over. What could I do in the other side of the map that might give me an edge and be able to kill them? closer you are to CPU, the more your bots heal. Yeah, I think protect the CPU, maybe gain some buff or healing from the CPU. Maybe there's like, maybe you spend turns to do this. When bots had batteries, every time they move and shoot, they lose some charge. You need to have enough charge to get back to those first two columns to recharge your battery and go out and fight again. That would make it pretty hard to end up winning the match, right? Because eventually you've got to get very far from your CPU in order to kill this one. So like you spawn a bot over here, and you move it a couple of tiles, you shoot this thing a few times, and then you're out of battery. So I don't know how that would end up working. See, this is where like, oh, never mind. I was gonna say like a capture the flag sort of mechanic, but that still involves coming over to this side. I guess the whole point of all of this is to just give you another decision. And the reason why this is important is so that you have another decision to make. I don't think it's that important though. Maybe it's not. Maybe the game would be fun with just having to like take over the center. Maybe destroying the CPU shouldn't be the main goal. I like it in that it's a very final goal. You know you've won when you've beaten this thing. It's not a, well, I have more points, so if the game were to end now, I'd win, but I might lose that number of points. I like the finality of it. When the enemy is ruling the resource haven. Say the root decision tree is protect CPU, attack opponent CPU, everything else spawns from that. Well, sure. The game is basically, the root decision tree is always going to be win the game, don't lose the game. Well, I'd say the root of every game is win the game, and then how you do that all spawns from that. So, like, something I was thinking of is some games have multiple win conditions. So imagine if one win condition was just take out the enemy's CPU. But what if another win condition was like power up your CPU to, I don't know, something. And so if you choose to power up your CPU, I don't know how this works. Yeah, I think right now the way that things are designed is, and let me close out of some of these things. Yeah, these things I need to keep open. Those are bugs. And having a huge arena, this is what I was testing the other day, with like how big could I make an arena? Yeah, we should keep all of that. I don't think we need this. I don't think we need that. Having a map be as large as I just showed there, though, that could be interesting. Just a wider map. So there needs to be a reason for this. Maybe your CPU degrades over time unless you fix it. I wonder. Well, the grid being hexagonal is not like anything other than aesthetic mostly. Yes, you have more connecting points, but that's all script related, so I don't think it changes anything. In a clan war 20v20, I wonder how you'd even make decisions at that point. Actually, you know what? I don't know, that could be interesting. It would make matchmaking take forever. But having a match just be like a gigantic thing, and yeah, kills matter, and you can put bots. You can, I guess the scripts would matter more too, because you could say to move like all the way to left and all the way down, and then attack the CPU. Then there would need to be multiple points to attack, though, I think. So neutral, but if the arena is very large, then the CPU needs to be large as well, so that the defending team can't just crowd it to protect it. Man, I don't know. I'm still not sure about this. Like I said, there are some game reasons with how it's set up now that you'd want to protect the CPU that you have. Oh, this is a team game already, Type Theory. So Type Theory, I think you should read. I think you should read about what the current design is right now. It's this top part from here down to here. So it's about a quarter of this page. Actually, does it even mention the thing about teams? Yeah, games are 3v3 time death matches. The team with the most kills at the end of 13 minutes wins. So this tries to, in a very terse way, talk about all the different rules of the game. And I think keeping it a team game is a good idea. Just close out all these tabs. I should go get lunch soon, actually. You need more APIs for this. Maybe you directly control a commander pod. 3 CPUs? I don't think 3 CPUs changes your decisions too much. Man, I don't. I think, okay, so I wrote these down here. I think the issue is you're still only ever trying to get scrap and kill the CPU. Kill the enemy CPU, I guess. With both of which happen in the middle or on the enemy's side. And the way to close out a match is via raw power from scrap, because there's otherwise no death penalty other than changing the spawn locations. Actually, that's not true, is it? Wait a second, there is. This thing suffices as a death penalty. Where is it? Yeah. This is essentially the death penalty, is that there's a time cost for deploying. If you deploy too close to the enemies, you'll likely be killed. You'll likely be severely weakened before you can act. That's actually a decent point to write, is like, if you're the blue team, you could spawn here, but you'd immediately be in range of this machine, and you'd get hit probably once or twice before you'd be able to do anything. So you probably want to spawn a little bit out of range, but then it takes you longer to get into the fray of things. I like that. I think that's good. I don't think this is an issue. So some observations here. You close out a match by eventually overpowering the other team. When they deploy bots to try to defend, they'll be vulnerable for a couple of turns. So, well, no, but they'll still tank all of the damage that they take. I guess that's a tiny issue, is that because there's no deploy cooldown, bots that spawn in are vulnerable, sure, but they tank damage from a CPU. How about free-for-all? So a free-for-all thing doesn't change the decisions too much. Like, that was, I'd drawn this out. What if every player has their own CPU? And my biggest problem with free-for-alls is collusion with other players. You and your friend join a game together. You're not on the same team officially, but you pretty much are. So you write your scripts so that you're like, oh, my friend is in the up position and I'm in the left position. So I'll just write all my bots to move down, and he'll make all his bots move right, and we'll just never fight each other. And then at the end of the game, one of you is guaranteed to win. Granted, that should be relatively difficult to set up, but still. Was I officially last yonder day? I don't think you were last because people commented on what you said, but you're pretty close. So hey, Water. But they still tank damage from a CPU. Maybe as you get more and more kills, your spawn locations get to be even farther from the CPU. So observations, I don't really have any right now, I guess. So you're still only ever trying to get scrap and kill the enemy CPU, both of which happen in the middle or on the enemy side. There's actually one potential way to address this, which is what if the map was circular? So it's basically like asteroids in one direction. So by moving off of here, you actually show up over here. Now there's two ways you can attack. Maybe the map is circular. So the moving off of the right side, put the bot on the left side. This makes it so that there are two avenues to pursue for scrap or the CPU. However, it doesn't totally help. So okay, let's look at how other games do this. In a game like StarCraft, if you're not engaging your enemy, you're out expanding and you're building your army and you're doing a whole lot of other things. In a game like Botland, if you're not pursuing your enemy, what can you accomplish? It needs to be something like away from your CPU. So I guess it would have to take place like up here in the corners. In a game like StarCraft, when you're not pursuing your enemy, you're expanding either your economy or your army. And that's it, right? I mean, there's nothing else you can do. If StarCraft was a one-player game somehow, whereas like there were no computers, it was just you, what are the available options you have? It's build up your army, build up your economy. I don't think there's anything else. I guess build up your buildings, but that's kind of your army. So yeah, so I think there needs some analogy to that. Some equivalent here to that in Botland. Some way for you to gain some power by not engaging the enemy, but in a way that the enemy could later take out. Some way for you to gain power by not engaging your enemy, but in a way that your enemy can later react to. So capturing points is not bad. Like, I guess we go back to this idea of a huge arena. What if, let me copy paste this into another MS Paint. So what if we did something like this? You have, I gotta get rid of that box if I'm gonna do this, huh? There we go. Okay, so here we are. I should do this all zoomed out, I guess. So here's what I'll do. I'll make this take up 4 tiles or maybe even more, just to kind of indicate this. But this is the blue CPU. And this over here is the red CPU. Okay. No, that was not right. I meant to do this like this. This is the blue CPU. And I'm not going to make this perfectly symmetrical probably, unless I'm very good at eyeing this up. But, okay, so there's that. And then there's some like this here is the resource, like the scrap pile. So this is like scrap and fighting. Let's write that down. Scrap plus fighting happens mostly in the middle. Okay, and then something off to here. Like, what if there was something in each of these corners that you could go pursue? But what, I don't know. And I guess this is where kind of base building comes into play. And yeah, having multiple CPUs could just be that thing. That there's another CPU up here that you can go get, and by getting it, you'll generate some scrap for your team. But then the enemy can choose to take that one out instead. Yeah, it might work. So it could be that you have microcontrollers instead of CPUs. Yeah, Wouter, I saw your messages, I think. I saw you say last, or I don't know. So Thelzy, I don't think you missed too much. So it could be that you have microcontrollers instead of CPUs off in the corners that you have to claim. Getting these will generate scrap for you. But your enemy could take them for themselves. Yeah, I think that's the most interesting thing, but then I feel like these would become these war points for you. Plus, it'd be much easier for you to take them over than for your enemy to take them over. So yeah, what if these were... like this. Hey, Go Tanks. You can make the corners get perks, but only the ones at the opponent's side. Well, I don't know if they'd be neutral or not, so there's a reason to attack and defend. I feel like if these were just totally neutral, so M equals like mini CPU, taking this over will generate scrap for you as long as you hold it. So you said only the ones at the opponent's side. Oh, I guess I see what you're saying. So like this is the win condition. Then these only red can take over. The problem is like that. Remember, there's this bar somewhere in the middle that says, "Hey, red can deploy over here and blue can deploy over here." So blue can always just deploy a bunch of bots over here to defend it. And by doing that, they wouldn't be defending this other thing too. But in order for red to go attack the other thing, they need to deploy bots like here. So that's why I wondered, what if they were made neutral? And that way you were expected to control the ones on your side. And you were expected to be able to take them over quickly enough. Well, Thelzy, the reason why I wouldn't want it to necessarily be buildable is because I feel like there needs to be something you can do if your opponent has a stranglehold on this. Like they're in the middle, they're collecting all the scrap in the game, and you're like, oh god, we're gonna lose. There's no way we can possibly handle this. There needs to be something else you can go pursue that will let you beat them. And I guess just having something else in the corners here could be fine. Wheatley, I'm not sure about that because it might become a really like overpowered strategy to make 9 healer bots or something and just constantly heal a CPU, and I don't know. So that's something that I think will come later. Oh yeah, let's think about this. So first of all, let's call them microcontrollers, I guess. So if microcontrollers are neutral, then either team can claim them and generate scrap with them. However, because spawn locations are based on a vertical bar, you'll always be able to claim/defend the ones on your side much more easily. And this is why I guess, yeah, you know what? This is why having neutral bots on the arena is a good idea for this particular case. And I don't necessarily like the idea of having them there. But, or even just bots that were owned by the enemy, like not even neutral, but just like this was surrounded by blue bots. And this one was surrounded by red bots. So what if there were like little red bots over here, and you knew that by going over here, I don't know, we could add creeps to address this. I don't know if I like that. X is the max number of 100% effective bots. If you see X bots of one type, the extra bots have had and have potential where they just get redundant. But what that does is it encourages players to diversify and nothing else. And I don't think I like that idea, because when you end up with diversification, you end up with the whole like, how do I counter their strategy? And I think you should have to buy into whatever you want. So if you want diversification, like go for it, but you're gonna have to spend money on this tech tree and on this tech tree and on this tech tree and so on and so forth. And then yeah, you'll end up with really good lasers, really good missiles, really good everything else. But at that point, you spent a lot of money on it. And that means that there was an opportunity cost. You could have spent it somewhere else, or that you could have already won the game. Could also make them buildable for scrap by a player, also destroyable by the enemy team. And you have to choose to use scrap to build one when you need to as a strategy. Yeah. But the thing is, if you can choose where to build them, you're going to build them in the same place every time, right? If you can choose where to build them, you're going to put them all somewhere around here, and then they'll be pretty well protected because you only need one place. That's why I think making it so that you can build them doesn't help too much. If microcontrollers can be placed by players, then they could put them in the best positions for defending, e.g. clumped around their CPU. Capture it to give it more health. Well, but then I guess the scenario I have here is that the enemy is controlling this, so they're getting actively more powerful because they have scrap piles here that they're collecting, and every scrap pile that they collect pushes them further down their tech trees. So they're unlocking lasers, and they're getting more damage for it. Then they're getting into higher level lasers, and they're getting more lifesteal for it. And like that's all happening because they control the center of the map. Now you could try to take that over, and like maybe you're successful, and then you control it. But what if there was something else you could do? I feel like this still comes down to whoever gets to the scrap first just wins. Whoever gets the scrap first will probably win by snowballing out of control. The CPU produces scrap and buffs local players. Why not microcontrollers do all the same thing, just at a smaller level? Yeah, but there still needs to be some reaction to it. I'm trying to figure out what's... 7,000 pictures. Like, what's to stop that from being the best strategy every single time? Of like, okay, we got to start, we got to go up, capture that microcontroller, we got to go down, capture that microcontroller. So got to build microcontrollers on an attack push for your faraway players. See, this is what I was thinking. If you made the map circular, and the enemy was off in like this spawn zone, or sorry, this scrap zone, then you would just approach from the other direction. I guess you just conquer that scrap zone though. That's the issue there. So maybe there's one. So in one avenue there could be scrap, and the other avenue could just be a sort of backdoor for their CPU. I don't know. I think I should go get lunch, because I haven't eaten in a while now. Don't spawning zones get messy with a circular map? Yes, they do. Definitely. And that's why I don't necessarily think a circular map is a solution. There are other ways to get something similar here, which is that concept of phasing, which I think would add a whole layer of complexity to the game. But imagine if what you're seeing here is one arena, and it's just this stuff. Like there's the two CPUs, and there's the zone in the middle where there's going to be scrap. And then there was a whole other arena sort of behind it or on top of it or in a different dimension essentially. And that's where these CPUs didn't exist, but there was something else you could capture. I don't know what. Wow, Walter. All right, yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch. I had to eat some food. So thank you all for watching so far. I'll be back after lunch for about 2.5 hours probably. So let's go do this. There we go. Alrighty, like I said, thanks for watching. See you guys after lunch. We're going to be doing some more design after. Alright, hey everyone. Alright. So we have now nobody in the queue and 4 people in a game, surprisingly. Who are these people? Who decided they wanted to play a Botland game right now? That's weird. And what's this? Removing master account server from our data structures. Uh-oh. The health check to the account server failed twice. That's definitely not good. Did it go offline or what? It's running. Yeah, it looks like it's online. What's going on then? Like, I don't understand how this happens. But yeah, added user to queue. So user 14 is probably Botland bot, and user 28 is probably, I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter. What does matter is, why did this thing just stop working? Well, that seems to be why. Better quality than this pre-Photoshop Photoshop. Why didn't they use a knife? It looks like they tore it. Weird. Okay, well, we need to log in AWS. So you know what that means. That means turning off my keyboard camera, typing in some stuff. Gotta do this all off screen. There. So what I need to see is, what is DNS pointing to? Account.bot.land is pointing to the load balancer. Does the load balancer know about anything in here? It better. Instances, yes. So if I go to account.bot.land, it should work for me. Oh yeah, there it is. So I guess pinging it doesn't work because it's not. I need to curl this, and even then, this doesn't matter. Yeah, there we go. What does it mean? Why did this thing fail? Wow, Wouter. Cool. I'm gonna give you a point for that. Okay, so I don't know how this happened. All I know is that it happened. And health checks only really fail internally in AWS because of what? The load balancer? I don't know. This is not good though. But we should be able to restart it easily enough. We just go onto this machine and rerun the account server. None of this stuff shows up in here. Seriously? Fine, I'll do it this way. Where is it? Here. So the account server was running that entire time. I don't know what caused this to happen though. So bug. The account server failed 2 health checks. Despite that it was running the entire time. I don't have an explanation for that. So I need to rerun the account server here. So we just paste this into here. And no, darn it, not that. Hang on. Dash tag stop start. There, that should fix everything. So now on the overseer, we should see that the account server is online. Yeah, there it goes. Successfully registered the account server. See you, Wouter. But none of that should have mattered. Why? Alright, let's try this. Yeah, I can connect. I can probably join the queue. Right? Yep, now I'm in the queue. Okay, well, I have no idea what happened there. But the account server went offline. The matchmaker's been online for 4 hours now. And like I said, there actually was a game running right now. Although I don't think it was people who were actively at their computer. So where we left off was in the decision-making tree and game design. Thinks you should get scrap automatically when you get a kill. It should randomly spawn in the arena. This is similar to scrapping automatically obtained when you kill a bot. Scrap drops in piles of that much. So you get scrap for your entire team, I guess? Hey, Mr. Cheap. When a player collects scrap, they're collecting it for their entire team. So if it's a 3v3 and they pick up 100 scrap, they're getting 34 and their teammates are getting 33 each. My vacation was good, Mr. Cheap. It was very relaxing. And I don't know, I think things are going like all right as of late. The game design stuff is blocking everything. So that needs to get done, but I feel like some progress is being made. Then again, when I went and got lunch, I thought this is a more concrete way of saying everything that I said in a generic way before. Hey, boss. So I need to figure out how to complete this design. And yeah, I believe, like I said, where I left off was these issues. Whoever gets the scrap first will probably win by snowballing out of control. How do you even control this in other games? Like in StarCraft, if you get to the end of the tech tree first, the reason you're not snowballing out of control is because tech on its own doesn't let you do anything. Maybe something like that is needed here? I don't know. Also, well, I guess there is a way to expand your economy in Botland by going and getting scrap. So in StarCraft, when you expand your army, you're getting more power. When you upgrade/research, you're getting the ability for more power. That is just by getting Hive Tech as Zerg. does nothing. But by building like Brood Lords, you'll have an edge over your opponent. So in botland, I guess the way this would work would be something like you can spend scrap to get more slots on your bot, but then you actually need something to fill those slots. I don't know. Maybe part of me thinks to just maybe this isn't needed. Maybe whoever starts going down the tech tree, I don't know. I was gonna say whoever starts going down the tech tree just wins the game. But then it boils down to like who can teleport into the middle the fastest and just collect some resources. Also, what would this do for things like teleport? Actually, another thing I need to consider. Cons. There may be some hardware that is too edge casey to be able to use easily, e.g. teleport. Teleport is nice to have when you already have a script that uses it optimally. But yeah, I think one of the other things I need to do here is feature the figure it out function should teleport to a target if zapping or if it's cloaked and has melee. Also, it shouldn't pursue enemies when it only has artillery and not melee. This is like long-term to-do list. But it's annoying to write a script on the fly for it. So I keep talking about what if there's some other thing in the arena or some other area you could go to do something else. I don't know what. It has to... Like what? In StarCraft you're balancing building an army with getting the micro and macro of the game. So building an army, upgrading that army, and being able to provide for that army. And then actually controlling it. I think that's worth writing. Where did I write any of this stuff? StarCraft. You can build your army, upgrade your army, provide for your army, and eventually, and well, control your army. So the point here is that money you're spending building is not money you're spending upgrading. So you can only spend your minerals / gas in one place. So building a building, well, that's not the best way to phrase that. By spending your minerals and gas on your army, you're not spending it on upgrades. And you're not spending it on economy. So that doesn't exist in botland right now, I guess. You spend your money only on upgrades. And your army just always exists. So I feel like deploying needs to cost money for that. That way you're spending either on your army or on upgrades. That in itself isn't enough to address the problem though, because the first team to get a scrap lead will likely win. So, in StarCraft, the reason why the first person to get the more minerals, let's say, isn't the first person to win is because it all comes down to manual control in the end. The reason why this isn't the case in StarCraft is manual control. If new player attack moves their entire army against pro players, attack moves their large army against pro players' medium-sized army, pro player will micro their units and win. And yeah, and so that doesn't exist in botland. And that's why there's no way for you to even the playing field. So that's what we need. We need a way to even the playing field. There needs to be a way to even the playing field in botland without necessarily requiring manual interaction. And yeah, that's a great question. Great question I don't know the answer to. So what if you took this out of StarCraft? Then yeah, the army that had more minerals behind it and more gas behind it would just win, unless composition was incorrect. If you took manual interaction out of StarCraft, then army composition and upgrades would decide the game. Okay, well, you have army composition and upgrades in botland. The problem is those are all fueled by the same resource, and the resource is just in the middle somewhere. So yeah, I guess expansions or something needs to exist. So yeah, this is all fueled by resources. So the decision of whether to expand, so okay, the whole thing about building that I mentioned here, then they could put them in the best positions for defending. Right, but by forcing you to build them, we could have it cost resources. However, a pro is that we could have this cost resources to do. No, wait a second. So we could do what every other game does and just have expansions and force you to invest in that expansion. Okay, so I guess what this is saying, or what I'm saying, because I'm the one writing this, is that this part is correct that I wrote here. Taking this over will generate scrap for you as long as you hold it. However, there needs to be a cost for taking it over. Okay, so what can that cost be? I guess the cost could just be scrap. Also, is there a reason why there are two different kinds of resources in StarCraft? What if the game entirely boiled down to minerals? Oh, I guess it's because gas is gated by building a building, which costs minerals. So it's sort of like a premium currency. I wonder how the game would change if you didn't have gas in StarCraft. Okay, so microcontrollers can be placed by players. So we have to do whatever the game does and just have expansions to force you to invest in that expansion. Scrap is the obvious way, along with building time probably. But then there needs to be the reactive element of being able to take over that expansion. So, what if... Because the way that we have maps right now, like, where would expansions go? There's no real place. Everything fits on one screen. That's pretty nice. I mean, you could say that it's always, like, up here. There's some node up here. You can spend money. And then the red player, when spawns are, like, normally here in the middle, they can put a thing there and go and attack that. I'm not sure. So I guess some questions would be, where would these expansions go? How would gameplay unfold if they existed? For example, is the best strategy to always take over your expansion first? There needs to be something competing with this. There just has to be. And what's the cost to take them over? It could be scrap. It could be fighting off a... It could be fighting off a... It could just be a tower that when you kill it, it becomes yours at full life. It could be fighting off the expansion itself. E.g., it attacks you, and if you kill it, then it goes to full life and generates scrap for your team. Okay, that's interesting. I think what's interesting about that, like, okay, the arena needs to be changed in size. I think this is a little too large. No, maybe it's not too large. I don't know. I like being able to see most of the action at any given time. And I also don't want players to have to use a mini-map. I just feel like that would be kind of annoying. Alright, so let's see here. And I think the other thing too is you shouldn't probably be able to deploy too close to the expansion. Whatever is guarding the expansion should be a little difficult to take down at first. I'm not sure what that would do. So we have this map, and I want to put a bot down right here. So I do that. And the bot goes marching off into the middle and tries to go collect the scrap that's there. And this is as a game starts. Maybe that's my overall strategy, is like, hey, entire team, like, let's go get scrap. And what happens is there's a fight in the middle between our relatively weak bots at the time. And it's a question of, like, can we collect scrap fast enough here? Need to make it so that, well, okay, anyway, yeah, so there's a bunch of scrap. We're competing over it. Whoever wins this fight is going to end up collecting it all. So let's see. Like there, Adam 5 wins. It goes and collects it. It goes and collects the next one. So they got a little bit more powerful because they just got like 200 more resources. 300 more now. Okay, cool. So now... I see that and I think, alright, I'm not going to be able to do too much about that. So let's go get the expansion. There's a tower and we go kill it. I don't know if this is enough for this game. Missiles and armor. Does player even have everything? Reclaim armor. I want to edit this. Not like any of this matters. There. Oh, man. There's no point to what I'm doing right now. And what buffs did I pick? Hey again, Thelzy. I don't know. I'm very torn right now. So one of the things I was thinking about, I was pursuing this whole there needs to be something you can do that doesn't necessarily take place in the middle. I don't know who that is. So yeah, what I was thinking about was this: like you have the main content area of like this is where the game takes place for the most part. Is in the middle. There's scrap. There's fights. There's everything else happening. And I thought, what if these expansions, they themselves were towers and they were shooting at you, and by killing the tower, it became yours and generated scrap for you. And in fact, what if they were oh man, yeah, what if they were originally owned by your enemy? What if these towers were originally owned by your enemy? That way it made sense why they were attacking you. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking basically. Right now it boils down to this. You would have, so this is the blue team, and this would be owned by the blue team, and this is the red team. So the way that this starts out is the things that are generating money for you are on their side. So you can't go and defend it very easily, but they probably couldn't go and attack it that easily either. But if they do take it over, then they're going to start getting more scrap than you are. New players might get confused by that. Well, okay, so complexity aside, is it a good solution to this? Hey, Jay, what is that emote? Feels amazing, man. What? What is this sorcery? Wow. I think the idea of having a capturable objective where you have the well, so having it be capturable, there needs to be a cost to capturing it. So it could just be neutral and attacking you, but I think it needs to be attacking you so that there's something you need to invest to go over and take it. I really needed to fix single player. That would have made prototyping all this stuff way easier. You need to connect to servers every single time. Having it neutral and attacking the players is a good idea. So what that would look like is this. This is not owned by anybody. And like maybe you took this one over. Bots start out randomly on the outside edge. Isn't this what you posted a while ago? Because I don't know how this helps. Like you're still just fighting to get to the middle. The middle's where you want to be. Like the issue that I'm having right now is this, and this is what I'm trying to sum up here. Is you're still only ever trying to get scrap or kill the enemy, both of which happen in the middle or on the enemy's side. So either way, you're always going to move toward the enemy's side. And then whoever gets scrapped first will probably win by snowballing out of control. What is this? This is a long GIF. Wow. How does it go? You mean like, how's it going? It's going okay, I guess. What if there's a hardware slot which generates scrap the longer a bot is alive? It means you have another way to generate scrap and you can build your decisions around it. Yeah, so your bots become sort of a building, I guess. The problem is you would have needed to invest in that, and then by doing so, are you like bypassing the need to even get kills? Because the way that I have things planned right now is that you start with very weak things in your bot. So you got like tier 1 lasers, tier 1 melee. So if you had this thing that could generate scrap, you would put it as all of the remaining slots that you have. Or you'd have to build up the number of slots that you get. Excuse me. I think building up the number of slots you could get is probably how this should work. Make a more M1 you own at start, and the rest is neutral. Hey, Mr. Marson. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Just have one that you own and then have one that's neutral, because I don't think you should own any of them. The entire point of this is like give an objective that isn't necessarily like head toward the middle to collect all the different scrap that you see. And there's another thing we could do here. We could have like game phases or something like that, where the first part is just who snowballed out of control. Notchcoke Play says, what is the program? And this is in JavaScript. Yeah, so I think this train of thought was pretty good. So in StarCraft, in most real-time strategy games, you're spending money on one area at a time. And by spending money on that area, you're not spending money on another area. So if your opponent chose to spend money on the area that makes them better in the long game, then they're probably going to win. Makes me think that deploying needs to cost money. That way you're spending either on army or on upgrades. What if what spawned in M could change game to game? What if M one game was a scrap generating machine? What if one time spawned when I'm in the center? Scrap generators, auto turrets, buff providers, different sets of neutral objectives. Yeah, that's fine. I think so. Having it be different between different games addresses the problem of games are too similar. Right now, I'm trying to address the problem of just even in just one game, your decision tree is relatively small. Can I show the game? Yeah, the game as is looks something like this. The way that it works is you customize bots with different pieces of hardware. So I can make like a melee bot, and I can put thrusters on it so it moves really fast, and let's say cloaking on it. And then you write a script for that bot, and at the very least you could just say figure it out for me. But if you want to write a script, you can do that. So I could say things like, if will melee hit, then use melee, otherwise pursue an enemy, otherwise, whatever else you want to do. You can also use pre-made scripts if you want. The goal of the game is not to spend a whole lot of time in this UI unless you feel like doing that. So I can just say figure it out for me, update this bot, and there we go. So these bots are moving faster than the yellow bots because I put thrusters on them. They just cloaked, and now they're going to use melee when they get close, which doesn't happen to have an animation right now. The problem is this is not a very fun game so far. And I think I only started to realize this about a month ago. And now now I'm just trying to figure out what's a better game design for this. Because the issue is like, okay, these individual battles, like, this will be fine once the graphics are fully updated. Like, the bots look fine. And the bots are these things that you form anyway out of your own cosmetic pieces that you have. So you can make any customizations you want here. So if you want the dragon body for this, then go for it. And if you want to change your colors, you'll eventually have a way to do that. So the issue is that the decisions you make are so narrow that you don't need a lot of skill to play the game. Is the drag and drop thing a part of the game? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so if you want to make large scripts with this, you totally can. And you can read this stuff. It says like, okay, so if there's an enemy near me, see if I can use EMP, see if I can cloak, and then if I can reflect and I'm not already cloaking, then reflect. Make a base and tower is neutral, and base you get at start and make scrap. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was talking about with this thing of like, hey, these things are neutral. By taking them over, you get scrap. I just don't know if that's enough, because one of the issues you could run into is what happens if you take this over immediately, right at the beginning of the game, and that's the best strategy, and then you go over and try to take over the middle. Also, I guess they could be spawn zones around your... Yeah, maybe we do something like that. Okay, so yeah, what if we did things like the neutral towers thing? Also, if we allowed you to place your spawner anywhere within X tiles of a friendly building, that would allow you to defend your microcontrollers. So why do you discard the idea of players building their own microcontrollers? The only part of that I really discarded, I guess, was that they shouldn't be able to build them wherever they want. Because if they can build them wherever they want, then they're going to always build them around here, and then the game hasn't changed at all. So I don't necessarily want that. And you have buildings now. Well, I'm calling them buildings. They're like, your CPU is something, right? It's just it's a fixture. And so the microcontroller could be a bot that just isn't moved, or I don't know what, but it's another fixture. This sounds like a lot of work. Oh yeah, like I said, it'll probably be an extra month to code all of this stuff. That would allow you to defend your microcontrollers. It would also give you a stepping stone for attacking the enemy CPU. I don't know, I feel like that could be it. It could be all it takes. What does a microcontroller do? Give the player scrap and that's it? Well, give the player scrap and let them spawn units near it. Because I think I'm going to change this idea of this vertical bar here. I think instead what we'll have is you'll have spawn areas that are sized according to something. and it'll be like this and like this. Let me try to draw an actual circle. It's always really hard in MS Paint. All right, there we go. That's good enough. And then blue has the same sort of thing over there. But so now by capturing this building, you've given yourself more area that you can spawn. And so if you capture this building, you'll actually be able to spawn closer to blue. That could be interesting. Why aren't you using a real game engine to make it easier for you to create the game? So there were a bunch of reasons for that. I started out with a prototype and I wanted to learn Node.js. So the only way to do that is to pick Node.js. I couldn't learn that by picking a game engine. And then I prototyped it for about 7 months and I thought, okay, I should start a company and try to make this into an actual product. And at that point I thought, I want to have the same language on the server as I have on the client. And I also want players to be able to write code, and I want to be able to use libraries and have a good interface and all this stuff. So yeah, I picked Node.js still. And I think it's accommodating everything pretty well. So that is flag capturing game mode. It's not really like flag capturing. Flag capturing to me means that you go get something and then you bring it back somewhere. Stick 1 or 2 microcontrollers in the center. Well, I guess that could work. Let me think about that. There could be a microcontroller in the center. That way, well, it has to be like a, if there's one in the center, then whoever gets it first will probably just win the game, right? Unless it's neutral, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Maybe there are just slightly more than what I had originally thought. Like there's one here, and there's one here. What happened to the, whatever. I should just draw this in a different color. And that way they're close to you. You could probably take these over first. I don't know, I'll have to think about this. You can program with JavaScript in Unity. It's their version of JavaScript that's got types in it too. Anyway, that's not the point. I don't think I would have gained much by using Unity. And I mean that sort of overall, because I think I would have gained a lot on the client side, but I think I would have still would have needed to write the server in something. And being able to share code between the two is pretty nice. I don't know. Yeah, they're too closer to the CPUs. The thing is, anything I do here is going to greatly expand the size of the map. But okay, so if I did something like this, then your first stepping stone is to go over here, I guess. And then from there, you can start to deploy over there. So, Marcin, I want to point out just this. At the very least, I suggest you read this about any sort of proposals today. That way they're in line with kind of what I'm looking for. Yeah, but see, a game that's this large, this is an incredibly large arena. There'd be a lot less action. That's another thing I think about this here. What is this? Yeah. In order to make all of this work, maps probably need to be a lot bigger. And that means there's less action on any given zone in the map. You can also make the microcontrollers in the center become towers when taken over, so they're harder to take over. Oh yeah, I was thinking the microcontrollers are always towers. Okay, EJ. And yeah, Thalzy, I think increasing the number of players in the game could help for this. And yeah, Rami, I've had some results. I didn't get a chance to respond to your email last night. I only got to look at it at like 10 o'clock, and I thought it's too late. I'll just talk to Rami tomorrow. Is your idea that the game itself will be 2D? Yeah, it is. And then the graphics will be 2D as well. There'd be too much to change to get them to be 3D at this point. I could offset this by adding more players to the game, e.g. 5 versus 5. We could take a look at what that would be. The only thing I need to do is figure out how big is this map. Is this map big enough to accommodate everything that I want to accommodate? Let's try to use actual tiles here. So first of all, where's the center line? Is it this? Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Oh, so it's actually that. So, alright, I need to make that an odd number of tiles. Well, alright, let's just assume that I put this between 2 tiles then. So here's the blue CPU that needs to be taken over. And actually, there's no point in having any space behind it, is there? Like, I think if there is, it's only to have 1 tile behind it would be fine. So, okay, there are the different CPUs. And then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the range of artillery is 7 tiles. So right here is where you could, the maximum range from which you could hit the blue CPU. So it would be pretty annoying if red could spawn here and then shoot your, well, no, they'd need to waste a turn first. 3 turns. Okay, yeah, no, I think it's fine. So then here's the 7 tile mark. And so we need to put like, maybe that's where there's a microcontroller here. M. I'll write, well, let me put that all back. I'll write microcontrollers as just towers. So that's T, and then same thing over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is the artillery range, and then there's another tower here. And these are pretty close to each other. Put all microcontrollers in the center, one at the top, one at the bottom, one in the middle. 3 for both sides. Well, type theory, I think the whole getting behind the tower to not be attacked, I don't know how I feel about that. I think there should be a space on the side so that if you wanted 4 melee bots attacking it, you could do that. Can't the towers hit each other? No, probably not. I don't think so. And the other thing is that artillery only shoots 7 tiles away when your sensors can see that far. So when you can't, then it's fine. But yeah, so then the other thing we need to consider is what if you had towers like this? Or just what if this was the configuration? And what if all maps were a little bit different? So here's where map variation would actually change your overall strategy, because it's not something your scripts could account for. Well, you need to change how you deploy, I guess. Alright, as long as I'm doing things this way, let's put these on exactly the right tile. So what, is this the center thing? So let's put a tower here, I guess, and another tower here. No, right, type theory. Yeah, that's the reason I started to do this. Because you said 1 at the top, 1 at the bottom, 1 at the middle, 3 for both sides. Oh, never mind. What you were suggesting wasn't exactly this. It was that you had 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. Yeah, I think that's interesting. I don't know whether they'd start captured or not. Probably not. So that at the very beginning of the game, you're kind of just trying to go secure these. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to take all 3 pretty quickly, though. More like 3 towers. Make 3 towers like points in company of heroes. Okay, so let's see. What if, and this is going to be a little bit crazy, what if we said 10 players per game, start with 1 captured? Yeah, in that case, I don't know which one you'd want to start captured. I guess we'd have to stagger these towers a little bit so that it's a little bit hexagonal. So it would look like, that's a pentagon. It would look like that almost, where the whole point of drawing this was like, you have 1 tower here, you have another tower up here, you have another tower here. So the sides represent where the towers are, not the vertices. Is it impossible to make game 2.5D without game engine? It's not impossible, it's that we already started getting artwork. Getting 3D art would be a totally different set of artists than what I have now. I'd need to hire new people. So it's very likely not going to happen. Okay, so let's try this out. I need to go restart things. What happened here? Critical error. The game server died? Oh, no, this is a bug I haven't fixed. Excuse me. Okay, so here's what we gotta do. Restart these things. Did that work? Probably. I don't know, we'll find out. Yeah, I think the gain would just be it might appeal to more people, but I'm not, like I said, I don't plan on doing that. There's an incredibly large cost of doing that. And the cost actually does come down to real money, not like a development cost or something, although there is that too. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so a 10-person Botland game. Let's go start this up. Good thing I made 10 Adam accounts, huh? Okay, so now we gotta go join the match with all of these players. Okay, so now it should join a game. Okay, cool. So we're gonna just put down a bunch of bots. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hooray, hooray, hooray. God, this would be crazy. Okay, so now let's close all the tabs to the right. So this is what a 10-player Botland game will look like. And it's a large arena too. So there's a lot going on. I think part of the issue with this is that you need each player to very heavily invest in one thing, or two things maybe, and that lowers the decision tree. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. The problem with adding more players is that it's harder to make decisions against a disparate army. Why is there only AIs playing? Moshko, I don't know if you're kidding or not. Didn't I show you how the game works? The game works by you writing AI. So it looks like AI is playing because that's how the players interact with the game, is by writing AI. It wouldn't look out of place if you had some bots capturing objectives in the background. No, the problem here is not that it looks hectic. I think that yes, it does look hectic, and I think that we'd probably change that a bit. So maybe we just slow down how quickly you could deploy bots or something. I don't know. There are ways to address that. The part I'm more concerned with is that when you're looking at this, what do? You see a lot of like lasers and you see EMP going off and maybe there's some artillery bots in there somewhere and you're like, okay, I'm going to construct a bot. You're just at a loss. What do you, like, lasers, I guess? I don't know. Like, I think it devalues your decisions a little bit. Yeah, the player writes their own script. So you could have it as simple as just saying, figure it out for me, or you could make very elaborate scripts if you want that know how to do everything in the right order that you want it to be in, and you could do this. You could also write it in JavaScript if you want. That's fine too. I mean, the other thing we could do is change it from 2 or 3 bots per player down to 2. So yeah, now I no longer feel like the map is way too large, but I also don't know if there's enough space for all of this. Am I off, or is it not supposed to feel a bit army of bots-ish? Well, your own army is only of size 3. So if 5 different players have 3 bots, that's 15 bots versus 15 bots. And they can't coordinate with each other that much because you'd be playing with like 4 random people most of the time. I don't know. I feel like too much is going on. But still, I guess the point was to figure out how much space there should be. So 5v5. Yeah, 10 bots versus 10 bots. Hmm. I'm supposed to take into account my allies' bots' movements as well, and I need to choose spawn points, etc. Yeah, I don't know if having 5 players makes this more meaningful. And like I could just cut out a few players pretty easily here. So let's log on to Adam 1 through 4. So if it were a 3v3, I just drag these bots off of here. There. That'll eventually trim it to the point where there are only, what, 12 bots in the arena? So it should start to thin out a bit because we got rid of, what, 4 players worth of bots? So we got rid of 12 bots. That doesn't make any sense. Wait, there were 10 players, so there were 30 bots. We cut it down to 6 players, so there's 18 bots. Yeah, I was just wrong about that. Okay. Yeah, so this is a 3v3, what you see right now. I think this is pretty reasonable. So I think if we could figure out how to, like, space things out. Right, is this 3v3? What are there, like 5, 6, yeah. And yeah, there'll be a ranking system. Okay, so let's take a look. And also, let's see, how big is this arena? It's the same one that I have in this MS Paint, right? Yes. It looks the same. Okay, cool. So, yeah, we could probably make something like this. And then now the way that matches would work, I guess, is that you have the building that if you lose it, you lose the game. You have these points, which can turn into spawn territories for whatever team owns them. So if red owns this, then they can spawn anywhere in like this area. They can by default spawn anywhere in like that area. Blue is pretty similar. I'm not going to try to draw this to be perfect, but like that's pretty close to what I drew on red. And yeah, maybe blue owns this one too, so let's try to make it roughly the same amount of space. Cool. So yeah, the blue team is like, okay, we can spawn anywhere in here. We can pick what bots we spawn with. We can upgrade whatever hardware we want to upgrade. And our main goal is going to be, I guess, take over like this tower first. Or we could go try to take over this one and maybe win the game faster. Well, I think this adds a dimension to the game that's needed. I don't know how this would pan out now. Let's write some of this down. How would you capture a tower? In my mind, what you'd do is you'd capture it just by destroying it, and by destroying it, it would go back to full life and then turn into yours. So that way, the way that you capture a tower is the same way that your enemy will capture your tower. So it'd be like a MOBA with bots. Sort of. In MOBAs, you don't capture towers, right? You just kill towers, and they're gone for good. And also, I mean, the big difference between this and a MOBA is you don't have one character that you're controlling. Like, MOBAs are very much manual interaction games. I don't know if you could write an automated MOBA and have it be fun. But maybe this is that concept. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, so let's write down the rest of the commander stuff that I was saying. Also, type theory. I want to give you some points for this. And no, type theory, I don't think allowing players to use their bots directly would be a good idea. It would turn too much into like a very small RTS at that point. So if you think about it, think about a game like Warcraft 3. It's a hero-based RTS. But now imagine you only have 3 units. Well, sure, Majko plays, but like you could say the same thing about StarCraft at that point, and StarCraft isn't a MOBA. MOBAs have a connotation associated with them, right? It's like role-playing game has a connotation. In a game like Call of Duty or Half-Life or Halo or anything, you're technically playing as a role. So you're a role-playing game at that point, but like it doesn't have the same connotation. I'm not trying to be difficult in logical plays, but I also don't think it matters what we classify this game as. I think it matters whether it's fun. So, yeah, the whole microcontrollers idea. Yeah, so conclusions. There need to be many microcontrollers. These need to start out as neutral, most likely. By killing a microcontroller, it goes back to full life and becomes yours. Spawning is possible around your CPU or your microcontrollers. Yeah, sure, Monchko plays. I can't tell if you're trolling either. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. It's known as an action real-time strategy. Interesting. Okay, I gotta admit, that's pretty funny. But no, like I said, like, you classify a game by the connotation of the genre it fits into most. So, StarCraft, despite that you play as Jim Raynor in the campaign, is not an RPG. It's an RTS. And if they had some mini game where you, I don't know, anyway, I don't think it matters. Typing error there. Need 2 microcontrollers. What did I write? Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Microcontroller. Oh, there need to be many microcontrollers. Thanks, actually, Chris. So let's say I'm winning, but the other team has a good last point defense. What do I change? How do I play, in other words? So I think at that point you need to think, how do I beat the bots that they have? And that's where your tech tree would come into play. You'd have to figure out, like, how do I get it so that my automated units are doing better than their automated units? And I think it's about picking the right tech, but I'm not sure. I don't think this is totally done yet. Maybe we can show the user more of the real-time decision making that is happening as they battle. A way to confirm if their logic is working as expected and point out mistakes, which allows them to better accomplish what they want, almost like a debugger. Seeing that would give them something more to do. Oh, no problem if you haven't kept up with all the ideas. That's fine. I think Tricky Train, that something that gives them feedback on what's happening could be helpful, but it's more like, in my mind, that's more for a test mode kind of thing. Or knowing, yeah, how much damage did your bot do? How much did it kill? Those stats would help, but it would only help you make decisions in the game. That in itself is not a decision. Oh, hey, Zogzer. I just like a couple scenario examples of how I'm playing the game while it's going on rather than just watching it. Hey, Sameth. Yeah, and no, and that's what we're trying to figure out here is like, I don't know, maybe it does come down to I'm winning the game, what do I do? Or the enemy's winning the game, what do I do? And the answer is, well, there's not much. And then, yeah, the game design falls apart. Can you link the design doc again? I can link, I think you're talking about this. Oh, no, Delzy, like, Majko, I will warn you, I do ban trolls in this channel. I don't mind I don't mind discussion, and I don't mind if like this was all totally serious, and that's fine. Okay. So yeah, now I want to write this down under next proposal. So brainstorm session proposal 1. Okay, Machko, I'll just say the same thing that like it doesn't matter, right? If if everyone in the world agrees that this sounds most like a first-person shooter, it doesn't change anything. It's the whole you can call a rose by any other name. That's why I think this conversation is a troll conversation. All right, no, I'm just gonna ban you. Say I copy paste some scripts and they're not working. What should I do? You should copy paste different scripts at that point. I consider copy pasting to be the same as net decking in a card game. So if you net deck in a card game and you pick cards that make no sense together, then yeah, you just copied the wrong deck. That's all. Or you could figure it out for yourself. Like if a script isn't working, it's not supposed to be some like wizard level, gotta figure this out kind of code. If you copy pasted a JavaScript script and it looked like this, then yeah, you probably would have a hard time if you don't know how to code of how to fix this. And if there's no way to do this right now, but if you copy pasted a Blockly script that'll look like this, then yeah, just go in and fix it. If you're like, wait a second, lay mines, I don't want to do that, then just right click and click disable and you're done. You fix the problem. Or if you want to reorder these things, then you could just do that yourself too. You could put reclaiming above shielding instead of below it. Copy paste different scripts from where though? So type theory, when the game is first released, there won't be a place to copy paste scripts from. So you can use the pre-made ones, or you can use just figure it out for me, and either one of those will be fine. So that's how I expect players to start. So yeah, I think some of the other questions to answer here. What is the best strategy to start a game with? Why is it the best? I guess I don't need quotes on this stuff, huh? So what's the best strategy to start a game with? Why is it the best? Team A is winning. How does Team B respond? How does, like, yeah, what can Team B do to regain the lead? No, not necessarily regain, but just gain the lead. So, coming back to this, so the game starts, I deploy 3 bots apparently, and they're going off into the middle, and maybe I try to take this over. The only way for the enemy to respond to that immediately is to deploy other bots there, which they can't necessarily do. So I feel like there needs to be some concept of over deploying. Hey Snake Eyes, game's kind of at a standstill right now. Also, Team A is winning. What can Team A do to win faster? Yeah, I suppose that's another good question to ask. So what can Team A do to secure their lead? I see you, Louis. What are microcontrollers in your game? So what I was talking about here, where they were just like offensive towers, I can write that down over here. Like T represents a tower. They all start out neutral and they deal damage. When you kill it, it becomes yours and generates money for you and goes back to full life. So yeah. Pixelated Ore. Nice name. What kind of game am I making? So I'm making an automation game. It's an online strategy game. And the not automation part of it right now is building bots. So you make bots out of different pieces. I got missiles, I got shield, let's say. And then you write a script for them. And the script you can write for them could be something you make up yourself, like use the missiles and use the shield that I have and pursue an enemy and do a bunch of other stuff. Or it could be something that you just say, figure it out for me, I don't really care. And then you update your bot and deploy it. So now I can put this into the arena. And where did it go? There they are. So they've got the shield that I put on them and they're using missiles to fire at the other bots. And so that's it. And the game's not very fun right now, so that's why I'm trying to address that. I have a feeling that whatever Team B does to gain the lead or what Team A does to secure a lead will be the same. Some sort of power-up, get like 3 per game or something, I don't know. I think how to get the lead is to get an economic advantage. So in a game like StarCraft, having 40,000 minerals in the bank means absolutely nothing because you've got to control how you spend that. And it's all a matter of like making sure to spend every 100 that you get, every 150 that you get, build marines, build buildings, whatever else. In this game, because it's automated, you don't need to worry about controlling your units. So that frees up all of your APM to do the strategy stuff. And that's why I think it's so hard to design for. It's coded in JavaScript, Pixelated Ore. I think the level of instant interaction, as you said, is relatively low. Yeah, and so, okay, the design that I'm proposing here was all of this. Let me just put this online. Actually, let me also put, darn it, I screwed up the size of this. Hang on a second. It's supposed to have 30 and a half. No, that's not how things look. Yeah, is this the font size I use? Oh God. This looks weird. I think it was this. I don't know, whatever. Okay, so I want to upload this. I want to put a couple more things here. Oh, you're talking about, okay, so type theory, you're talking about a consumable buff, essentially. Yeah. Oh, no problem, I see, Chris. Yeah, type theory, I'm not sure. I'm gonna write down the part about these towers though. So proposal, we have this stuff all kind of figured out. So you can collect scrap as in-match currency. You start with 500. Scrap piles drop in piles of whatever. This means as game goes on, scrap will drop in larger amounts. When a player collects scrap, they're collecting it for their entire team. Yep. To encourage players to... Actually, this doesn't need to be the case anymore if you also get it from towers. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. You look asleep. This means that if a pile contains 500 scrap, well, that you need to reclaim it 5 times. Or somehow get upgrade. Well, whatever. I'm not gonna write somehow do that. Okay, so scrap is used to purchase advancements in your tech tree. Your tech tree is how you unlock hardware. I guess you start with, you use your starting scrap to unlock your starting hardware. this may be something relatively weak like lasers level 2 and cloaking level 1 at the beginning of the game. How many days did you plan on the game taking before release, and are you still on schedule? So I planned on the game taking 18 months, and it is, what, 10 and something change? We're like a month and a half away from the year mark, which would give us like about 7 months until when I'd originally planned on releasing. Am I on track? No, I don't think so. And I think that there are enough things that changed that are causing it to not be on track. So one is I think the game design is sorely lacking, and the other is there's been some like company changes that just there's now more work to do, I think. So yeah, we'll see how this all works. So this makes me something like this at the beginning of the game. And then one of the other questions I wanted to ask about this was, so questions, do we benefit from having to unlock more slots as the game progresses? There's some time at the beginning of each match to choose your first unlocks and customize your bots. It's about 30 seconds. All of your bots spawn out of a spawner. These can be placed at will anywhere within your team's territory. Spawning into the arena. Okay, so your team's territory is close to... Oh. Type Theory says, you can get the right ideas tomorrow night and implement them all next week for all you know. No, so there's another like 6 months of work I have planned. So even if I knew what the game design was, I still have a lot of work to do. So these are things like, I think I showed you guys this roadmap before. Yeah, this. I need to work on the tutorial for the game. We need to balance the game. I need to make single player mode. I need to figure out advertising, sound and music, security, a whole bunch of stuff I added on my long-term to-do list, like security concerns, some legal stuff, ranking and progression system, some various in-game stuff that needs to be changed, content for the game, metrics. There's some more infrastructure changes I need to make. So yeah, all that's going to take quite some time. And Dandy, thank you for following. Alright, yeah, so spawning in the arena takes 2 turns where your bot can't do anything. This is essentially the death penalty. There's a time cost for deploying. If you deploy too close to the enemies, you'll likely be severely weakened before you can act. Team's territories return how many more kills you have than they do. So I don't think we're going to do this anymore. I think we're going to say your team... Each player is a CPU rank and decides the team CPU in this match. There are, I'll just say towers. There are towers placed at predetermined spots in the arena. These all start as neutral and will attack anything that gets close. Upon destroying the tower, it changes ownership to the killing team and goes back to full life. Captured towers provide a steady stream of scrap. Team's territory is determined is anything within X tiles from your CPU or a tower that you own. Well, Snake Eyes, you haven't seen the other guy because he has a full-time job and we're in the same time zone. So the same hours that I stream are the same hours that he's working at his full-time job. Yeah. But yeah, the primary responsibility he has is game design stuff, and I think that we both thought we were in a pretty good shape a while ago, and I don't know, people asked some questions about, yeah, what do you think is the skill cap of this game, and we've just started to really critically analyze these things. Everyone is lacking. Okay. So can I upload this? Wait, because there's no deploy cooldown, bots that spawn in are vulnerable. Am I still having issues? I dropped 122 frames in a total of 6.5 hours. So no, not really. But then again, there were some problems for people earlier too. I don't know what's happening exactly. And I'm going to call an electrician on Thursday. Well, I guess it's tomorrow. So I guess I'm going to call an electrician tomorrow and see how much it's going to cost to get a Cat5 cable wired up here. Scrap and kill the enemy. Bullet happened in the middle. The way you're going in. So let's see this. There are towers. So picture that the towers are placed something like this. So I'm gonna draw out an arena. Are you ready for this? Whoops. There. Okay, cool. So now we change all of these into spaces, and then instead of doing this, I do things this way. So here's our arena, and let's try to make sure that it's an odd number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, so there, now it's odd. So we can say that the blue CPU is here, the red CPU is here, and we can put a legend at the bottom. B, blue CPU, R, red CPU, T, power. And it's probably not so wide. I don't know why I did things that way. There. Something like that. And so we'll put some towers like here. And then we need the same space here that we have between this and the other one. There. So this becomes T. And I don't know, we put a couple up here. So like there, and there, and there, and there. No, there. Yeah, so something like that. This isn't totally aligned, I think, because this is what? 2, and then that one should be 2, so we need to put more spaces there. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm streaming via Wi-Fi. Yeah, Snake Eyes, I appreciate the sentiment. I definitely do. I don't know, this, anyway, it's not something I'm going to talk about on stream. Okay, yeah, so this is, it's not just picture that the towers, so picture that the arena looks something like this. If this dies, the red team wins. And then these are neutral. These are neutral hostile and can be captured for defense plus scrap generation. Okay. So capture towers provide a steady stream of scrap. Your team's territory is anything within, yeah. Yeah, I see, Chris. I think that's going to be my fallback. No, and like I said, Snake Eyes, I do appreciate the sentiment. This is not me just being hand wavy here, but I mean, imagine if I said something like, I don't know. Imagine if I was working at a more traditional job, I guess, and I said like, guys, I really hate my boss or something. I don't hate Ian or something like that. I'm just saying you don't air that kind of thing on stream. So that's it. That's as much as I'll say. Heading in bed, been burning the candle both ends the last few days. I don't know about prototyping on Friday, LZ, but thank you. And yeah, have a good night. Okay, so you're still only ever trying to get scrap and kill the enemy CPU, both of which happen in the middle or the enemy's side. So I guess this has been addressed. And then because there's no deploy cooldown, bots that spawn in are vulnerable, but they tank damage for their CPU. Navies, you get more and more kills. Your possible spawn locations get to be even farther from your CPU. I don't know about this. So basically the problem is this. The way that everything's designed right now is, let's say red finally makes a bunch of units over here. So there's a unit here and here and here. And they're attacking this, which is what they need to attack to win the game. And blue is like, okay, well, this is part of our spawn zone here. So we'll just put a bunch of units here, here, and here. And it takes 2 turns for them to sort of phase in. But in that time, they can tank damage. And then sure, they get killed. And so blue is like, okay, I'll just put one here, here, and here. And then those tank damage. So there needs to be some sort of cooldown that prevents you from just like respawning your units. I don't think this is crucial to figure out right now, because I think it could be as simple as just, if your CPU is being attacked, that respawns don't happen immediately. In fact, that's what I'm going to say, I think. Let's just put that there for now. If your CPU is being attacked, then your respawns take extra time, so that you don't just constantly deploy next to your CPU to defend it by tanking damage, even while your bots are phasing in. Well, dreaded respawn time. I feel like if this is the case where this is happening, there are units here and you need to defend it, and let's say, okay, by default, if putting a unit down takes 2 turns, then when this thing's being attacked, it might take 4 turns. Then just put a unit here, and it'll have to travel an extra 2 turns to get over to there, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, you'd have to, like, you have to figure it out. Why? Only when the CPU is being attacked? Don't do that. Bad idea. Because, like I said, when there's no cost to deploying, so you could constantly put all, like, how many do we have? 9 bots, I guess. So you could put all 9 bots around this. I know I'm drawing more than 9 here, but you could put all your bots like this and just constantly have them respawn in. No, type theory. I don't think that's true. Because don't forget, while you're attacking this, you're going to be probably, you need to get this tower first to even get to that point. The enemy team's going to be attacking you. By attacking the enemy CPU, you're going to be vulnerable at your side. I don't think that's totally accurate. But also, I just think this is a temporary solution for now. That way I don't have any issues written at the bottom. Yeah. So okay, here's what I want to do. I want to upload this just so that you guys can see this. That way it's not just on my screen and you're like, wait, scroll up a second. So what do you guys think about this as far as changing the game goes? Like, is this bad? Is it too complex? Is it, I don't know, that's another thing I got right here. Is the game too complex? Does it sound like it'll be fun? Is it worth prototyping? So what are the decisions you can make in a match now? The way that I have things described here. The decisions that you can make are where to deploy. So at the beginning of the match, you'll only be able to deploy like here. around your bot or around your CPU, and that's fine. And so your starting decisions are going to be something like either go capture this tower, this tower, this tower, this tower, or this tower. You're probably not going to capture the one closest to the enemy CPU because it's probably too dangerous. Alternatively, there could be like random piles of scrap over here or something like that. So type theory, I think there needs to be enough depth where, let's say there was ever a pro scene in botland, that players feel like the path to becoming a pro was worthwhile. Which means that the decisions you're making are more meaningfully impacting the game than the decisions that a new player is making. So yeah, at first you're deciding what's your tech tree. So I guess that's part of what to think about here. What does the early / mid / late game look like in a proposal? Just answer for any proposal. So yeah, let's answer all these questions. What's the best strategy? Actually, I guess the first thing to answer is this. Probably in this order is how I should answer these. Does it sound like it'll be fun? What does it all look like? Actually, this is the one that has to come at the end. So worth prototyping has to come at the end too, I guess. Yeah, actually all of these. Yeah, that's another thing to write down here. Maybe you get consumable buffs that can only be used at most once in the entire game. I don't know. The tough thing about that is balance. So one of the terms you'll hear thrown around in like RPGs a lot of the time is min-maxing, where let's say you make an RPG and you allow players to pick stats. And you got 4 stats: strength, defense, speed, and something, I don't know what. Magic. And one player is like, I'm not going to come up with a good defense and good speed. I'm just going to go full magic. And then they like one-shot bosses, and you say, well, I didn't really plan for that because I thought players would be a little bit more balanced than what they came up with. So in a game like Botland, if let's say the entire team blows all of their buffs in the very beginning of the game and secures like every single one of the towers, and that's it. That's the strategy that wins every single game. The point of power buffs is to temporarily throw off balance. But if both teams can use them, then the winning team can use it to win more. Anyway, so let's see. What do we have here? Did I copy paste these? Okay, so what is the early and mid game? So early, well, actually I guess there's pre-game because that's not even the early game. So you pick your first couple of tech tree choices and customize a bot or two with a script that you'd already written ahead of time. So that's the abstract. The concrete is I choose lasers level 2, extra lifesteal, and I guess lifesteal, not just extra lifesteal, and cloaking level 1. Okay, cool. So now early game. The abstract is you either go after, well, I guess you only go after towers in this case now. I guess you could kind of choose scrap too. See, this is where I don't know how things will work exactly. So if you go after, your starting strategy is probably always to just go after a tower. And then from there, yeah, I feel like that's it. I don't know what other strategy. You go after a tower. Yeah, I don't know. Well, you go after towers. concrete is you deploy just out of range of the towers and have your scripts tell the bots to go kill the towers. Maybe this involves looking at where your team is deploying to. Okay, so mid-game, the abstract, and here's where there needs to be a difference in the early game in that your decision tree has to increase. So you've got, let's say, 2 of the towers. Whoops, that's not a circle. That's a line. So I'm going to just draw some hasty circles here. Let's say both teams have all 3 of the towers. I don't know. This is why things need to change somehow. So now what are you doing? I guess you're picking which tower to target. But because you have bots in the arena already, it's not like you can just say, oh yeah, you guys need to go up here now. You need to spawn them where you want them to be. Otherwise, they're just going to keep acting on their own, which means they'll probably eventually die. But again, there still needs to be a bigger death penalty, I think. I still don't think there's a big enough death penalty. Will you allow a tryhard to carry a team? I don't know yet, and I don't think that matters too much right now. I'm not sure. Tricky chain. How close are we, EJ? I don't know. I still don't know. And what are towers? What do the towers do and how do you win? So I pasted something in a little bit earlier that you can read. This describes everything that I'm talking about. And it's only, what, like 19 lines of stuff to read? So it's not too bad. And these are pretty brief and they're pretty understandable too. Well, I haven't heard of the show Tricky Train, so maybe if I knew the show, I'd know why you're bringing that up. So I still don't think there's a big enough death penalty. The issue now is that you want to deploy bots that kill quickly, but you don't care if you die because you can, but actually, it's not that you don't care if you die, but dying actually helps you because you can choose the position of your bots again. I like this idea, but it requires fine-tuning. Yeah, I think so too. And probably prototyping. And I need to prototype it in a way that, you know, hopefully within about a week of starting the prototype, you guys would be able to say, okay, yeah, I think this could work, or I think it doesn't work, and here's what you need to do to fix it. And not necessarily you guys are the ones that tell me that, but at least the fun aspect of it, of like, I think this will work. You need to tell me the why part. So the issue now is that you want to deploy bots that can kill quickly, but dying actually helps you because you can choose the position of your bots again. And this is where I wonder, we could make it so that scrap is owned before being able to be reclaimed. That way you can only get red scrap if you're on the blue team. Well, type theory, like, so tryharding in games with manual interaction boils down to putting in your all into your speed and reflexes. Tryharding in a strategy game is usually putting in your all into really thinking out your moves and everything else. So in that sense, like, I always think players should be trying, and I think that should you try harder than somebody else, you should be doing better. And that's usually the mark of a good game. Otherwise, it's a mostly random game. So, for example, there's no such thing as tryharding in rock, paper, scissors. You can try as hard as you want. You're not going to, unless you're cheating, I guess. But that's not part of this argument. This is a soft penalty, I think. Yeah, type theory. That's what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to give it so that players have meaningful decisions. The whole part about whether or not you're a tryhard, I guess, boils down to how much of the decision tree do you think through. Rock, paper, scissors is a beatable game. Well, no, it's not. Well, I don't know what you mean by beatable game, but like the optimal strategy is to choose randomly. And if two computers are choosing randomly, then it should end up that they have a 50% chance of winning. Or rather, I should say 50% win rate. Anyway, abstract, I don't know what this is. So I guess go after the other towers. You go after neutral towers, I guess is what this is. So now you start to plan how to take down enemy towers. I'd want a secret card to pull out in times of desperation strategically. Yeah, but again, that card that you have boils down to two things. When do you use it, and possibly where do you use it? Or maybe even like which card do you use? So what happens in the mid game here? The board looks like this. So how are you impacting the game at this point? Right, just give it to me to use. Well, it has to change the game meaningfully. Otherwise, why don't we give you a whole bunch of different tools? Like different bots and like random summons that you can get and other, I don't know, just it could be a bunch of things. Like do they impact the decisions you make in the game in a meaningful way? Or is it just something else that you're going to click in exactly the scenario that's best for it and at no other time? Because in that case, it's not helpful. Hey, Thriven. Okay, so I totally agree with that, Thriven. But I think the spirit of the question was just, will trying harder let you win more? Which should be the case for pretty much any good game. What if the more towers you had, the more bots you could deploy? That's not good though. That's definitely a snowball effect. It's already a snowball effect. Well, Thriven, I don't fully recall if I was debating it, but I guess what I'm getting at is I'm still just trying to figure out what's best for botland. How do I improve the decision tree of the game? Generating money. So if you don't have the towers that your enemy has, then there's actually an interesting game called Galcon. Can I just play this here or no? Okay, yeah. So check this out. The way that this game works is you have a planet and you can choose to send things. You can choose to send your troops to another. What in the world is going on here? Okay, I have no idea what's happening right now. Oh, I'm the blue player. So yeah, you can choose to send your troops to another planet, and then when you capture that planet, you have more population entering your army. So in this case, this comes down to sort of like getting the last hit on something. So this was a neutral planet and had 11 that needed to be sent to it. So it's best for me to take it over right after red tries to. and then just bolster this thing. So you have this cost of like traveling armies here. And it's an interesting concept. I think doing this in botland in a way can also be an interesting game. Anyway, this is not the point, is to play this game or whatever. And that's sort of what I feel is here. By capturing any of these points, you're going to get more money, but it also depends on how you spend it. And I just feel like there needs to be more things to spend on than just tech tree. There needs to be more you can spend on than just your tech tree. Maybe you can speed up the phase-in time of bots. Oh, hey, Citrox. Wait, were you here on a different account? Because I don't remember your name, I apologize. Zordies. Maybe you can buy power buffs, they're just expensive. So the tech tree that I have planned for right now is something along these lines, where this is how you unlock hardware and also kind of how you unlock the qualities of that hardware. So how much damage. That I don't know if this part's necessary though. Maybe this is just which hardware you unlock and maybe how many slots. Overall. No, type theory, that they don't share the money in the sense that they're sharing the tech tree as well. So what I'm picturing is this, like player A has some decision of like lasers, 100, or missiles, $100, right? And player B has the same decision. So players A and B are on the same team. When player A collects a scrap pile, it's essentially multiplied by 2 and given to both players. Player A can then choose to spend their money on lasers, and B can spend it on missiles. So they don't need to agree, and they're not spending the same money. So it's not like players A and B have the same $200, and A can say, okay, I'm getting lasers and missiles, and B says, no, I can't get anything. And it's not a zero-sum earning thing. Oh yeah, Matsu. Oh. Okay. Yeah, scrap gets added to every player's account. Yep. Maybe you want to give the tech tree some research time limit, or time like in StarCraft, so buying it will affect your bots, but later. So you have to be smart and not pump too much money on those upgrades. It's actually an interesting idea. I think that's worth considering. So maybe researching in the tech tree takes time. So you have to consider when something will be finished. The first few upgrades may be instantaneous. Or maybe you spend scrap to speed them up. I'm not sure. Yeah, type theory, but the things that you buy need to be meaningful. It needs to be more you can spend on than just your tech tree. Maybe you can speed up the phase-in time of bots. Not sure how this would work. Just make the market more diverse. Well, there's all the hardware that we have in the game now. So artillery, melee, like all the categories. And I should probably write all of these down. I started to somewhere here. Lasers, missiles, artillery. So let's go look into hardware constants. So here's everything I had, but these aren't all the categories. The categories are here. So what else do we have? So lasers, armor, decreases damage taken, artillery, missiles, cloaking, like make yourself invisible while still being able to act. So heal life passively, disable enemy hardware, e.g. EMP lasers, disable all enemies within range from using lasers for a couple of turns. Teleport, it's pretty obvious, instantaneously move to target location. Thrusters, lower cooldown after moving. Reflect, activate a shield that has a chance to reflect lasers or missiles. Shield, activate a shield that absorbs damage. Landmines, reclaiming, pick up a scrap pile. So do I buy this stuff, and once I buy it, can I stick it on a bot at any time? Yeah, that's what I was picturing. Is that you buy the ability to use this thing. So when you start the game, you've got like melee level 1, for example. And then you go through the tech tree and you're like, oh, I'm melee level 2 now. So you take melee level 1 off and put melee level 2 on. And like now this is more powerful. And one thing that concerns me about the towers is that they're in the early game just delaying the game. They don't really contribute to the game in the early game. What if you turn around and say you have to feed the towers with scrap in order to use them? Then you have to make a decision when, where, and which tower you have to use to get close to the enemy CPU. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with the analysis. I gotta think about the solution. So tower, in the early game, towers are sort of just delaying gameplay. Perhaps they cost scrap to fuel. That way you have to fight the enemy without engaging the towers at first. Or you can engage the tower but just not capture it until you spend scrap. I'll just make a buying market with hardware that's more and more expensive. Yeah, I think what Mr. Internet was saying is that you're all going to end up with your first tower eventually anyway. So why not make it more of a choice? And yeah, the way hardware was going to work is that it would cost more and more. So you have a tech tree that looks like this. You can get lasers level 1 for $100, but to upgrade it to level 2 is $200. So chances are you can't get both right at the same time. And if you can, then there's no way you'll get level 3 because that's 400. And then there are all these extra buffs you can get to further make them better. So you have to choose to what point you must upgrade your armor, for example. You don't just add +1, you basically sell off 1 and buy +2. No, Thurvin, that was just the way that the UI works that I showed that. Picture instead that it looks more like this. Hang on. So let me log in as tech tree. So imagine that this number controlled how many slots you could actually use. So when I have artillery 1, ignore the UI right now because this shows all 3. But I have 1 artillery, so I can only put in level 1. Then I upgrade it, so I'm clicking this plus to upgrade it. And again, that's not what the UI is doing right now, but I click it to upgrade it, and now all of a sudden it just automatically goes to level 2. But it takes up 2 slots in the process. So by the end of the game, you've got plenty of things that could be level 3, but you only have 7 slots in your bot. So now all of a sudden you're forced into using like a remaining level 1 of something. So now which bots you're deploying actually matter. I'm just not sure how best to do this. I think one of the other issues here, and maybe this isn't an issue, is that you could always just pick which tech tree you want to go down. So if you want, or maybe we split up the tech trees by like offense, defense, and support. I don't know, because some offense wants defense. Like melee, for example. It's really hard to get into melee range. Dollar says, what's the point of the game? So the game right now is an automation game. And it's still going to be an automation game, but I'll show you how it works right now. You make bots. So you put things on it like lasers and, let's say, shield and thrusters. Cool. Then you write scripts for your bots. So I have lasers, shields, and thrusters. So I can say something like fire lasers, pursue an enemy, use a shield, or shield an ally maybe. Maybe I try shielding an ally before I shield myself, etc., etc. So I build up this script, and this dictates what the bot does. So if you don't want to build up this script, you don't have to. Just say, figure it out for me. Hit save. You're totally good. Your bots figure it out for you. They know how to use the hardware that you have. And that's it. But we're trying to make it so that there's more of a set of decisions you have to make than just what hardware do you put on your bot. So the game becomes more fun over time. And yes, the initial part of the game absolutely should be about gaining towers to build money faster to buy more things. I would love to have a game where +1 is 100, +2 is 200. You can buy 2 right away. If you want to go to the layer from 1 to 2, you have to scrap +1 and then buy. Thriven, the issue with that is that, at least this is what I see the issue as, if you as a player are not going to respond to anything, like you have all these options, and I wrote out the options here. So you have all these options. If you as a player are like, I'm going to get lasers 3, and I'm going to get cloaking 3, and I'm not going to react to anything that happens in the game. And so you just immediately buy these, and now you're way more powerful because another player was like, I want to see what the enemy does and then try to react to that. So I guess one of the other issues I wrote here about tech trees, there's one other thing here, which is there may be some hardware that's too edge casey. This is the issue. The tech tree isn't fleshed out. I think that's it. The tech tree isn't fleshed out. For example, getting hardware like teleport or landmines is not very appealing. And this is kind of why I was thinking at one point that imagine if this was how, like, whoa, what happened there? Imagine if this is how the game was played. Instead of actually purchasing the hardware you wanted right off the bat, you purchased a pack of hardware, and it maybe contained the thing that you want. So you got thrusters in this case, and like now you have to find a use for thrusters. And you open up another pack, and you're like, okay, I got armor, and I got landmines. Like, whoa, landmines! I didn't expect to have that. Like, okay, I'll throw that on a bot. Now you open up another pack, and well, this is how is this even possible? You should only get 3 items from a salvage pack. What? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this shouldn't be possible. Cost of salvage pack. Okay, I don't know. Whatever, just ignore that. This might be a bug, but I don't really think it matters too much. 1 geode foot, 3 bulldozer foot. Do I actually own those items now? 1 geode foot, yes. 3 bulldozer foot. No, I only have 2. This isn't even correct. It says 3. Okay, that's a problem. Bug, I generated a salvage pack that said, but I only got 2 bulldozer foot. Does each thing in the hardware choices have a counter? I mean, kind of. It's not direct counters, just like how in StarCraft they're not direct counters. Like, a Marauder doesn't counter a siege tank because I don't know. Anyway, it's hard to say, but they're like soft counters sometimes. So melee probably loses to missiles because in order for you to path to the missiles bot, you spend like 4 turns just getting there, whereas the missiles bot has shot you 4 times. So does melee counter, or sorry, does missiles counter melee? Like kind of, I guess. Ickfest says I like the pack idea. That would be important so as a lot of players to buy counters to what the other team is using. Yeah, right, exactly. Type theory and original pepper. You're right. Then there's the issue of like we have hardware in the game where people might just never use it. And so landmines can be really useful in some cases, but maybe they're not hardware. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work. Well, Driven, no, I understand that. And I'll write that down as an idea, definitely. But I think if we surface it as a tech tree, you probably wouldn't expect to have to sell off. I don't know. We'd have to see how it would work. But I'll just write that down as an idea. What if in the tech tree, in order to unlock lasers 1 and then lasers 2, it cost 100 plus 200 equals 300. But to skip right to lasers 2, it just cost 200. Even just indirect counters, like hardware that's generally better against other types of hardware. Yeah, but you run into this issue that I described in the revamp document here, which is the chaos problem of even if rock counters paper, or sorry, paper counters rock, and rock counters scissors, and scissors counters paper, even if that's the case, that works so long as you can detect what is rock, what is paper, and what is scissors. If the enemy is using one of each kind of bot, a rock, a paper, and a scissors bot, then now we've kind of answered this question, which is that if the enemy has a rock bot over here, and a paper bot over here, and a scissors bot over here, so here it's like this combination is rock and scissors. So you'll probably want to deploy rock so that you beat half of this. So you'll put a rock bot over here, I guess. But if they're all together, then you're not countering them because they just clump up. And this also helps the anti-clumping thing. I should write this down in the CPUs. Well, towers help anti-clumping. Microcontrollers are inherently anti-clumping because by clumping your units, you will not be close enough to all of the microcontrollers, so you won't be defending everything. So the chaos strategy is mitigated. Wait, why would anyone buy lasers 1? In case they need lasers 1 at the time. But I'm not, I still haven't fleshed out the tech tree. I need to figure out how that's going to work. Playing a lot of I played SC2 a lot, and I felt upgrades were an element highly overlooked by devs. No, I don't totally agree with that. The way upgrades in StarCraft 2 work is they would take at least like a minute to complete. And if your opponent got to like level 3 upgrades and you hadn't even started yours, the soonest you could possibly be on par with them was like 3 minutes in. So it was punishing you for not planning ahead in responding to what they did. If you could immediately buy level 3, then let's just say ignore cost, but if the time was cut down, so instead of 3 minutes later you got level 3, you got it 1 minute later, then it's essentially like, haha, you're a sucker. Like, you didn't just wait to figure out what strategy I was going to use. It's less reactive that way, I think. I would add more things than just hardware to buy. My biggest suggestion is some sort of power buff. Yeah, I think what we could do here is turn it into like a hardware store and a buff store. So instead of tech tree here, it really turns into just like there's lasers 2, and there's lasers 3. And then there's missiles, and there's missiles 2, and there's missiles 3, blah, blah, blah. And that would be that tree. Then there'd be a whole separate thing that is purchasing the buffs for these things. Or a temporary buff, I don't know. Like either way, scrap has to help you. Perhaps you can also buy an extra powerful bot, like a tank that can make it all the way to the CPU without dying but low damage. Yeah, and so originally what we wanted to do with this is make it so that you're forming that tank. So when you want a tank bot, what you do is you go over to edit, you purchase armor, and you say, okay, this is a tank bot because it has armor. And maybe furthermore you add on regen, and then like you said, weak damage. Okay, well it's because I only have level 1 melee. In fact, maybe I don't even want level 1 melee. Maybe I want thruster so that I'm not only a tank bot, but I'm slightly faster at getting to what I'm going to. And maybe instead of regen, I put on shield or something. Like, you have a lot of choices here, but I like that. And I like that building up your bots is meaningful. But I don't know a good way to make it so that you'd want all the different hardware unless there's good scenarios for all of that. So something like landmines, players may just never hit landmines. Or they'll always hit landmines or something. So they're either overpowered or they're... Anyway, they've been one of the hardest things to design in the game. Can I add armor 3 times? What if I wanted armor 3 times 3? No, you can't. So you're limited to a max of 3 slots per category. So like if I want vampiric lasers and I want regular lasers, like, too bad. I can only have one kind and I can only have 3 slots of that thing. Let me open this. Okay. It's always super hot in here. Yeah, so I gotta flesh out the tech tree. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water too. Stacking like that would be fun. There's nothing that says we can't do that. We could say all hardware goes up to level 7. And you could just get a level 7 set of lasers at the end. And like, that's it. Your bot is just an incredibly powerful set of lasers. But it's going to get countered immediately by something like Reflect, which is going to bounce that laser right back at you and kill you. I might as well write that down. There's nothing stopping us from allowing users to get much higher levels of everything, i.e. up to level 7 hardware. This would cost a lot of money and would be very counterable. What was your highest ranking in SC2? Probably like whatever bronze was or something. I'm not very good at those kinds of games, but I watched an insane amount of pro matches. Used to watch like everything Husky produced. So I know this doesn't make me a pro, but I'm saying at least from a game design perspective, I can analyze it and know pretty well in depth how the game works. This would cost a lot of money and would be very counterable, but it could be quite powerful. Not sure. Whatever bronze was equals bronze. Okay, then I was probably bronze. Maybe I made it to whatever level was higher than that. But I wasn't like a diamond player or something like that. Yeah, and upgrading your towers I think would be interesting too, so they could defend themselves maybe, but I don't think you should be able to heal towers. I'm not sure what to do here, but I guess I should be approaching this from a smarter perspective, which is, what am I trying to accomplish? Tower upgrades and tower buffs. Yeah, but it's gotta like again, it's gotta meaningfully change the game. Also, what happens if you buff a tower and then it gets taken over? Is it still buffed? So you basically like bought buffs for the enemy team if you lost the tower, or is it just buffs for any towers you happen to own? Tower elves. Wait, Thriven, why did you ask about my StarCraft ranking? Did you expect me to be like, yeah, I was number one in the world. I go by Huck. A buff is temporary. Okay. Well, I don't know. I still think there needs to be something else to spend money on. I'm just not sure what. I don't know if this is even true. I'm gonna delete that. Here. Are you expecting to make money from this? How are you intending to fund your full-time programming job? So I am, and I don't know if that's in the FAQ, but I'll try to see if it is. I had the monetization document here somewhere. Anyway, the monetization is going to change a bit, but how am I funding this now is listed on here somewhere. How are you affording to work on Botland? I mean, it's only 2 sentences. I guess you can just read it on screen. As for the monetization of Botland, that's not totally solid yet. We had a plan, but I think we just totally undid that plan this last week. So I don't know. Now we're gonna have a different plan. Also, I'm gonna take the servers offline. There are 2 people in the queue. Again, I don't understand like how people are queuing up for Botland when nobody's playing. But I'm gonna go take the servers off. So kill all. And actually, as I kill all. Okay, let's see what happens here. So what happens? This just turns off. Apparently. Okay. No, I don't think temporary walls helps the game, and I think it actually hurts the game a little bit because it affects your allies as well. Alright, we're gonna close out of these things now. I shouldn't have any more machines running. Yeah, they're all shutting down. Yeah, Thriven. Yeah, coming up with ranking systems is not easy. The ability to just kill a bot. Well, right now there's no real death penalty. There may need to be more things you can do with scrap. So what I like about the salvage pack idea is that if things were consumable, you had to figure out what was best for you to use and how to use it. If hardware is not consumable, I don't know, this all changes so much. Dilly, thanks for following. How do blueprints fit into... Also don't know how blueprints will fit into this. I gotta figure out the tech tree thing. I've gotta figure out the tech tree thing. Thanks, Dilly. I mean the ability to kill an opponent's bot. No, that's what I mean. Like, there's no real death penalty. So if you're killing an opponent's bot and you're spending resources on something that isn't costing them anything, then that's a problem. Oh, so each bot equals some money, limited number of times per game or round or whatnot. Yeah. Man, I don't know. I want to figure out how this works. Okay, so let's just plan out some stuff over here. Okay, so let's do this. So tech trees. One is a hardware tech tree. This is used for unlocking hardware. E.g. lasers 1 goes to 2, goes to 3, goes to dot dot dot. And maybe lasers 3 plus missiles 3 lets you unlock artillery 1 or something like that. Or lasers 1 plus artillery unlock. Other team gets money for the kill. They don't necessarily get money for the kill. It all depends on how that's designed. But right now the way it works is scrap would drop and then the enemy would be able to go ahead and pick up that scrap. But that's not always true, because if a blue bot, or like if a red bot dies over here, you have a bot here and it dies, it may lay scrap on the ground, so now there's scrap there. But the blue team can't just go pick it up necessarily, because it's like this is going to be a red bot spawn zone and there's a tower there. Anyway, hardware tech tree. The cons of this, the hardware like landmines. What are the other hardware that people probably wouldn't use unless they kind of had to or figure it out somehow? EMP, teleport, landmines. Landmines, EMP, teleport. Is there anything else on here that people might just not use? Also, we're eventually going to add in repair. Heal a bot. Yeah, maybe zapper too. What is this? And zapper may not be used. And so part of it is like, okay, what if you made it so that those things were more powerful and it was more enticing to use? But then what if those are the only things that are used? You run this risk of something is hard to use, so most players don't use it, and the ones who do destroy everybody with it. It's like the Ice Climbers in Super Smash Bros. Melee. It was 2 characters, so it was kind of tough, but then there were these infinite combos that you just couldn't get out of, and that was really tough to do, or at least it was when it was discovered that people figured out how to do it consistently. If we buff them, then they may always be used. However, I don't think this is a balance issue entirely. And that's why I like the salvage pack idea. Man, if hardware comes from... So what are the things that this needs to answer? Tech trees need to answer the following. How do you get hardware? And how do you get any buffs for the hardware? So if hardware comes from salvage packs, then you should be able to scrap anything you don't want. However, it probably means that using power downs on the enemy team. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I can see a world where that works, and it does increase the number of decisions you have to make. Of like, I could increase my lasers, or I could decrease the power of their lasers. But that diminishes the need for picking the right hardware. Like, instead of decreasing the damage that they do, you should be putting armor on your bots, I guess. And I know they're different. Yeah. So if hardware comes from salvage packs, you should be able to scrap anything you don't want. However, it probably means that you're not investing as much down in tech tree. What did I say about this stuff? You start getting the few tech points you can unlock. Just scrap, no. With some scraps that you can unlock a few pieces of hardware to use right away. Yeah, and then does it have a time to research? All right, let's think about this. What do we want out of unlocking hardware? That's another good thing to answer here. So what do we want out of unlocking hardware? Potential choices are investment. So players choose exactly which hardware they get and how strong they make it. Is it the requirement to make your available choices work? E.g., you get salvage packs and you have to figure out how best to use landmines plus thrusters or something, I don't know. What else? I don't know, team-wide investment? The whole team gets access to the hardware? Dilly-dally. Botland. Nice. Yeah, we haven't actually gotten a logo for the game. I was thinking something very mechanical looking. Like, you know, gears. For the picture for the curves on the B, they're like gears or cogs. Something along those lines. I don't know what though. Is there gear font? Never actually looked this up. Yeah, this is a bad way of doing it, I think. And so is that. I don't know, it's something along these lines, but just blockier. Yeah, I don't see anything great here. Oh well. What else? What else? What else? Like, what do I want players to do here? I still think the issue is that it's not like an entire player's investing in this. You still have some choices. I think I do want investment. I want players to mostly lock into a strategy for the early / mid games. Then later they can open up options so that they're not as counterable. However, the enemy team could just ignore them completely for the time that they are counterable. Yeah, that could work. The weird thing about that might be how players think that they're spawning. So like you will probably have a little tile that you get to pick where you want it. So like here, that's my spawner. And if I put my spawner right here and I see my bots appear over here, then that's probably going to confuse me a little bit. I guess I'd have to just like push your spawner away. I don't know. And then you'd have to know that you can't replace it there. There'd be some weird stuff. Respawns need to either take extra time or be placed farther away so that you don't just constantly deploy. More slots, more HP, faster respawn, faster spawn, I guess. Stronger towers, I don't know why. How do you get buffs for your, I guess that's for your bots, yeah. Can your spawner be destroyed? No, I was thinking it would just be a visual thing. I think destroying a spawner, I don't know what that does, I guess. Because yeah, you could have it sort of like what Thelzy had at first, which was your spawner was attached to your CPU. and then maybe you can only move it by a tile or two every time. So you're slowly getting it to where you want it to be. But there are a few ways that kind of breaks down. One is that if, let's say, you have this tower up here and your current spawner is like here, how do you move it outside of this circle up to there? And also, I don't know, yeah, but it is an idea. I don't know if I wrote that down. What if you could only move your spawner small every so often? If spawner is destroyed, respawn at CPU. Yeah, each player gets a spawner. And that's a lot of the control of the game now, is you get to pick exactly where your bots go. So if you have a situation like this, 3 players might spawn up here, or sorry, 3 bots might spawn up here, and then another player might say, oh, I'm putting some bots down here now. I think there should probably just be more time-based things. That way it's all about timing everything with when you get upgrades and... What if every single thing in the game took time? Spawning in, researching tech, reclaiming, getting upgrades, capturing a tower, etc. So take towers for money strategy, destroy spawners for field advantage to move forward. Well, yeah, I guess what you're saying is that these circles would be gone from this diagram. So you'd be left with what I'd drawn out here. And so your spawner would just be somewhere, right? It'd be like here. And so you're inching it across the map. So you have it here, and now you have it here, and now you have it here. Let me just copy paste this so I can do that faster. Oh, insert doesn't work that way. Oh man. Alright, fine. Well, you just keep inching it across the map. I guess the issue though is that if you're about to take over the enemy CPU and your spawner gets destroyed, you're knocked all the way back to here. So spawners, I don't know. And the other thing too is it becomes another coding thing you have to do. Of like, do I want to target a spawner? Do I not want to target a spawner? And then big questions. What needs to change? What is the diff between this and the current design? E.g., do blueprints need to be changed? Does auto deploy still exist? Is there manual deploying? Do we add resource indicators or something like that? Yeah, I don't think I like the idea of a spawn being able to move. Well, a team would make advancements by taking over the towers. And if you want... Like, there could be... Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say there could be a tower that doesn't get you resources that's here in the middle. That is another, it's just a way to increase how far away you can spawn. But the other thing we could do is, based on how many kills you get, you can increase your spawn zone. Or based on how much your team has buffed the spawn zone. Something like that. Maybe there are team buffs, e.g. tower defense, tower offense. I should swap these two things. Tower defense, tower offense, tower spawn radius, etc. So that you can place your spawner farther away. Then the other thing about spawn pads is like what happens when you... Yeah, EJ, I don't know. Where did I write this stuff down? what happens? You need to position the spawner somewhere when you lose a territory where your spawner was previously allowed. Well, type theory, you as a player would know exactly where the spawner is because you'd see bots spawning out of it. So if you wanted in that case, you could just say, okay, it's over 6 and down 4. So you go recode your script to make it go seek out the 6-4 tile, and there, that's, you killed it. You changed on vacation. Man, I've been super worried about this stuff, and I think that's what's different right now. Normally I'm like, yay, coding, guys. But now I'm like, oh god, we're never going to get this done. And I think that if there's a game design that I'm happy with, then I'll be re-energized. And if we can't come up with this, or it takes too long, it's just going to be more stress. I've got to not let myself succumb to that. Yeah, so what if you could move spawners? I don't think this will work because the enemies will just prioritize that in defending your CPU, and then they'll have essentially thwarted your attack. Yeah, so tech trees. No, type theory. I want it to be a perfect knowledge game, more or less, for the player. For the bots, no, I don't want it to be. And this is a very different game than before. Yeah, it's because the old game wouldn't have been fun. And I guess it was very, very far from a fun design. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's not far from a fun design, I mean. It's not fun. I'm pretty sure of that. Like, you don't have meaningful decisions you can make. So you're just playing a simulation, basically. And I guess it's not that simulations can't be fun, it's that they don't capture your attention for very long. And I think there's a way to make this game fun. And if it takes doing all of this stuff, like, I don't think this is way more complex than what we had. I think you learn the rules of the game just like you learn the rules for any other game. And in fact, the way we start you off is such that you don't even have access to scripting. Like, everybody starts with the figure it out bots. In fact, that's probably a good way to start all this stuff. Is like, if you have a rank on your account, you can't even script until you get to rank 5. And you start at rank 1 and you work your way up to like rank 100 or something. So it's pretty soon, but it's... So we probably shouldn't even allow players to change from the figure it out script at first without proving that they're advanced enough, e.g. by obtaining a rank or clicking a check mark saying, are you sure you're really advanced? Oh man, I haven't played The Division. If you get all 3 towers on your side taken over, then half of the map is lit up for you. Yeah, but like, the reason why you would want a fog of war or darkness is so that you don't know what the enemy is up to. And like, yeah, maybe that would help in this case. I actually don't know. A fog of war is helpful. So you don't know where the enemies are. Yeah, the new objective is to kill the CPU. I don't think destroyable spawners helps. And I think the big reason why is because, like I said, you as a player will see them and you'll destroy it. Like, the red one is right here right now, and you'll knock it all the way back to over here. And it'll just be really tedious for the red player to actually win the game. You need new graphics? You got a designer? Yeah, I do. And the graphics for the bots are going to be the same. These are these randomly combinable pieces. I mean, you as a player could just pick the pieces you want. So you could say, I want the blacksmith bot. And there you go. You can eventually change the colors in some way. So you got whatever cool thing you like. The arena tiles are going to change. And we're going to get more of these graphics as time goes on. There's going to be a lot of different stuff. Hey, nice images. Fog of War prevents seeing spawn points. I don't think spawn points should be destroyable. And I think having to write that into your bot script is not a fun thing to do. You already have things like this. Let's take a look at Ultra Killer. Let's cut out all of this stuff and this stuff. So you have get the closest enemy, you have get the closest resource, you'd have to say get the closest spawner, get the closest CPU, get the closest tower. You've got like a whole bunch of different things you need to do. I don't know if that's good. Oh man, alright. What would a super bot look like? Target audience is a bit small for this game, isn't it? Well, Dillar Dallar, the target audience is strategy gamers, and I think that's a relatively large audience. It's not intended to be a coding game. Like you can ignore all of the scripting aspects of the game. If you want, you can always put this on your bot, or you can put nothing on your bot, and it'll do this by default. So just say, figure it out for me, and this bot knows how to use anything you give it. So if you equip cloaking, infernal lasers, if you equip zapper, like it'll just use it. Maybe not in the best way, but it'll know how to use it. And that's it. So that way you as a new player who doesn't know anything about coding, you don't need to like struggle with, wait, how do I program this? And what's the API? And you don't need to do that stuff. I was saying that be able to click and destroy a bot will let you relieve pressure on certain areas for a time, doing something where you have n possible actions and actions at any given time. Yeah, I get it. I overlooked that before. That's definitely true. Because I was saying there's no penalty to killing a bot, but there actually is. You had to get the bot there. So if it's not near a spawn point, then you've essentially pushed them back. However, it does undermine the automation aspect of the game. And it's not necessarily something we'll just totally throw out, but gotta figure out how we're gonna apply this. Which is why I think being able to at least choose spawn locations would be part of strategy, especially for players who will never touch a script. Like, I think being able to say I want bots up here now, yeah, I don't know. And I don't know. I'm not sure. I'll have to consider that more, I think. Dilly Dollar says, but scripting is superior to the default settings, right? So the target audience, well, the amount of effective players at least is a bit small. So if scripting is superior in like a massive way, then I expect that players will just copy paste scripts. So there's nothing stopping you from, like, let's say I'm a pro player and I came up with this crazy thing here. Then as a pro player, I could say, okay, here you go, everybody. Go copy paste this into your code. And now as a new player, I go over to here and I'm like, oh yeah, look at that. Copy paste. I'm a pro player now. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna be bad, Dillar Dollar. And what I equate this to, if you played any card game, there's a set of players who likes to make decks, and I would say that's like 10% of the player base maybe. And I'm totally just making that up, but I'm estimating 10%. And then 90% of the players like to go to a site like some Magic the Gathering thing and just say, hey, what are the meta decks right now? And then just copy paste, which in that case is, pulling the cards out of your binder and putting them into a deck, but that's trivial. And then there, now you're a pro deck builder. You have the best deck. And from there, you just cut out, like, what, half the game of Magic the Gathering. It's half deck building, half using the deck. And you did not build the deck. So I don't think it's going to be an issue with this game either if people copy paste scripts. Okay, I'll write down the idea at the very least. Type theory. So maybe spawners could be destroyable by the enemy team. I was thinking that each player gets a single player, all bots spawn from that spawner, initial spawner spawning. Ursula Pepper one. I was thinking that each. Oh man, yeah, okay, so you're saying destroyable spawners too, I guess. Isn't everybody just going to be equal by copying in the same scripts? How is someone going to be better? In the same way that people in deck building games are different. It's not that there's one best deck to beat them all. And so I had this here before, then I deleted it because I'd already answered the question, I guess. But like, player A's best script is something that does this, like offense, then defense, then reclaim, then like capture tower or something like that. And player B's best script is something that does like, oh, defense before that and capture tower before reclaim. So it's just like in a card game, you have like aggressive decks and you have control decks and you have whatever tempo decks and mid-range decks and combo decks and whatever else. Like the best one of any of these could be copy pasted, sure. And there's going to be some number of like best scripts in Botland, but you'll need to figure out when you want to use them, when they're applicable, or just not at all. And there should be a whole other set of decision making. And yeah, Pix, I know the account server's down. I took it offline. Should know the destroyable spawners only works with Fog of War. Yeah, this really works best with Fog of War. Painting your house by letting someone else pick the colors and you just paint. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what interior design is, right? Like, I can't do this myself, but I have the money for it. Adam, you can have Fog of War. You can just have an automatic spawning list that lists what the opponent's bot could have. Are those two things related? And makes sense, I guess. Well, Diller Dollar, I think there are a lot of corollaries to other games, and that this is an automation game doesn't necessarily mean that it's a game targeted at coders. And that's something that's very, like, it's a very common assumption. And I would probably assume it too if I ever ran into an automation game that wasn't this one. Typically, you're targeting, like if you give access to code, you're probably targeting coders. But I don't necessarily want people to have to do stuff like that. I definitely think that it'll be hard to say that there's a lot of value to the automation here. But I think that if you provide more value to the automation, that you're making a coding game, and I don't think a coding game has a large audience. Anyway, I've been online for like 8 hours, and this has been another one of those days where it's like, well, did I get anywhere? Did I? And I know that says 7 hours and 47 minutes, but I'm pretty sure I go to past broadcast and I gotta write upload. Yeah, there were 20 minutes that were cut off of that broadcast. So it's actually been longer than 8 hours. Well, thank you all for watching. Thank you to the new people for following. Someday there will be a game here. Someday. I'm gonna go. So I'll be online on Friday, not tomorrow. Thursdays I take off from streaming, although not from working. So I'll be online on Friday, same time, probably also design unless Ian and I get to some crazy conclusion. But yeah, thanks again for watching, guys. Take care, have a good night. See ya.